Open Championship. We'll take a look at the grid. Charlie Burt taking pole position this morning with a 136.563. Josh Dufek a 136.569. Look at the gap, 0.006 of a second. The championship leader, Noel Leon, starts out at grid 3, and then Francesco Simonazzi third in the championship, fourth on the grid. The American alongside the Scotsman, that's Bryce and Kian Shields, Levente de Vesh and Paolo Brine, the Slovenian out of grid 8. We started the season down on the beautiful Algarve coast at the Portimao circuit with Enzo Trulli, who raced the entire 2022 championship. He took the first win of the season for the Crypto Tower racing team. Also racing in Superformula Light in Japan is Enzo, watching on live from the land of the rising sun in identical Euroformula Open Dallara ES320 car. What magnificent machines these are. Fantastic sound, as well as Charlie, son of the three-time Le Mans 24-hour winner Alexander Wirtz, here at the circuit to support the second of his three sons. Younger brother to Felix, who we alluded to a moment ago, the rallycross race. Older brother to Oscar. It is Charlie who starts at pole position. Paolo Brinek, 212, pulls into grid 8, the Slovenian, on the fourth row of the grid. The green flag flies at the back of the grid. The 5 red lights. For the first time here this weekend at Mugello, we race. Perfect start from Charlie Wirtz, the pole sitter, but now he's being hassled, and hassled big time from the championship leader, Noel Leon. They go 2 wide, they go 3 wide as the Mexican tries to go down the inside of the Austrian. Charlie, from pole position, heads the field down into San Donato. He's got the lead just. Simonazzi has dropped back a place. Nice start for race 1 of the weekend, the penultimate round of the 2023 Euroformula Open Championship. Charlie Wirtz goes position 1, looking to take his second victory of the season as Simonazzi on the outside has a big look at the back of Josh Dufek on the opening lap of the race. Charlie Wirtz already opening up a nice lead. They go down through Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2, the corners which literally translate into Angry 1, Angry 2 here at the Mugello circuit. The sun is shining. This is lap 1 of 17. The penultimate round of the Euroformula Open Championship. Already a gap of 0.8 of a second from Wirtz back to Leon at Simonazzi. What a move. He's on the outside. It becomes the inside. All over the back of Josh Dufek. Remember, the Austrian, Swiss Austrian, I should say, he started on the front row of the grid. Simonazzi, P4, P3 in the championship, remember, as they come down into the final corner to complete the first of 17 laps here today. As Levente de Vesh, the Hungarian, car 11, about to be attacked by the Scotsman, Kian Shields. Out of the final corner, they come across the line for the first time. Already a 1 second gap from Charlie Wirtz back to the championship leader, Noel Leon. Look at Simonazzi tucked in under the rear wing of Josh Dufek. Pulls out of the slipstream at 237 k's an hour. He's on the outside. What a move by Francesco. Can he hold on? The answer is no for the moment. Josh feeds him a wheel, and Francesco's in the marbles, but he holds on. Simonazzi on the outside, Dufek on the inside. Bryce around, the American, is catching the both of them. Fantastic racing in the opening stages of race 1 here at Mugello. Simonazzi on the back of Dufek. Bryce around, the American, in the background, using every piece of the racetrack. He's got Levente de Vesh, Kian Shields and Paolo Brine behind him. Simonazzi wants P3 in the championship. He needs to go P3 in the race. But Josh Dufek, the 8th different race winner of 2023, is making it ever so hard for the Italian. A slight error from Josh. He's off. He's into the gravel. And Simonazzi just drives on by, says thanks very much. And now Josh under attack from Bryce Aron. There's Levente de Vesh in the background. Fabulous pass. Francesco Simonazzi absolutely hassled the life out of Josh Dufek. And the Swiss driver cracked. Has got time to recover. This is just the second lap. They go into the final corner. Simonazzi now up into position 3. Charlie Verts, the gap last time at 1 second. Take a look at this. Simonazzi down the inside, tried to make the move. Josh Dufek still the tyres. I won't say they're not up to temperature because it is a warm day here in Tuscany. It is now autumn time in the Northern Hemisphere. He just hassled him and now he's broken on free. There's Josh Dufek. Bryce are on Levente de Besch and Kian Shields. 1:39.489 from Charlie. The gap is 1.6 seconds. Around this 5.2 kilometre circuit, home of the Tuscan Formula 1 Grand Prix in what was a very bizarre 2020. They go down through the back part of the circuit. Out of Matarazzo into Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2. There is Simonazzi, who's actually lapping very quickly at 39.489 for Charlie Verts. Fastest driver on circuit, Simonazzi. As we concentrate on this battle, R11, Levente de Besch. Being hassled by Kian Shields, European karting champion. As we see Charlie's off, Verts is out. Oh, a disaster. Charlie Verts in the gravel from the race lead. Verts is out. From pole position, the race leader, the fastest lap of the race. He was driving away. He had a lead of 1.7 seconds. Charlie Verts in the gravel is out. A bizarre incident. Nolion has assumed the race lead. As we look at Kian Shields, we'll try and get a replay of what has happened. The safety car has come out onto the circuit. Charlie Verts is out of the race. We have to ask the rhetorical question, did he have a failure? Oh, he locked up big time. The left rear is flat. He did have a failure. You can see the left rear. No fault of Charlie. He was driving superbly. He's had a tyre come off the rim. Still in the car, still hopeful that he can drive it back to the pits. It will still be, well, this is generous to say, it will still be drivable. Just the left rear has failed. That's a rare failure. The medium compound Pirelli tyre. It is actually the exact same tyre which the Italian Formula 4 Championship is also using here this weekend. The same specification, the same shore hardness, same compound, the same measurement, the same tyre that the Formula 4 cars are using. It is not overstressed, so something has unusually failed. Charlie Verts from the race lead, from a 1.7 second lead, is out of the race. He will not win here today. He'll have a chance tomorrow. Heartbreak. Now Charlie is out of the car. What a disappointment. Car 5, the English Austrian from Monte Carlo. Take a look at this again. He locks up front right because the left rear was down. Front right had no grip on it. Into the gravel. Fortunately, there was a gravel trap there doing its job. Avoids the concrete walls which line the Mugello circuit. But regardless, Charlie Verts is out. Nolion, the championship leader, now assumes the race lead. And with just 4.5 races remaining, one race tomorrow, 2 race weekend here at Mugello, and the final round of the championship take place later this month at Barcelona in Spain. They go past Charlie's abandoned car. Car on. We were told a moment ago that the car was pulling. It is staying out on the track until Charlie is removed. What a disappointment for Charlie Verts. He won the Formula Regional Oceania Championship down in New Zealand, start 2023, emulating his father Alex, who actually won the New Zealand Formula 4 Championship, what was part of the famous Tasman series back in the day, back when it was run Formula 4, back when Alex could barely afford the plane ticket to get down to the bottom of the world. He took out that title 3 decades ago. Charlie winning the Formula Regional Oceania Championship, the Toyota powered series. Also taking a race win, started the season also in Formula Regional Championship. We spoke about him, Josh Dufek, Levente de Besch. They've all come over from Formula Regional. I realise it's not exactly correct to compare, but we can't help but do so when Martino Stensona took pole position in his group, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, when they raced here in the Formula Regional European Championship earlier on in the year. Pole time, a 1:42.3. Charlie Bird's pole position this morning in a less powerful car, 1:36.5 seconds a lap faster. These magnificent Euroformula Open cars. Not the biggest field in history, but spectacular racing, as we found out 6 days ago at Monza. The future is looking bright, incidentally. Be assured there are teams on the way back. There are drivers looking to join us, even for Barcelona, if it's logistically possible for the final round of the series. 2024, the calendar has been announced. We go back to Portimao in beautiful Portugal on April 28th to Hockenheim on the 12th of May, 2 weeks later. Spa-Francorchamps, the Hungaroring on June 23. Paul Ricard in the magnificent south of France. That's on July 21 for round 5. The fabulous Red Bull Ring in Austria. That's round 6 of the 2024 championship. Charlie car is removed from the circuit. Fortunately, there is no damage except for the left rear. May have had suspension failure, but that's unlikely. That is mere speculation. A left rear has certainly failed. September 29, Barcelona 2024, the penultimate round of next year's championship, will conclude at Monza, where we raced 6 days ago. The 8th-round 2024 Euroformula Open Championship for the most beautiful single-seat cars in the world. And they're 10th as well. As we say, 6 seconds a lap faster than the Formula Regional cars, which raced here earlier on in the season. Josh Dufek, the now retired Charlie Bird and Levente de Vech have all found that out, and they are reveling racing in EFO series. Presented by GT Sport. No Leon, the Mexican, is the championship leader. No Leon is the race leader. As the safety car, you can see the graphic at the bottom left of your screen, prepares to pull into pit lane. It is the Mexican, the Italian, and the Austrian Swiss, Josh Dufek, from Bryce Aron from Illinois in the United States of America. The Hungarian, Levente de Vech, Kian Schild from Scotland, and the Slovenian, Paolo Brynek. Look, Simonazzi, all over the back of the championship leader, the race leader, No Leon. The green flag flies on the start-finish line. The track is now green. No Leon controls the championship, controls the race, and he controls the pace. Simonazzi right behind the Mexican, looking to launch off the restart. No Leon will leave it as late as possible, as he's entitled to do. And now he goes. Simonazzi does not miss a trick, and he goes with the Mexican. Simonazzi cannot pass until they cross the start-finish line. They're side by side. Leon has crossed the line, 0.0 ahead of Simonazzi. Francesco around the outside. What a pass from the Italian. He takes the lead from the Mexican. Down into San Donato, down into turn 1. Super from Simonazzi. Josh on the attack. Goes wheel to wheel with No Leon. Josh in 69, Noel in 19. Back in the pack to Aron, Rivera, Shields and Brynek. They go wheel to wheel down through Matarazzo. Simonazzi leads with a fantastic restart on lap 6 of 17, race 1 of 2. The penultimate round of the Euroformula Open Championship here in glorious Tuscan sunshine at Mugello. Shields on the back of Rivera. Paolo Brynek also racing in the gold class, the Masters category. Doing a great job is the Slovenian in the 2-1-2 car, not letting the Hungarian nor the Scotsman pull away too far. Simonazzi, though, is gone. 0.7 of a second. Make that 1 second as he goes through the timing loop. Shields on the back of Rivera. Kian Shields, European champion. British champion in karting, mainly racing in the X30 series, also in the BNL, the Benelux series. Season in GB3, a race win in GB3 as he goes on the inside. Shields on the outside, in fact. Now it comes the inside. Levente goes very wide in car 11, the Hungarian. They come up the start-finish line. 237, 238 kilometres an hour. Brynek doing superbly in the background. Here's the Slovenian. Simonazzi with 1.2 seconds. Simonazzi with 1.2 seconds over the championship leader. Ravesh and Shields, they still go side by side. Kian in 73, can he do it? Kian Shields holds the place for the moment. Simonazzi, the gap is 1.2 seconds, driving the wheels off the BVM racing car. The single car entry, the Italian driver, the Italian team who are looking to expand to 2 cars for the 2024 Euroformula Open Championship. There is Josh Dufek still in position 3, losing touch ever so slightly with Noel Leon. Aron, Shields, Ravesh and Paolo Brynek. Just repeating, Charlie Verts, the pole sitter. If you're just joining our coverage, raced away to a 1.7 second lead. Had a right rear Pirelli tyre fail off the rim. It was not his fault. He locked up, avoided the walls, ended in the gravel. And the Monza race winner, unfortunately, Charlie Verts, is the sole retirement from race 1-2 here this weekend. And Simonazzi pulls away 1.5 seconds. The Italian is flying. Down change, keeps the line as smooth as possible. There's Noel ahead of Josh, centimetres away from the gravel track. Incidentally, that's how you solve the issue with track limit. Just 2 car lengths, too far back to get the slipstream. He might make a move down the inside, does Josh. Thinks better of it. Does the Swiss driver. Slightly slower exit from Noel Leon. Now he gets the momentum into Matarazzo. They come out of San Donato, the first turn. They climb to the highest part of the circuit, the ever-undulating Mugello circuit. The gap 1.6, 1.7 seconds from Simonazzi. Back to the championship leader. The Mexican, Noel Leon as well. Car 19, the Mexican, North and Central American Formula 4 champion in the past couple of seasons. Also taking a victory for the high-tech team in the GB3 series. That was in 2022. Josh Dufek. Seasons in the Formula Regional Championship. Absolutely reveling here in Euroformula Open. This is Noel Leon. Actually tested. Actually raced, sorry. Say the NASCAR Challenge Cup over in Mexico. He is a Mexican from Monterrey. He's the championship leader. Looking to follow in the footsteps of such famous names who have raced and won in Euroformula Open. We think of Yuki Tsunoda. We think of Liam Lawson. Of course, Felipe Drugovich, who is on the cusp of Formula 1 2024. Felipe taking the title in 2018. As we move into the second half of 2 races. Well, the first 2 races here this weekend at Mugello in beautiful sunshine. Has Noel Leon now with a 38.976. Back to Kian Shields. Just like correction, it was Kian who GB3 victory with high tech. The English team for the Scottish driver, that was last year, full season. The Euroformula Open for the Scotsman, 18 years of age. He's a step off the podium at the moment. Slightly modified format this weekend, usually racing 3 races together with GT3 GT Open International Championship. This weekend as guests of Acci Sport, who are racing the Italian GT3 Championship, the Italian Formula 4 Championship, which races later on this afternoon. The Euroformula Open Championship, they qualified this morning. Charlie Verts taking pole position. This is race 1 of 2 this weekend for the penultimate round of the series, which concludes 3 weeks' time at Barcelona in Spain. This is Simonazzi, the race leader. The gap 1.4, 1.5 seconds. He's controlling the pace, you would think. But Noel Leon, 38.976. 1/10 of a second faster than the race leader last time round. Josh Dufek, 69, comes out of the final corner to start lap 10 of 17. Race 1 of 2 this weekend, the penultimate round of the Euroformula Open Championship here at Mugello. Simonazzi on your screen races uphill at 237, 239 k's an hour. The gap 1.56 seconds. The highest part of the circuit for Simonazzi races down the hill. The BVM racing team on pit wall looking to take their second victory of 2023. Simonazzi, of course, taking that famous win at the Red Bull Ring in 2022. Former Formula Ford racer, and he has absolutely revelled in the Euroformula Open Championship. The BVM racing team who raced in Euroformula Open the best part of half a decade ago, just repeating, they are looking to expand to 2 cars for 2024. And we look to welcome back various teams from the past who are looking to be on the grid in the 2024 Euroformula Open Championship as Simonazzi locks up the brake. Leon behind. This is Dufek. The gap between those two, 0.9 of a second. The gap is coming down, 1.2 seconds. Noel Leon says, all right, here we go, boys. And he's got the race leader in his sights. Simonazzi comes out of the final corner. 6 laps remaining. The Italian, 6 days after racing at the other Italian circuit, Monza, in atrocious conditions last Saturday, looking to take his second victory of the year. The gap stays at 1.2 seconds. Noel Leon at 38.976, fastest lap of the race, but 0.3 of a second, critically faster than the race leader, Simonazzi, last time round. A 39.350 for Francesco, 39 dead for the Mexican in second place. Shields, Aron, Ravesh, and Paolo Brani. We're watching the sectors here. 1.1 seconds, another 10th from Noel Leon on the back of Simonazzi. Bryce Aron behind the Scotsman Kean Shields as well, in position 5 on his 20th birthday. Bryce Aron, who started this year, maybe it was last year with the Super Formula test over in Japan, where Enzo Trulli, who won the first race of the year, is racing in 2023. Enzo back with us for the first round of the championship in Portimao. He won the first race of the 2023 season, one of 9 different race winners. Francesco Simonazzi looking to win for the second time, but he's in trouble because Noel Leon is catching. The gap is down to 1 second. This is Kean Shields, the Scotsman. The 18-year-old coming over from the GB3 series last year. We go back to the fight for the front. It's down to 0.9 of a second. The Mexican is catching Simonazzi as we start lap 12 of 17, race 1 of 2, the penultimate round of the 2023 Euroformula Open Championship. $39.137 for Leon last time, 39.350. Noel Leon looking to join the famous names who have won this championship in the past. He's off the road, Francesco! Oh boy, it was almost game over for the Italian there. And here comes Leon, he saw that happen. He closes up at an awkward part of the circuit. Will he dive down the inside? Here comes the Mexican. Francesco goes wide, he's in trouble here. Noel Leon, the championship leader, does not need to win the race, but he wants to. Francesco Simonazzi defending for his life. Now it comes alive. You can see Leon on the outside, Simonazzi on the inside. The Mexican will get the run. Down through the S's, Josh Dufek is watching this in the background, and the Swiss driver is catching the both of them. Into the final corner, will he dive down the inside? Simonazzi goes on deep. Off the road a few moments ago, the gap was 1.2 seconds. It is now 0.0. Gets a good exit though. The BVM racing car is quick in a straight line, but he gives the slipstream back to the Mexican. Noel Leon in position 2, Josh Dufek in position 3, trying to drag himself up into this battle. Fantastic racing in the Euroformula Open Championship. Leon goes to the outside. Simonazzi puts car 84 in the middle of the circuit. No problem, says Noel Leon, who has won in Mexican NASCAR. He takes the high line. Super move from the championship leader. Vamos! Noel Leon goes through and takes the lead. Josh Dufek senses his opportunity to take second place from Simonazzi, who must be heartbroken. Either that or punching the steering wheel, metaphorically speaking. He had the race lead. He's back to second. Leon is gone. Francesco Simonazzi was driving superbly. It looked as though the Italian for the BBM racing team was heading for his second victory of the year. Off the road, did superbly well. Bravissimo Francesco to get back on the circuit and not retire into the gravel. Leon just waited sensibly around the outside, and he's gone through to take the lead. Brilliantly done. So Noel Leon, can he take his 7th victory of the season? This is lap 13 of 17, and he's now got the gap of 0.7 of a second. Simonazzi, that's Josh Dufek, tries to take the Italian. It's not over yet. Francesco Simonazzi. An unusual error. These cars are absolutely on a knife edge. They are absolutely missile fast. On the ragged edges, Francesco Simonazzi found out. Track limits, he had to get out of the throttle. He was in the gravel, he was in the grass. And the only way was to lift, which he did, back on the circuit with a gap of 1.2 seconds, down to 0.9. It evaporated, and the Italian is now in second place. He's in third in the championship, though critically, Bryce Aron is in position 5, so some consolation is he is pulling away from Bryce, who is actually 4th in the championship. They came into this first 2 rounds this weekend tied on 234 points. So Francesco, if he can come home in position 2, will at least hold on to 3rd in the championship. Noel Leon, 322 points versus 237. My mathematics is less than poor. Let's just say he's nearly 100 points ahead. The gap is now 0.9 of a second. We'll start lap 15 of 17 in just a moment. Down through the S's, Simonazzi has regained some composure. There's Josh Dufek joining us the last round at Monza, also from here. And at Barcelona, the 2023 Euroformula Open. And Noel Leon, almost one hand on the trophy. 237 points to Count Chill, who's 4th in the race. Kian is 2nd in the series. Francesco 3rd on 234 points. Noel 322. I'll quickly try and do some mathematics. No, I won't actually. Just to repeat, nearly 100 points the difference. 25 points, Formula 1 point scoring system here in Euroformula Open. Sideways from Josh, that was spectacular. So with 4 races to go, 1 tomorrow morning and 3 at Barcelona, Noel Leon almost has one hand on the trophy if he can hold on for another 2 laps. The gap is now 1 second. Josh is catching up to Francesco. They descend this incredibly undulating circuit. Opened in the early 1970s to replace the original track, the original Mugello circuit, built over 1 century ago. A lap length, it was basically a race between the 2 towns around here. Caparia, Mugello, 1 lap, almost 7 kilometres back in the day, until, well, just one too many deaths. And then the Mugello circuit opened in the early 1970s. Home of the Italian MotoGP, the Tuscan Formula 1 Grand Prix, and always a popular stop for the Euroformula Open. Penultimate round, round 7 of 8 for 2023. Josh in 69 on the back of Francesco in 84. The gap is down to 0.6 of a second. He'll almost get the slipstream from the BVM racing car. It will be tight time-wise as well, because it is a timed race. 1:42 left on the clock. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Leon looking to take his 7th victory in Euroformula Open for 2023 and almost, even if mathematically not, almost wrap up the championship for 2023. Oliver Goethe, who took a stunning victory in 2022. The Dane, the Monegasque driver, winning last year's title, Leon International Championship. Leo for Campos Racing in 2016. Victor Batista, the second boy from Brazil. Sorry, I had to. In 2015, and the Thai Sandy Stuvek, who's made a great career in GT racing, taking the inaugural title in 2014. Last lap next time round, they'll just get across the line to start lap 17. Heartbreak for Charlie Wirtz, who took pole position and dominated the early part of the race before a rare right rear failure. Parked car 5 into the gravel. It's going to be tight time-wise. I can tell you it is ticking down. 14 seconds to go. Just across the line to start the last lap of the race. Leon controlling the pace. The battle, though, is on for second place. Josh, just 0.4 of a second. He gets the slipstream from Simonazzi. There's Kian Shields in the background. Josh wants P2 from Francesco. They come out of San Donato sideways again from Josh Dufek. Spectacular from the Swiss driver on the back of Simonazzi in second place. Uses every piece of the racetrack down through Matarazzo, the highest part of the circuit, and then they race downhill into Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2. .9 of a second between Noel and Francesco. Great drive from Josh Dufek. The rear of his car has been tailing since the outset. Beautiful front end turn in from car 69. The rear end, it's been like a rallycross car from the outset, but he's driven brilliantly. Francesco Simonazzi, second in the race. He was the race leader. He will cement third in the championship going into tomorrow's race 2 here at Mugello, but Leon, the Mexican, comes out of the final corner for the final time. One hand on the championship trophy for 2023. He accelerates that checkered flag wave. Vamos, el Mexicano. Leon wins for the 7th time in Euroformula Open for 2023 and now has an almost 100-point lead with 4 races remaining in the 2023 season. Simonazzi second, holds off Josh Dufek for 3rd place. Kian Shields, there's Bryce Aron, P5 on his 20th birthday. Levente de Vesh and Paolo Branic, who didn't let the Hungarian get away, the 2 Eastern European drivers. Levente ahead of the Slovenian. But the Mexican wins. Leon takes victory. And an enormous lead, almost unassailable, in the 2023 Euroformula Open. Heartbreak, of course, for Charlie Wirtz, the pole sitter, who was leading before a right rear failure. Parked car 5 into the gravel. Thankfully, the only consolation, there is no damage to the car. He'll be back for race 2 tomorrow. Leon takes his 7th victory of 2023. Francesco Simonazzi, P2, oh so close. And Josh Dufek, position 3 for the Swiss driver. Kian Shields, Bryce Aron, Levente de Vesh, and Paolo Branic round out the field. Charlie Wirtz heartbreakingly retiring on lap 2. Josh already on the podium in position 3. Francesco, 6 foot tall is the Italian, but no problem fitting into the Dallara EF320 car. Leon stands on the top step of the podium for the 7th time in Euroformula Open 2003. Another great result for Josh. He is a talented driver from Switzerland. Simonazzi in 2nd place. And Nolion with first place trophy presented by Pirelli, official partner of GT Sport and Euroformula Open for the 7th time in 2023. Great to see the Gold Cup driver Paolo Brani in the Master class effectively of the Gold Cup. Again presented by Pirelli, and of course Motor Park taking victory. Now with a lead of over 100 points, just 4 races remaining in the Euroformula Open 2023. Nolion, the Mexican, takes his 7th victory of the season. Francesco Simonazzi P2 and Josh Dufay. Great to see the Swiss driver on the podium again for Team Motorpark in 3rd place. Paolo Brani, there is a Slovenian. Great to see him smiling. The Masters Class Gold Class winner here in race 1. Great to have your company as the Champagne Flyers. 1 race to go tomorrow morning from Mugello. We hope you've enjoyed the broadcast. We'll see you live tomorrow morning for race 2, live from Mugello for the Euroformula Open. We'll see you then.
So, looking at the grid now, it is TFR Niall who starts on pole position for race number 1, alongside Enzo Deligny on the front row of the grid. Then for row number 2, we're going to quickly scroll through the rest of it. It is going to be Christian Ho alongside on the second row of the grid, alongside Matteo De Palo, then Pedro Claro and Andres Cardenas on the third row. Row 4 is Chiani Alazzari and Valerio Rincella. Then it's Ricardo Gracia and Valentin Klus on the 5th row of the grid. Row 6 is Alex Ninovich and Japanese driver Hio Yamakoshi from Federica Albrafai and Theodore Jensen. Then it is Noah Strumsted, who's a little bit further down in qualifying for this one, starting back in 15th, ahead of Lynn Hodenius. And then it is Jesse Carrasquedo back in 17th place, a little lower than he actually qualified back in 7th. And the reason for that, quickly, the reason why he's actually starting a bit further back than he should be is he received a 3rd reprimand for the season, which means that he has to take a 10-place grid penalty, originally qualified 7th, which means he's now back into 17th. He starts on the 9th row of the grid alongside Geronimo Berrio, but it's Noah Lyle, another driver a bit further back than he really should be, on row 10 alongside Juan Cota. Then it's Fernando Barrichello, son of Rubens Barrichello and brother of Ruby Barrichello, who raced the race course in Stockholm, Brazil. They're alongside Pablo Salazan, the son of Stefan Salazan. Then it's Luciano Morano and Alvise Rodella. Sebastian Murray and Eric Genet come next from Alexander Abkajava. Maximiliano Restrepo. Griffin Peebles and Georgi Zurawski are on the 15th row of the grid for Flavio Oliveri and Carl Bennett. And the back row of the grid, it is Isaac Barashi and Kai Darianani, who make up the 34 starters as they head off onto the formation lap for the first time. So as I mentioned, in terms of the temperature this weekend, it is incredibly warm. In terms of the ambient temperatures, 34 degrees. Track temperature, 49 degrees out there this afternoon. So this first of 3 races this weekend is certainly going to be an absolute scorcher for sure. In terms of the championship coming into this weekend, it is Teapal Nile who leads the way on... I can tell you how many points. Who leads the way from Valeria Rincella in second place. Enzo Deligny is currently in third from fourth placed Christian Ho, and then Pedro Clero rounds out the top 5. And then in sixth, so it's Teapal Nile 196 points, Rinicella on 141, Enzo Deligny on 123, Christian Ho on 120, and then 109 for Pedro Clero. Noah Strumstead comes next in sixth on 96, 91 for Matteo De Paolo, Kiani Al-Azari on 91 points, Andres Cardenas on 65, and Geronimo Berrio on 33. So just that huge haul of points towards the top really shows just how many dominant drivers there have been all the way throughout the season so far. And so we'll wait to see how they can work themselves at the front of the field. Of course, looking at the qualifying performance, and so Deligny, he's one of the young Red Bull juniors, doing an incredible job to get second on the grid in the Red Bull livery machine. Just see him going through shot there to the chicane. They are using the full Grand Prix circuit this weekend, which means they are using the additional Gancho chicane, which they're going through. It's quite a unique uphill chicane, which was brought in after the very tragic death of Ayrton Senna. And of course, the final corner named after Ayrton Senna as well. And this circuit, of course, has seen plenty of Portuguese Grand Prix over the years, and we now move into a point of the season when it's going to be really crucial for every single team to pick up every single point possible. We'll wait and see how this race plays out. It is going to be quite an exciting affair up by the front of the field. So Teapal Nile then, starting from pole position, looking to try and take what would be his 6th win of the season if he can manage it. Second, of course, as Deligny took that one victory previously at at Aragon. Christian Ho, who also has a victory to his name in the second race at Aragon, and Matteo De Paolo, who is up in 7th place. He took the victory in the 3rd race at Spa. This is the only other circuit outside of Spain which the champion visits, and so obviously ever popular and given to experience a former F1 Grand Prix venue. These guys will see exactly how they can make this work. So it's getting set for the start of the race ends. You can see Teapal Nile on the right-hand side of the screen. And on the left-hand side is Enzo Deligny. And of course, the rest of the field, Christian Ho, Matteo De Paolo on the 2nd row, Pedro Clero and Andres Cardenas on row 3. Row 4, Jesse Carrasquedo and Kiani Al-Azari. Then Valerio Rincella and Ricardo Gracia round out the top 10. Last few cars are just starting to slot themselves into position. Once they're there and the green flag is at the back, the red lights will go on, and race 1 of 3 of the weekend for round number 5 of the 2023 F4 Spanish Championship will get underway. What can Teapal Nile do then from the front row of the grid? What can Enzo Deligny and co try to do and stop him? Up towards the final, the red lights coming on now to see if we can get ourselves underway anytime second. Revs are going to rise here at Estoril, and race 1 of the weekend, the F4 Spanish Championship 2023 is all set to go. The red lights are on, the Revs build. And they're underway and racing as 1 or 2 cars didn't get away strongly. But it's a good start from Teapal Nile, who wins the race down towards turn 1. He's got Deligny in his slipstream. Christian Ho's going with him. The MP Motorsport cars are in the mix. With 3 abreast up the inside, looking there with Deligny. Around the outside, looks to go, I think, possibly Christian Ho to try and get through into what would be third and 2nd place. Out of the first few corners for the first time. Now onto the short straight towards the Lamy corner. And it is going to be Nile that leads it then. From Deligny in 2nd place, Ho in 3rd, Pedro Clero's up to 4th place with his teammate Cardenas in the mix trying to get past that. Rinicella trying to get past Cardenas for 5th position. Now they make their way out through the middle of the first part of the circuit. Now up towards the kink towards the Parabolica Interior. The rest of the field streaming its way through. Nile holding the advantage as they make their way down towards the hairpin. This circuit very much similar to that of Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, which will host the final round of the championship. Position shuffling, some locking up in the bottom of the top 10, but everyone seems to be getting through just fine. It's 30 minutes plus 1 lap here at Estoril. So they make their way now towards the Aurelia corner, and there's always a quick rest behind. There's lots of scrapping going on. I'm trying to pick out who that is in a second. They turn their way out to the right hander, now towards the Gancho chicane. for the first time. It's a very tricky uphill chicane here as Niall turns his way in. That's Al-Azhari moving his way up into 8th position. More position swapping, and one car sideways. That's one of the MP modes gone around. Another of the Franklin also. Getting themselves back underway. And we're trying to figure out the number. I think that's possibly 61 or 6, one of the two. MP Motorsport cars, it looks like 61 would be Valentin Cruz. He starts 11th, but he's way down the order. We've got some work to try and pick that one up again. So onto the pit straight for the first time to end lap number 1. It's Théophile Niall who leads the way. Enzo Deligny in second place, Christian Ho in third. Pedro Clara under threat from Cardenas into turn 1. Cardenas looking around the outside to make it a 3-4 for the Campos Racing squad. Also there's Rinicella in 6th, DePala in 7th. It's then 8th place then for Gracia for Al-Azhari. 9th place for Gracia. One car in number 2, Noah Lyle, so he was involved in contact early on the first lap. And the Rodin Carlin team going to work. That's car 7 off the road as well. That is car 7. That's one of the Santaloc cars. Luciano Morano's gone off. And there's damage to the front end. Now, whether there was any relation to that, they were around each other on the grid. Noah Lyle started 19th and Luciano Morano started in 21st. So we will see if there is a possibility that anything happened between the two of them. On to this second lap. Let's see if Théophile Niall can try to pull away here. Whether or not that's going to prompt any kind of a safety car or a yellow flag down there remains to be seen. Noah Lyle has got back going again, so he now rejoins, but he is way down to the back of the field. So the Carlin driver's got some work to do to pick his way back up the order. Top trying to break away. Just needs sort of dust being kicked up on the apex. It's really going to affect traction through this uphill chicane. There's the other car. That's car 21 off the road. 21 off the road is Alexander Abkajava, and that's also beached in the gravel, so he's extricating himself from the car, the Kazakh driver. He wants to try and redeem himself if he can in race number 2 later on, but sadly it looks like his adventure is going to go no further in his first race. So Niall then across the line gets the first proper flying lap of the race as he comes across and puts in a, you can tell about his lap time, what's the lap time so far? He's put in a 1:41.938, but only fractionally faster than Enzo Deligny. And there's Valentin Cruz after the contact at the S's in the first lap. He's now off the road trying to replace the steering wheel, so that's a shame for him after he qualified so well just outside the top 10. So Cardenas, there's a bit of shuffling going through. It's shown that Deligny's dropping down the order, but that must be a faulty transponder because the Red Bull back drive is definitely in second place. You can see the Red Bull liveried car just there. So no change for him as they come up the hill now. Now as they come up towards the beginning of the lap 4 now, on lap 3. And a bit of battle going on here between Cardenas and Rinicella here. So looking here as they lock up. A little bit of a lock up there from, so that's possibly DePala in the mix as well. So Claro ahead of Cardenas, Rinicella, and then DePala. So nice little stack up here between some of the Campos and the MP Motorsport and Campos machines. So Campos are getting quite stacked up here at the moment. The Christian Ho, Cardenas and DePala all in the mix towards the front. Niall continues to lead. Big slide there from Christian Ho as he tried to turn the car into just the left-hander on the exit of the S's. Now onto the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, named after the great man himself, the former 3-time world champion. And as the teams watch on from the pit wall, it should be pretty intriguing to see how this one all plays out. So, 3 laps in the books. Niall continues to lead by almost a second. And it's now Christian Ho's turn to start putting the pressure on Enzo Deligny as they come down towards the end of the pit straight. Clara, then Spit, Rinicella stick. And Rinicella bring up DePala, but it's Gianni Al-Azhari in 8th place. Gianni currently comes into the weekend stand in 8th in points. That's one car running a little wide. That was Clara making a mistake, and now he's under threat from Cardenas up the inside, exiting the Lamy corner on the exit of the hairpin. He's got the inside line for the next corner, which is a left-hander, but Cardenas tries to fight it round the outside to take 3rd place. They're also going to be wheel to wheel. Cardenas over the curb on the exit, but he puts the power down better, and the next corner, which is the kink for the right-hander, should give him the place, but Clara doesn't want to give it up. They are still side by side. Wheel to 3rd place, down towards the interior. Under brakes, the Brazilian doesn't give it up because he's right to the outside line. This will also give Rinicella the power a chance to get involved. Here comes Rinicella, the Italian, teammate. Now the inside line advantage goes to Cardenas. And you hold on this time by. Rescue it up. And they are still side by side. This is magnificent Formula 4 racing, and they still haven't gone a step left off the wheel. Claro back up the inside into the chicane, and he somehow keeps in front. I have to ask the question after the mistake. They were side by side for practically half a lap, and they still held on. And this has now really caused Claro to become the cork in the bottle, because look at the cars that are starting to form up behind him. You've got Cardenas, Renicella, De Pallo, and Alazari all trying to squeeze their way past him. The top three are pulling away. It is now all the fourth place here between these 5 cars down the straight. There's still plenty of time to go as we make our way down towards turn 1 for the this is for 5th time, and now you see here this is a chance for Cardenas to defend. This time as Renicella looks to the outside. It's a lock-up from Claro in front, and the MP Motorsport cars are at flat here. Now this is a replay at the start you can see here. We didn't even start from the first few rows. And you can see initially Niall had the inside line to defend, and then just around the outside you saw Christian Ho was going for it. Deligny almost went trying to defend himself from Ho by attacking on the inside and couldn't quite make it stick, and that's the mistake that Claro made. Big sideways moment over the curbs. He was lucky just about to get away with that, but then that put him under threat from the cars behind, and that in turn was what put him under threat for half a lap and forced him to race as hard as he did. Now towards the hairpin run of a time. This is on 5. Lap time wise at the front, it was last time by lap times. Caps going, it's personal best, purple sectors for most, personal best at least, but Niall just lapping a couple of tenths quicker so far on this lap and trying to pull away even more. This is the further back. This was what was happening. Oops, and that was contact between the transit's number 14, I think it might have been. It might have been Keanu Alazari, I think. So Alazari was involved in that, and he was back and trying to get past that group of cars that involved De Pallo, and I think also in there was possibly Renicella. But no, I think we'll have to wait and see on the actual running order if he's still there or not. Yeah, I can see that Alazari's dropped down to 16th last time he came across the line. So it was him involved in that little skirmish. The driver that's now trying to latch onto that train appears to be Yamakoshi, because he's only about a second behind now in 8th position. You see the difference in gaps as they turn out through the right hand at curve 1. Now up through the hairpin once again. So the top 3 really have got that advantage now. After that battle between Claro and Cardenas, it's given Niall, Deligny and Ho the real chance to pull away now and just have their own private battle, and this is keeping pretty firm in terms of gap between each other, so there's not too much between them. In the pit lane is car 41, and 41 is Fernando Barrichello, so that's Fernando Barrichello for Monial Motorsport, I'm afraid. He's being wheeled backwards into the garage. Not a great start for the son of the former Ferrari and Brawn F1 driver. Pack makes its way through. We're coming up to 1/3 distance already in this first race of the weekend for Spanish F4 in Estoril. Make their way through the Gancho chicane once again on lap 6. And Deligny now starting to pick up the pace a little bit in the end of the sector. He was a fraction, about a tenth and a half faster than Niall on this point. So the gap was 1.1 at the last split. Now we're going to come down a little bit more as they come across the line. Deligny quite a bit of groove now. He's lost a bit of time in the last sector. Dropped him down to 1.2 up the line. B. Now this second, third of the race played out. Make their way now towards the heading at Lamy. Taking their way out through the right-hander. Now back up towards the end of the complex at Cordova VIP. Again, just that group of 4, the cars for 4th place is just starting to compress together again now. You can see Fernando Barrichello's car looking a little sorry for itself in the pit lane, but sadly out of the race. And we'll have to try again for the 2 races tomorrow. So here the battle you're looking at here, this is Renicella versus De Pallo. very much a scrap between MP Motorsport and Campos at this one. In terms of the battle in the Teams Championship, because there is a Teams Championship in this Spanish F4, at the moment, Campos Racing Drivers Development, where MP Motorsport lead with 295, and then you have Campos Racing Drivers Development on 243. They also have sub-teams on top of that, Campos Racing on 212, and then the MP Motorsport, so Motorsports plural, is down on 37. So they've obviously split them up to try and fit the criteria for teams that can run, and put different drivers in the mix to try and strengthen their chances. Rest of the top 10 outside of the top 8, you've also got in 9th place car 33, which is Ricardo Gracia in 9th place, and Alex Ninovic in P10. And Alex was up there in the early stages of the season trying to pick up some good results. Ninovic, looking at his results from throughout the season so far, his best finish so far has been a top 5, and that was 5th in the very first race of the season at Spa. But since then, he's been hovering around the base top 10 and really picking up the results he's been hoping for. Meanwhile, this man is certainly trying to continue his championship lead, which is Teofil Nile. And I believe Teofil Nile, I was getting some chatter before the races that I believe he's trying to, or is racing on a Spanish license rather than, or under Spanish nationality rather than French. To make sure I can clarify that before I get that incorrect. Yeah, apparently he has a Spanish license and that one, but he's still listed as being a French driver, at least initially when he started the season. Frenchman Enzo Deligny, who's been anti young Carter, picked up the Red Bull program, was running in full Red Bull livery, as many of their juniors do. Pulling back away from Niall at this point, he's now coming under threat from the Campos Racing man Christian Ho, man from Singapore. That was 1.8 seconds at that point. Now looking a little bit more. So Niall's starting to find his groove now. He has the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 39.654. One of only 2 drivers that have dropped into sub 140s. The other driver being Christian Ho. To 39.6 for Teofil Nile for his best time. And 39.7 for Christian Ho. Whereas Deligny hasn't broken into the 1 minute 40s just yet. Gap is up to 2 seconds now to come towards half of this first of 3 races. And I wonder if possibly the hot temperatures are starting to potentially cause some problems for 1 or 2 drivers out there. And maybe they're not used to slightly as warm temperatures at this point of the season as before. Another new fastest lap of the race put in, and it looks as though I think, yes, Deligny has got to a sub 140 now. New fastest lap of the race to Niall, 39.5 compared to a 39.9 for Deligny. So despite setting personal best, in terms of Deligny, Niall still put in a new fastest lap of the race and extended that gap by another about 4 tenths or so. At the moment, the man who has a Spanish license is in the mix, looking at some of the biggest movers. The biggest mover in the field is the number 11 car, which is the high nationality driver of Carl Bennett. He started way back in 32nd off the grid, currently running at the moment in 23rd or so. So a bit more shuffling around here. You can see the relevant gaps to each other on the left-hand side. Niall turns his way through the Gancho chicane. As they now turn their way out through the left, right and then left again, through towards the pit straight once again. We're going to reach half distance. It's 30 minutes plus 1 lap. And you get different points awarded based on the different race lengths. So if it's a 30-minute race, you get 25 points for a win, 18 points for second. Effectively, it's the same scoring system as F1. If it's a 25-minute race, then you simply knock off the 25 points. So first get 18 points rather than 25, and everyone essentially points shift up by 1 position, but you just lose the 25 points for the victory. So everything sort of seems to have calmed down at this point. Pedro Claro, after his early mistakes and battling with Cardenas, seems to have found his groove again. Cardenas, Rinicella and DePallo are falling into line. There's the Hayu Yamakoshi, the Japanese driver, up in 8th position. Yamakoshi, looking at his results so far this year, he's back in 20th in the points. He missed the rounds at Spa and also at Jerez last weekend. So back on the grid once again. And his best result to date, looking at his results throughout the season, was actually P9. That was in his first appearance of the year in race 1 at Aragon. So as they make the way up the hill towards the left-hander, still 3 as it was, and you can see the big gap. You see Claro nearly 5 seconds back on Christian Ho, so he's got some work to do really to try and close back in. Whether he's just conserving his tyres a little bit and just trying to hold on more so he can just make sense of it a little better and try and back a bit more. He's lost another 10th in that last sector, so he's still trying to push on. And there's 4 cars that are on his wheel tracks, aren't even going just yet. So, you can see there. Deligny now been chased down by Christian Ho. Let's look at their lap times this time by to see how they're looking. Across the line goes Nol. There's a 39. Right, well, Deligny's done a personal best. He's gone personal best set 3 and 4, so he has got a little quicker. But Christian Ho was slightly quicker still. You can see the comparison in lap time at the bottom of the screen. Faster by 19 thousandths of a second, which means there's just about 0.6 between them. So a relative stalemate between the two. So looking like a very interesting battle. It might be quite a battle of strategy by the looks of it. We'll wait and see. So after curve 2, we're up towards the Lamy corner. To look further back now, looking further in the pack. Down the order, we're seeing here 2 more of the drivers that are battling amongst it. I think this is the scrap with Al Rafai and Al Khazari. This is the 12th position backwards. I recognise Al Khazari's car there. Also in there would look like it was Juan Cota, one of the Drivex school machines. So the gap now is 2.3 seconds between Nal and Deligny, with Ho holding on to 3rd place, and he has clawed a couple of tenths back on the Frenchman. They make their way back towards the Gancho chicane, and it looks as though I think Christian Ho looks as though he wants to really put an attack with those two, because he doesn't look comfortable pace-wise. He's pushing as hard as he can, but Ho just needs to have that little bit more in reserve to be able to close in a bit more, particularly in these warm temperatures. Just remind people it is net rail this weekend. They're currently showing us 34 degrees ambient temperature, nearly 50 degrees in track temperatures. So this is going to be playing havoc with the tyres this weekend. Really, really hot temperatures. It's also not very humid. It's 32% humidity. Also, low on winds as well. So that might feel a little bit dry out there. Quite dry heat and stuff to try to cope with. So 11 minutes and 15 seconds plus 1 lap still to go. Make the way uphill towards the complex of Curva 2 and then Lamy and then Curva VIP. Terpal Nile is putting in the performance for Santalot Racing this afternoon. Look at last lap times to see if we can see how they're looking. On this first sector alone, Deligny was a 10th faster. So he's trying to claw that gap in. Now, whether he was conserving tyres a little more, how this next 10 minutes plays out is going to be quite telling as to whether he was just hanging back to reserve his tyres in this heat, whether he was just fading a little bit in terms of actual pace. He's got the gap out between himself and Ho to 7 tenths now, and the second sector he's pulled just about another 3/4 of a tenth of a second, so he is starting to very slowly edge and come back at him. He's matched Nile in the 3rd sector. Gap is still hovering around 2.1, 2.2 seconds. So still as it was. Come out through the complex to begin lap 13 to complete 12 laps in the books here in this race. You see here Pedro Claro. There's the gap you can see to the top 3. Now there was a warning sign going out for somebody. 2 cars being warned for track limits, 71 and 31. 71 is Federica Al Rafai for Rodin Carlin, and 31 is Sebastian Murray. Both of them getting warnings for excessive track limits. As this battle continues on for 4th position backwards, he really has calmed down. Always Clever is a bit wide again over the curve. Remember what happened last time he did that? He ended up in a side-by-side battle for half a lap practically with Andres Cardenas, and Andres is part of the Fernando Alonso's A14 management stable, so he's one of the 2-time world champion's current proteges. And towards just further back here, a replay. This is car 5, which is one of the MP Motorsport cars. That's Alvisa Rodella, and that was contact with one of the Santalop cars. That was Theodore Jensen, and they were battling at that point somewhere towards the bottom of the top 20. So that was around about, Jensen's come through 20 seconds, so there's a few skirmishes around at that point. Make the way out through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Now down the pit straight. Gap is up to 2.4, just about 2.5 seconds now. And this time by, has it gone out or has it decreased? It's just about stabilised, but it is practically 2.4 seconds now. There's half a second between Deligny and Ho, as Ho is just getting in the slipstream and trying to close back in here. He knows there's an opportunity to try and squeeze past if he can get through. Singapore driver just about holding on. This is further back. This is one of the GRS team cars. That was car 77. Car 77, in fact. That was 72, it might have been actually. 70. I'm trying to forget exactly who that was, but 72, which was Eloy Gonzalez, who was off the road there. So Gonzalez, who has gone for a bit of an excursion after he qualified fairly well on the looks of it. So we continue to look at Noah Deligny, and keeping him honest here in third place, still half a second between for second place, and Niall has got that 2.5 second gap. You look further back now, you see there's a 6-second gap between third and fourth, and this is the fight that's been going on since the early stages of the race between Clero, Cardenas and Rinicella. Cardenas finds himself the Campos meat and an MP Motorsport sandwich at the moment. So far it's Clero who's doing quite well. Clero, who started the season very strongly, he won good pre-race start, very contrasting conditions, and since then Clero coming to the weekend in 5th in points, and he also has picked up as well the 2nd place that weekend, and then since then he's actually the top 5, 3 more, once at Aragon and twice at Navarro. His last results were pretty awful. Correct. He didn't drive in 10 last time about a week ago. I think here the leaders coming over the curbs next in curve 2, so all looking good as they come through the right-hander. And as we make our way out curve VIP and onto this back section of the circuit, lap times look as though they're stabilising. I'm just keeping an eye on the sector times here, and I can see that it's very even between the top 3 cars. All of them put in a 19.9. Everyone does a 2 in the second sector. So evenly matched for pace between the 3, and they're probably the fastest cars out there on the track. The one car that's had quite a strong first sector is Alex Ninovic in this lap time. He's actually matching lap times. But look at the sectors across the board. I mean, even the first 11 or 12 cars, their first sectors only had a couple of tenths in between it in terms of actual pace. So it's a really talented and equally spread field in Spanish F4 this weekend, particularly here at Estoril. 5 minutes and about 10 seconds and a lap to go. So of course, when the timer hits 0, when they cross the line when they cross the line when the timer hits 0, then they'll have one more lap, one more time around the Estoril circuit. Now down the pit straight once again. Niall has this race under control for Santalop. Deligny now looks as though he's got a small reprieve, trying to pull away from Christian Ho here. And again, just how evenly matched they are. It's literally 16 thousandths of a second between the 2 drivers as they make their way out of curve 1 and into curve 2 on lap 16 of this first Spanish F4 race here at Estoril, one of 2 venues that are outside of Spain. First being, of course, Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium right at the start of the season. The rest of the campaign will see them head to the Circuito Ricardo Tormo in Valencia, and then, of course, the home of the Spanish Grand Prix, the Circuito de Barcelona Catalunya, to round off the season. And it's the fight for 4 between Pedro Clero, the Brazilian, Andres Cardenas from Peru, and Valerio Rinicella from Italy. So both of the MP Motorsport cars running in 4th and 6th. Cardenas is there in 5th. He's trying to just keep himself in line, keep himself in the mix here. He's got an opportunity to try and make it happen. then one of these guys will try and jump. But Claro, after his slightly sort of shaky moment, having to defend for Cardenas, he has settled down a little bit, and he's almost forcing Cardenas and Rinicella to run at his pace. And in fact, Rinicella closed a little bit more under braking for that right-hander at Aurelia. Back towards the Ganto chicane. Hill, just the switch back of left and then right as they climb their way towards the end of the lap once again. Coming up to the end of lap 16, still 3.5 minutes to go, just under, plus 1 lap of course. Again, keeping an eye on those lead gaps, it's still 2.5 seconds between Niall and Deligny. And then Ho in third place, still 6 tenths back. You can see the top three as they at the top of the shot coming down the pit straight. No real change. And also, not out of this totally, is Matteo De Palo, the fellow Italian. He's up there in 7th position. Yamakoshi still 8th. Gracia in 9th. And Alex Ninovic climbed up the order in 10th. Alex started back in 12th. I think he fell back a little bit. Now he's up into the top 10. Work for him. A couple of drivers I think are struggling a bit in terms of pace. We know that Chiane Al-Azari had a spin and got tagged here up at Lamy Corner earlier on. One driver is a little bit further back that I was expecting is Noah Strumstead. He had a quite good start to the season, particularly at Spa. 6th in the championship. Doesn't have a win to his name, but he has scored 3 podiums and another further 3 top 5s and hasn't finished outside the top 10 of every single race that he started and actually finished. So this would be his first non-top 10 finish of the races that he has completed if he stays in 12th position, which is a little bit off the pace for him and maybe not as comfortable as he was hoping. There's a lock up there from Cardenas. And this is further back here. This is 71 and 75. This is Federica Al-Rafai, and he was taking up the inside there by car 75. And 75 was Noah Strumstead, I think that was. That was from that was Strumstead or Lynn Hodenius, one of the two. I should have really identified that better, but we'll come back to that in a second. So track limits wanted for car 28. So car 28 is Isaac Barashi, who started way back down the order, and Barashi back in 28. He's quite way down the order. Any penalties will only further compound his dissatisfaction with this race. So closing in onto what will be the last couple of laps in this race now. Lap times, of course, have been in the 1 minute 39s, 1 minute 40. So we are going to go on to 2 laps to go here. Remember, time will hit 0. When they cross the line, they will have 1 more lap to go at the end of this one. So they won't see the checker flag this time. It will be the next time around. And we see here that Claro has just been closed a little more now by Cardenas. I wonder if he's been biding his time to try and consider a move late here in the race. Let's just see what he's got up his sleeve here. Now they come up out of Curva VIP, and you see that Cardenas is closing in a little more than he did earlier on. He's just biding his time a little more. This is, meanwhile, still pushing on Christian Hope. How hard he's pushing a lock up on the inside front to take through the Parabolica interior. And there, just ahead of them, you can see, is Teofil Knight, who is placed firmly under control to start from pole position. Championship leader looks as though he's only 1 more tour of the Estoril Grand Prix circuit away from picking up what will be his 6th win of the season. The Ligny, of course, will be hopeful for another podium, but if he can hold on to 2nd, that will be his 5th second place finish of the season. He's had so far 5 podiums in total, plus a victory at Aragon, and a further top 5 finish. That was 4th in the second race. He wants to really pick up another strong podium finish and keep himself well in the hunt for the top 3 in the championship, particularly as he'll be scoring a bag of points ahead of Rinicella, because Rinicella's back in 6th place. This will really help try and close a little more. So, final lap in this first Spanish F4 race here at Estoril. And Teofil Knight has got this race seemingly in his grasp, but he has to get around the final lap of Estoril here in order to seal the deal. He's got 3 seconds on Deligny's 2nd place. We look at the fight now for 4th, 5th and 6th. Pedro Claro, Andres Cardenas and Valerio Rinicella. Of course, as we said, he's losing valuable points to one of his main rivals in the championship, particularly to Teofil Knight, who will go on to win this race, all being well, and so will Deligny in 2nd place. Claro, after his early wobble in the opening couple of laps, has managed to calm down, drive a nice, smooth and steady race. And despite them all closing up, he's not cracking that much under pressure. Still has half a lap to go to survive this. As they make their way down towards the Parabolica interior for the final time. Claro has this one seemingly under control. Meanwhile, here's our scrap for second as they go through the shot. Ho is as close as he's ever been. I think Lindy may well hold on unless he makes one final mistake in this last sector. Up through the Gantry came for the final time. The top three looks just about set, but is 4th, 5th and 6th about to change. Renicella's getting closer to Cardenas than Cardenas is to Claro. But for this man, Teofil Nile, as he works his way out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, is going to drive that certainly made him proud. It'll be his 6th win of the season, and he'll kick off his weekend in Portugal in the best possible way. A fantastic lights the flag win from pole position. Teofil Nile wins the first race of the weekend in Spanish F4 at Estoril with a fantastic drive from pole position. The Santalot crew celebrate on the pit wall. It's second for Red Bull Junior Enzo Deligny and third for Christian Ho, who gave up so much of a fight and pushed as hard as he dared, but he finishes 7/10 off in the end. Pedro Claro does hold on 4th, ahead of Andreas Cardenas in 5th, Valerio Renicella in 6th, Matteo De Palo 7th, Yamakoshi 8th, Gracia 9th, and Alex Ninovic after starting 12 finishes in the top 10. Up to the checker flag, Cardenas finishes 11th, Strumstead 12th, and the 5 few cars across the line. This was Al Rafai and Al Khazari nose to tail. The rest of the pack comes streaming through to take the checkered flag. Well, there's your race winner, Teofil Nile. A fantastic performance for the French Spaniard. We'll call him both because apparently he can claim both in some cases. And a great victory for Santalok as well. It's great to see Santalok, who've been expanding their horizons in recent seasons. Of course, mainly known for running particularly Audis in GT racing these days, but good to see them branching into the world of single-seaters, and certainly that's paying off, particularly with a young talent like Teofil Nile. And that win number 6, and that will be 25 juicy championship points that will go towards his lead. He'll certainly be thankful for those. That will take him over the 200 mark, and it'll put him in prime position to try and add to that tally with 2 races tomorrow. Deligny will certainly be happy to take some points out of Renicella, as will Christian Ho. Christian came into the weekend in 4th in points, so he will certainly taken some out as well. And Pedro Claro would have done so too. Some of the drivers that would have really been disappointed with that, Noah Brumstead and Keanu Alazari. Andres Cardenas will also be happy getting a top 5. He has only started coming to form most recently. He picked up a win in the 2nd place at Jerez and a 4th place also, so he was in the top 5 all weekend. But he missed the first opening round. It has been pretty decent all the way through, getting quicker and quicker as the season's gone on. Drivers make their way into pit lane from Spanish F4, and as the podium presentations get underway, we're going to sign off for our first race today. We've got more action for Spanish F4 tomorrow, and so as the podium gets underway here, we'll sign up in just a second. And so the national anthem will be playing for Spain. So the 3rd place trophy, of course, goes to Christian Ho. Excellent stuff for the Campos racing driver, the man from Singapore. 3rd place for him in that race. 2nd place, of course, goes to the Frenchman, the Red Bull Junior Enzo Deligny. He picks up the runner-up spot with his 6th win of the season and continuing his championship lead. It is victory for the Spaniard, Teofil Nile. Trophy aloft and celebration at the top of the podium. And so the hats off for the national anthem will be Spain. As the Spanish national anthem rings out, we reserve the national anthem. So congratulations to Teofil Nile for victory in race 1 of Spanish F4 here at Estoril. There's 2 more races where that came from. Let's see if he can do any better to match that feat in tomorrow's 2 races. But more of us here at Estoril for the time being. All of you Spanish F4 fans, thanks for watching. Tune in tomorrow for both of our races from Scott Woodward and all of us here at Estoril. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you for more Spanish F4 action tomorrow. Bye for now.
34 cars on the circuit. The grid looks like this. Kasper Stuka on pole position alongside the Ferrari Junior, Tuukka Tappinen, Ugo, the American Junior. McLaren Junior is alongside Gianmarco Pradel, then the championship leader, Arvid Lindblad, Rashid Al-Dahedi, Brando Badoe at grid 7, and James Anthony out of grid 8. Here's the driver from Melbourne in car 13, the Ferrari Junior. Akshay Bora, Ivan Dominguez, Matias Verheda, the Jamaican sensation Alex Powell makes his debut, and he starts out of grid 12, the kid from the Caribbean in car 80, Fast Freddy, his second start on the continent. Rafael Nadak is alongside the Englishman Nicola Lacorte, the Tuscan, one of 3 Tuscan drivers in the field, James Zagozzi, the American for PHM out of grid 16. Matteo Quintarelli, Il Siciliano, Alfio Spina for BVM Racing, Jack the Queenslander, Ricky Lou also for US Racing, car 66 out of grid 20. Zachary David, Ariel Elkin, Nandavid Bidambakti, who did have a good run in the Euro Series race at Monza 2 weeks ago, Ethan Isha for Jensen Motorsport, car 27 out of grid 24. David Loreni, another Tuscan driver, the Singaporean, Kabir Anurag, Giacomo Petrini, Tina Hausman out of grid 28 for the AKM Motorsport team. The San Marino-based team of Marco Antonelli. Aurelia Nobels, Kim Wareng, Victoria Blokina, she's back with us for the PHM Racing team. Frederick Lund, also for the AKM Motorsport team, car 87. Diego De La Torre, the Mexican, and the third Tuscan in the field for Airflow Racing. It is Guido Lucchetti, car 63, out of grid 34. The sun is starting to set here at Mugello. A fantastic weekend of racing, together with the Italian GT Championship, who raced just not too long ago, the Euroformula Open Series. Fantastic racing in the Italian GT Series, who entertained the crowd here. The impressive crowd, despite the empty grandstand at the far part of the circuit, but the paddock has been reasonably full all weekend. Thanks to the great weather here, 29 degrees Celsius. It is now starting to drop as the shadows get longer. There's James Wharton, car 13, heartbreak for the Australian at Paul Ricard, after leading right up to the final corner of the final lap when a failing fuel pump saw him coast across the line in second place. Kasper Stuka, 3 victories from 3 starts. Arvid Lindblad, 245.5 points from Ugo in 186 points in second, and Kasper 183 points. There is the championship leader, the Londoner, the Red Bull Junior, Arvid Lindblad, who is just behind Gianmarco Pradel. Grid 4 for the Sydney sider. His father John just flying back from Sydney, Australia, arriving at the circuit just an hour ago. It's a long flight, it's a painfully long flight, but his boy has made it worth it. Giacomo Petrini in car 53, pulling into pit lane with a problem. Not a good start, just coasting, almost without drive there. We'll keep one eye on him, Giacomo Petrini. Car 53 for the PHM Racing team. So as it is, we'll have 33 cars on the starting grid and 1 from pit lane. The shadow's getting longer. Kasper Stuka to start on pole position. Here is the pole. You briefly got a glimpse of the Jamaican sensation, Alex Powell. They're watching on live from the S Hotel at Montego Bay over in the Caribbean. We can hear you cheering on your boy from the other side of the Atlantic in car 80. The highly rated AMG Mercedes junior driver about to have his first ever car race in our world-class field, the penultimate round of the Italian F4 Championship here at Mugello. Matteo Quintarelli lines up. There is the Prema Racing team. Tuukka Tappinen to the right of your screen in car 8. Nandavid Bidambakti, the Thai who had a good run in the Euro Series. There is the PHM Racing team. Mikhail Aleshin, former IndyCar racer, former IndyCar pole sitter, team manager for the crack German team who just get better and better with every outing. We'll see what they can do in just a few moments' time. To the left of your screen, Kasper Stuka. Tuukka Tappinen, the Ferrari Junior, the Finn to the right. The penultimate round of the world's most competitive junior motor racing series here at the home of the Italian MotoGP. This is Mugello. The green flag flies at the back of the grid. The 5 red lights for the first time this weekend. We race. Tuukka Tappinen stalls. Now he gets it going. Fortunate to be avoided by the rest of the pack, and Kasper Stuka from pole position has got away smartly. Great start by Ugo Ugochukwu as well. Arvid Lindblad tries to send it down the inside. Kasper Stuka in position 1. What a start from Gianmarco Pradell. The US racing team go 1-2. Super start from the Sydney sider, who goes up into second place. Pradell absolutely launched it off the line. The pole, the Australian for the German team, go 1-2. They scatter into the gravel in the background. One of the Van Amersfoort racing cars, lucky to bring it back onto the circuit. What a start from Gianmarco. There is Lindblad, the championship leader, in position 4 from Alberhetti, Baboya, Bora, Wharton, Dominguez. And a problem for Matteo Quintarelli. You can see he's gone rallycross at the exit of San Donato, turn 1. There's Matthias Ferreira going through. Good start from the Brazilian ahead of James Agozzi. Tuukka Tappinen has got going. Stalled from the front row of the grid, refired. He's in position 13. There's the Ferrari Junior in that battle right there. Head of Lacorte, Narak, Alfio Spinner, Zachary David, Ricky Lou in car 66 in position 18. Lock up at the front of the pack as they come down the hill for the first time. Pradell in second place. His teammate Kasper Stuka. That championship is not over yet. There's the championship leader, Arvid Lindblad, car 23 in position 4. Tappinen recovers. He's in position 13 after stalling from grid 2. There's the American James Agozzi slowing into turn 15 because the safety car has come out onto the circuit for the stranded car of the Emirati-based Italian Matteo Quintarelli. We'll try and get a replay of the start and see what happened to Tuukka Tappinen, and also watch the launch from Gianmarco Pradell as the safety car catches up. The rest of the field, a relatively clean start with the exception of Quintarelli, who was into the gravel, has stalled car 93 and is out. Giacomo Pedrini, we saw him pull into pit lane as well. In car 53, there's his teammates Vittoria Blocchina in car 78. The Monti and Pedrini are out. There is Matteo's car to the center left of your screen without drive. So the safety car picks up the US racing drivers who go 1-2. Gianmarco Pradell speaking with Laura Cola on the grid, teaching us all how to speak with a proper Aussie accent. Hey, mate. Well done to Gianmarco. Can he hold on for another 26 minutes and take his first podium of the 2023 championship? A launching start down into turn 1. There's James Wharton, position 8, ahead of Freddie Slater, who's now racing with the Van Amersfoort racing team for this, the penultimate round and the final round of the championship at Vallelunga in Rome in 2 weeks' time. From the start, watch the outside front row. Tuukka Tappinen, the Finn, gets a launch and then stalls. Gianmarco Pradell gets the slipstream initially behind Ugo Ugochukwu, who covered the inside line, and Gianmarco, no problem for him as he pulls out, and that's what happened in the background to Quintarelli. The left rear coming together with one of the BBM racing cars. We don't think it was Spinner. Either way, severe damage to Quintarelli's car. It did not look like that on the side of the circuit. But certainly Quintarelli is out. The RACE GP team, French-based team, with reasonable damage. Certainly repairable for race 2 tomorrow morning, which gets underway at 5 minutes to 10 local time. Just trying to pick up who he came together with. Alfio Spinner in the BBM racing car in position 15 as the safety car prepares to pull into pit lane already. So the US racing drivers go 1-2. Kasper Stuka still fighting for the championship. The safety car pulls into pit lane. Stuka, his teammate Pradell, Ugo Ugochukwu, and the championship leader, the Londoner, Arvid Lindblad. The green flag is now flying. The track is now green. They cannot pass until they pass the start-finish line. Kasper Stuka backs the field up. We'll try and get an indication at his speed. It's virtually walking pace. The track is green. Look at Gianmarco. Look at Ugo behind. Look at Arvid Lindblad. It is a green circuit. You can see the green lights are on, but Kasper Stuka does not want to give the slipstream. Shades of toss at the Tuscan Formula One Grand Prix in 2020. He waits. They cannot pass, even though the track is green. Kasper Stuka, this is a canny restart. Watch Lindblad. Now the green flag flies and Kasper Stuka goes. Ugo Ugochukwu pulls out the American on the outside of the Australian, who will have the inside line, tries to repay the favour what Gianmarco did off the start. Arvid Lindblad down the inside, that championship leader, and the Englishman picks up the Australian. The American takes the both of them. Nicely done by the McLaren Junior, but the problem for that trio, Kasper is gone. Super restart from Stuka. Ugo up into second place as the sun sets here at Mugello. Ugo into second. Lindblad into third. Then Gianmarco Pradel. Rashid from the Emirates in P5. Ethan Isher going through. Just behind his teammate Ariel Elkin. Head of Jack Beaton and Alex Powell. Has not made a good start. His first ever car race. He's holding 22nd place ahead of Frederick Lund and Tina Hausmann. That's Matias Ferreira going through. Good start from the South American behind Ivan Dominguez, the two Portuguese-speaking drivers on the edge of the top 10. Ferreira up the inside. Dominguez locks up on the back of James Wharton. Watch Ferreira, the Alpine F1 Academy junior driver, looking to finish 2023 strongly, as now it is full shadow at the top part of this ever undulating 5.2 kilometre Mugello circuit. Tina Hausmann going through. Head of Kim Hwa-reng, Aurelio Nobels, Guido Lacchetti and the Singaporean Kabir Anurag. Ahead of the Mexican Diego De La Torre. Down into Puccini, Stuka, Ugochukwu and Lindblad. Ferreira on the inside. There is Spinner taking Nicola Lacorte. Il Siciliano goes by the third Tuscan in the field. And just behind them, Rafael Narak in car 76. His teammate, remember, is out. Stuka 1 second dead ahead of Ugochukwu. That was Tuka Tappinen in car 8 starting to recover. The Finn on the inside, now on the outside of Matias Ferreira. They're 3 wide down to San Donato. James Agozzi's right there. And behind Alfio Spinner does take the Tuscan. As Alex Powell, the Jamaican, well, he's not a sensation in his first ever car race. A broken front wing. The multiple WSK karting champion. Welcome to the Italian F4 Championship, Alex. It is tough in this ferociously competitive junior single-seater series. A front wing and the Prema Racing team go to work on car 80. Spinner, Agozzi, the former WSK. In fact, the current WSK kart racing champions in the form of James Agozzi, who took out the season opening WSK Supermaster Series for the Tony Kart Racing team. Wrapping up that title at Cremona in April. Also racing the Italian F4 Championship is the driver from Miami, Florida, just ahead of the Sicilian, who was on the podium at Imola in the first round of the championship. Tina Hausmann going through, and Kim Hwa-reng, Nobels, Anurag. There's the tie going by, Nandavid Birambakti and Victoria Blochina. Ugo, Arvid, back to Gianmarco, Rashid. There's Akshay Bora ahead of Badoer. Akshay, the New Yorker, the second New Yorker inside the top 6. The third US racing team driver. Ahead of Badoer, Slater, Wharton and Dominguez. Stuka, 152, 118 last time round. The gap, 1.2 seconds, 1.1 in fact. That's Gianmarco Pradel. Will be ruining that safety car intervention. Launched off the line. Did the Sydney sider from the second row of the grid into second place. Was caught off the restart. He's back to P4. Lock up on the inside. Nobels, Anurag. De La Torre, Birambakti, Blochina. They're behind Ricky Liu, Ethan Isher, Jack Beaton, Lund and Tina Hausmann in that battle. James Agozzi goes through. That's Alfio Spinner. The first third, the first race, the penultimate round of the Italian F4 Championship, presented by WSK Promotion together with the Automobile Club of Italy. Spinner going on through. Car 9, position 14 for the BBM Racing team. Look how wide for Herta went. The gap 1.09, we'll call it 1.1 seconds from Casper back to Ugol. There is Rashid in contention for the Rookie Championship. Is Rashid Al-Daheri, and at the moment he's only 2 positions off an outright podium. Gianmarco Pradel only 1. Casper Stulka 3 victories at Paul Ricard. There is Arvid Lindblad. He's taken 6 victories in the season, on his way to the championship leader out of Buccina at turn 15. The long 1.1 kilometres straight here at Mugello. The sun has now set at the home of the Italian MotoGP, the former home of the Tuscan Formula 1 Grand Prix. Briefly, the penultimate round of the championship. Last year, you may remember, Andrea Kimi Antonelli wrapped up the title to become the 9th ever champion of this series. Here at the circuit today is Andrea. As we look further back in the pack, fast Freddie Slater down the inside. James Wharton on the outside. The Ferrari Junior, they go wheel to wheel. James has got the outside, holds off the Englishman for the moment. Slater in 77 for the Van Amersfoort Racing Team. Raced 2 weeks ago in the Euro 4 Championship for the Prema Racing Team. Now with VAR, the Dutch team, who remember have won this title twice. 2019 with Dennis Hauger, 2021 with Ollie Behrman. Freddie Slater, a lot of speculation where he will go in 2024. He will be racing in this championship. With who? Stay tuned. James Wharton holds him off. Position 8 behind Brando Badoer. There is Brando. Car 15 behind Akshay Bora. Good try for the Venetian. Spinner. Lacorte, Narak. Ariel Elkin, Ethan Isha. Ariel 29 from Haifa in the Holy Land of Israel. Head of the Swiss driver for the Swiss team, Ethan Isha, who won this championship in 2016 with the Argentine Marquez Siebert. Incidentally, Alex Powell has rejoined the circuit with a new front wing, down in 32nd position. Stuger across the line. The gap last time, 1.22 seconds. Back to Ugol, who remember is 2nd in the championship. The gap 1.5 seconds. Casper is driving away. Gerhard Unger, that is the U in US Racing, or US Racing. The S is for Schumacher, as in Ralph Gerhard, actually engineering this car personally himself, as he has from the last few rounds. It is hooked up. The US Racing 37 car is absolutely flying. Coming up to lag traffic, we believe that's Alex Powell just ahead of him. The top part of the circuit, the highest part of the circuit, that is Alex. And now they race down the hill out of Poggio Secco, Borgo San Lorenzo. Casanova into Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2. This is as it translates. Angry Corner 1, Angry Corner 2. They climb the hill up into Scaparia, Palagio, and into Corantaio. Alex Powell praying for a safety car, but it's been a relatively clean race with the exception of the start. He'll be lapped if he can't have some sort of intervention imminently. There is Ugo, the McLaren Junior from New York, USA. The McLaren Junior, the American. Younger brother Marco, who himself is forging on a strong career in the United States as a soccer player, as it's called in the United States. So we may have 2 superstar Ugo Chukos in world sport in the next decade. We've already got one. Ugo in 2nd place at the moment, 3rd in the championship. That will reverse if Casper takes the victory. As they come across the line, there is Gianmarco Pradel, Rashid Al-Daheri, Bora, Badoer, Wharton, Slater and Tuka Tapinen. The field spreading out. as we go into the second half of the first of 3 races. There is the championship leader, Arvid Lindblad. Gianmarco Pradel, what a start from the Sydney sider. Rush performance, mentored by Jamie Rush, who was actually at Monza for the Euro 4 race. Watching on live, no doubt, did you see your boy start? He launched off the line, did Gianmarco. Races down the hill, and the championship leader is just ahead of him. That is Arvid Lindblad. Into the second half of race 1. Kasper Stuka 1.8 seconds down the road. 1:48.927 if you don't mind as well. The only driver under the 1:49 second bracket is from Poland for the US racing team in car 37. His name is Kasper Stuka. Ugo, then Arvid, they go very close to the edge. That's how you define track limits, incidentally. Our race director, Alessandro Ferrari, as Arvid Lindblad works the wheel, telling us before the race, when there's gravel, when there's grass on the outside, the drivers know exactly where the track limits is. Not pretending that we can decide a race with a white line as if it's a game of football. Arvid locks up. There's Gianmarco Pradel. Rashid Aldahedi into turn 15, into Buccini. There, look at that gravel. The drivers know exactly how far they can push it. They come onto the straight. Kasper Stuka, the gap 1.813 seconds. We'll check it this time. It stays virtually the same. The tear off from Arvid Lindblad. Back to Gianmarco Pradel. The Australian losing time to the Englishman, who himself trying to catch up to the American. But it's the Pole who started from pole position in P1. Sideways goes Arvid. Paints the Pirelli rubber onto the circuit. Uses every piece of the racetrack and then some, just millimetres away from the gravel. Again, not to harp on the point, but I will. That's how you define track limits. As Ugo found out in the background as well. Grass and gravel, it does the job. Ugo rides the ripple strip, races down the hill. Out of Casanova. Into Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2, the gap almost 2 seconds. And now they climb the hill. Gianmarco Pradel 1 position off the podium. David Bidambakti into pit lane. The tyres race is over. Joins Zachary David, Matteo Quintarelli and Giacomo Pedrini as the 4 retirements. Into the final third of what has been a remarkably sedate race so far. By the way, going through, head of Wharton. There's Tuukka Tappinen, who was lucky not to be collected, stalled off the line. Quick reaction from the Ferrari Junior, the second Ferrari Junior, the first of which is James just ahead of him, to get the car fired up. He crossed the line in position 13. It could have been oh so much worse, but Tuukka Tappinen is still in the points. There's a Gozzi behind Ferreira. Across the start-finish line at 2:31, 2:32 k's an hour. A move down the inside from Wharton, locks up on the back of Brando, car 15. The Van Amersfoort racing driver in position 7 behind border. 3 US racing drivers inside the top 6, including in position 1. Wharton with his teammate, with his fellow Ferrari Junior behind. Brando just ahead, aggressively turns in to the left-hander. The Van Amersfoort racing car working well now in car 15. Holding off the 2 Ferrari Juniors, holding off the 2 Prema drivers. And Freddie Slater, fast Freddie in car 77. Also for the Dutch team in the final position in the points in 10th place. That is Tuukka in car 8, the former World Kart racing champion. As David Bidambakti steps out of car 57, his day is over. Quickly trying to do some mathematics, which for our regular viewers will know that is not my strong point. 25 points, F1 point scoring system for Kasper Stuka. So what, 183 plus 25? Yeah, I can hear you screaming at your TV. Give me a moment. Get out the iPhone, see if it can help. Either way, he will move into second in the championship if he can hold on for the remaining 10 minutes of this lap, of this race, even if Ugo does finish in second place. There is James. It is getting dark now, 208 points, of course. Casper will be at the end of this race as James now has to defend. There's Freddie on the outside. The battle for the Ashes continues. Slater, car 77, with the Finn Tuukka Tappinen in car 8 just between them. James runs wide just ahead, trying to catch up to Brando. Good drive from Matthias Verheerder in the background as well. Just a position outside the points, and there is Ivan Dominguez, who's been on the podium already in the championship this year. So we see the Singaporean Kabir Anurag down into pit lane. Joins the list of retirements, the US racing driver who started 2023 racing in the WSK Supermaster Series in KZ2 for Kart Republic. He joins the list of retirements. Kasper Stuka doesn't. The gap now 2 seconds. Casper starts at lap 12, and the gap just stays on 2 seconds, 1.9 in fact. Lindblad still in P3 from Pradell. Remarkably, probably the most sedate race we've had in the Italian F4 Championship in memory, as the gravel does its job at the top of the hill. Looks like Rafael Narak goes off. Has to get out of the throttle. Was having a good run inside the top 15. He's fallen back to 17th place. The French driver with a couple of starts in last year's series. Again, I will harp on the point. That's how you deal with track limits, not acres of car park style runoff where the driver simply shortcut out of the throttle, keep it straight, and the gravel and the grass does its job here at Mugello. Narak loses 3 positions. Made the slightest of errors. He's still in the race. He's down in 17th place. The gap 1.90 seconds in the dying stages of the most sedate race we've had in living memory. Kasper Stuka will go to 208 points in the championship. Arvid Lindblad at the moment in position 3, thinking about the title, in 3rd place, currently on 245.5, but Kasper will leapfrog Ugo, who is behind him, who at best at the moment will get 18 points. It will get tight as we go into the championship final in 2 weeks' time at Vallelunga on the outskirts of the eternal city of Rome. The 10th anniversary season to be decided in 2 weeks' time. Brando still in position 7. The gap down to 1.8 seconds. Kasper Stuka, 1.7 in fact. Kasper Stuka will start from pole position again tomorrow morning and for race 3 tomorrow afternoon, regardless of what happens in the next 5 minutes and 55 seconds. The gap 1.78, so Ugo is taking something out of the pole. There is Tuka, car 8, position 9, Slater behind in 77. And his teammate Ivan Dominguez, who was on the podium at the start of the year in Imola. The driver from Fatima in Portugal. Behind Fast Freddy from the Midlands of the Kings, England. 1 race in the British F4 Series. Took out the Ginetta Junior Cup as a 14-year-old back in his homeland. Current European champion, won the 3rd round of the WSK Supermaster Series for the Birilat team at Sano. Also took pole position at Lonato on a freezing cold day on the 29th day of January to start 2023 for the Birulart team in the WSK Champions Cup. Fast Freddy, car 77 in position 10. Stuka, smooth but straight and quick as well. Down through the S's into Buccine. This is lap 13 of race 1 of 3. A 1:48.927 fastest lap of the race. 49.5 last time round for Stuka, 49.4 for Ugo. The gap 1.9, 1.7 seconds last time. We'll check it as Ugo crosses the line. 1.9. Casper pulls away. He's got this one surely in the bag. The championship fight will go down to Rome in 2 weeks' time. 2 races here this weekend to go tomorrow. Race 2 tomorrow morning at 5 minutes to 10. And in 22 hours' time, let's just say 10 minutes to 5 local time tomorrow, race 3, the penultimate round of the 10th anniversary season of the world's most competitive junior motor racing series, the Italian F4 Championship, presented by WSK Promotion together with Archie Sport. The first ever champion now drives an Aston Martin Formula One car. His name, of course, Lance Stroll from Canada. Ralph Aron a year later. Marcus Siebert for the Jensen Motorsport in 2016. Marcus Armstrong, the Kiwi, the IndyCar Rookie of the Year a year later. I'm not reading this, I'm trying to go by memory. Enzo Fittipaldi a year later. And then it was Dennis Hauger, Van Amersfoort Racing in 2019. Il Siciliano Gabriele Mini, 2020, 2021. The Englishman Ollie Behrman last year. Il Bolognese Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who's also leading the Formula Regional European Championship. 2023, Casper, Ugo, or the championship leader at the moment, Arvid Lindblad. Surely the 10th anniversary season will go to either the United States, possibly Poland, or the driver from the Kings England, who's at the top of your screen in the background in position 3, the Red Bull Junior behind the McLaren Junior. The Pole who started from pole for the German US racing team, looking to become only the 4th team to have taken this title. They're in with a shot. Casper Stuka just brilliant. He puts another 0.2 of a second between himself and the American. Incidentally, Nicola Lacorte has gone off but rejoined. Has lost a ton of time. Falls down behind Frederick Lund ahead of Diego Della Torre. But the third Tuscan is still in the race. 2 minutes plus 1 lap for his 4th victory in a row. Ugo in the background pulls away from Lindblad. Still Pradell, started grid 4. Briefly ran in 2nd place. A step off the podium is the Australian. But he's actually 2nd in the rookie category, so we'll stand on the podium if he can hold on. The rookie podium, that is Nicola Lacorte. Disappointing end for the Tuscan driver. Down through Corantaio. The S's, Biondetti 1, Biondetti 2, Buccine, simply known as turn 15. And then the long 1.1 kilometre long straight here at Mugello. So he's about to start his penultimate lap of the race, the all-and-back driver from Poland. Ugo in the background, and then Arvid, the McLaren Junior from the Red Bull Junior, and then the rookie, the Sydney sider, who's teammate to the driver on your screen who goes P1. There is Pradell with a nice lead over Rashid Al-Bahedi, also a rookie, the driver from the Emirates. This is the penultimate lap of the race. The sun setting here in Mugello. The gap 2.5 seconds. Ugo can't stay with the pole. There is Arvid. It looked as though it was all over, as though he would emulate his countryman Ollie Biermann, who took the title in 2021. Not so fast. Kasper back into contention. So is the German US racing team. Gerhard Unger has worked brilliantly down on pit wall for all of his cars. Remember, Gianmarco's in position 4 and also Akshay in position 6. Engineering car 37 himself. Gerhard Unger's former boss of the AMG Mercedes team in the ferociously fought DTM series back in the late 1990s, early 2000s. What a performance. What a comeback for the pole. Third and final year in the Italian F4 Championship. And he's about to start the last lap of the race in first place. Down into turn 15. The gap 2.8 seconds. 5.2 kilometres to race in one of the most sedate affairs we've had in the Italian F4 Championship. No bad thing, mind you. The retirements include Lacorte, Kabir Anurag, Berabakti, Zach David, and of course that incident off the start with Quintarelli and Giacomo Pedrini did not make the start. Kasper on lap 17, his final lap of the race. Ugo 2.7 seconds back. Out of Luco, Poggioseco, Borgo San Lorenzo down into Casanova. Races down this very undulating hill circuit. Down the hill. Ugo in the background. Through the right-hander. And then it's Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2, Angry 1, Angry 2. The pole, who started from pole position, has dominated an intelligent restart behind the safety car, which did cost his teammate Gianmarco, who has still driven superbly in position 4. A big future for this kid from Eastern Europe, for the German team in the Italian Championship. Down into Corantaio for the final time. He races down the hill. We know there are so many of you watching on in Poland, where the sport of motor racing is just getting bigger and bigger. You have another star, and he's roaring back into contention for the 10th anniversary season of the world's most competitive junior motor racing series. He seemed out of it. He took 3 victories from 3 starts at Paul Ricard. He started from pole position. He has dominated race 1. Winner, Jurektina. Kasper Stuka, the pole, simply says Shinkoya. And he takes the checkered flag with a dominant classy victory to win here at Mugello. Takes second in the championship with 5 races remaining in 2023. Ugo across the line in second place. The championship leader is still Arvid Lindblad, who crosses in P3. What a drive from Gianmarco. The Sydney sider from the second row of the grid. P4, P2 in the rookie category, so he will stand on the podium. His father, John, just arriving back from Sydney, Australia. It was worth the trip, mate. Your boy has done superbly well. He comes home ahead of Rashid Al-Dahedi, the second New Yorker inside the top 6. The third US racing driver, Akshay Bora. Brando ahead of James, Freddie Slater and Tuukka Tappinen. What could have been? Well, the Finn rounds out the position 10 after stalling on the front row of the grid. Kasper pulls into pit lane. This is his 4th victory in a row. Took 3 from 3 at Paul Ricard and roars back into contention. The championship is not over yet. It will be decided at Vallelunga in 2 weeks' time. Kasper Stuka takes the victory Ugo in second place, and still the championship leader is the Londoner Arvid Lindblad. What a drive from Tamako, Rashid, Akshay, Brandel. We can hear them celebrating in the background. James, Freddie, and Tuka Tabanen. Dominguez Ferreira for VAR just missed the points ahead of the American James Agozzi. Il Siciliano is ahead of Ariel Elkin. Good recovery from Rafael ahead of Ethan Isha, Ricky Lu, Tina Hausman, and Kim Wa-Reng. Jack, Aurelia, Frederick Lund, Diego Della Torre, Victoria Blockina, David Lorini, Guido Locchetti, the two Tuscans, Alex Powell, a lap down, the final finisher. This is now the championship, so it is still Arvid Lindblad in position 1, 260.5 points. Casper, 208. So what's that? 52.5 points, 2 races in it. Ugo drops back to third, 4 points behind the race winner, James, and Brando in position 5. Rashid Al-Daheri, good drive from the Emirati. 5th overall, 3rd in the rookie category. There is Ugo to the right, Arvid to the left. Tina Hausman finishing in position 19, has won the women's trophy as well from Aurelia Nobels, and Victoria Blockina in 3rd place in the women's title chase. There is Aurelia, the American-born Brazilian-Belgian, back from a nasty crash in the Euro Series. Tina in the background for AKM Motorsport. The girl from Zurich in Switzerland, P1 in the women's trophy. The sun has now set at Mugello, just time for the podium here for the final race of the day, the penultimate round of the Italian F4 Championship. Arvid Lindblad still the championship leader on 260.5 points. And he finishes in position 3, the Red Bull Junior. Second in the race, drops back to 3rd in the championship, just 4 points behind the race winner does Ugo, the McLaren Junior, position 1, his 4th victory in a row. Kasper Stuka for the German US racing team. The title is not over yet. Mr. Ciro Sessa of the Automobile Club of Italy Sporting Division, Archie Sport, presents 3rd place trophy to Arvid, 2nd to Ugo, and P1 to Kasper Stuka. US Racing back on top as well.
Now it's time for the national anthem, Himno Nazionale.
The championship is not over yet. Kasper Stuka wins race 1, and he'll start from pole position for race 2 tomorrow morning. We'll see you then.
we get set for our first of 2 races here this weekend in Portugal. Here's the grid. Esteban Masson starts on pole alongside Francesco Barasci on the front row, and all Campos front row. Then it's Sebastian Ergaard and Mary Boyer, second and third in the championship on the second row of the grid. Then it is Nick Gilks from Canada and Tassanapol Inthropuvasak on the third row, Bruno Del Pino and Dario Cabanelles on row 4 for Santalok, and Jose Antonio Garfias and Miron Pingasov rounding out the top 10. Daniel Nogales and Suleiman Zamfari are on row 6 alongside Sebastian Graveland and Javier Segura quite far down the order in the Polo Motorsport machine 14th. And Emo Fittipaldi, Jorge Campos and Daniel Mavliotov round out 17 cars that will take the start here this weekend. So, as the drivers try to keep cool, we can give you an idea of just how hot it was. Temperatures in the previous Spanish F4 race were quite hot as well. Current ambient temperatures cooled a tiny bit, 33 degrees, but the track temperature is still 46 degrees out there this afternoon. Really, really hot temperatures. These drivers are all set to try and cope with them as best as possible. The signal for the grid has been given, which means all personnel are making their way off. And then, of course, the green flag will be given to set them off on their formation lap, or can't really call it a warm-up lap because it's warm enough out there here in Portugal. But we get set to see if Esteban Masson can get back to winning ways. He has 4 wins to his credit coming into the weekend, where he dominated the weekends at Aragon and Zandvoort. Had some really contrasting fortunes where he doubled DNF at Jerez, as we mentioned. Before then, he'd only finished off the podium twice, and that was in both races at Spa. So the 7-point lead over Sebastian Ergaard. Starting ahead of them is certainly going to work. The 2 MP Motorsport machines are certainly going to try and push as hard as they can to make this one work as much as possible. So the red lights are about to come off in the second place to set them off onto their formation lap. And as they make their way off onto the formation lap now, the drivers again do weave from side to side just to get some temperature and some pressures up in the brakes and up in the tyres as much as possible. Try and get the brakes up towards an optimum temperature. Some do say that it's better to brake hard, disperse the heat through the tyres rather than to weave from side to side, but something that typically most drivers do to keep temperatures up. Get set for this first race. Give you a quick idea again of where we are in terms of the championship. So as you mentioned, Esteban Masson comes into the weekend having had his championship lead severely slashed after his 2 DNFs at Jerez. It means he leads by 7 points on 151 for Sebastian Ergaard, the Dane, on 144. Next up is Mary Boyer, the Spaniard, on 132. Then Francesco Barasci, who starts on the front row of this first race in 4th in the points. He's one of the last of the drivers that have got into triple figures in terms of points. Then we move down to 5th, which is Jose Garfias, the Mexican. Javier Segura, 6th in points. Really has his work cut out, starting way back on the 7th row of the grid. And then Tassanapol Inthropuvasak, who's got plenty of experience, particularly racing in British circles, particularly I think in the likes of the sort of GB3, GB4 scene, or what was British F3 in many cases. And then we have Bruno Pino in 8th in points on 61. And Nicolas Solov, he did 2 races at Jerez. And he's a regular FIA Formula 3 driver, but did their 2 races and was registered with the championship and came away with a couple of second places, and that actually puts him straight to 9th in the championship, quite amusingly. And then we have the Moroccan Suleiman Zamfari, who rounds out the top 10. He is on 37 points. So make the way around to the end of the formation lap. Chance now for Masson to really put himself back on track for his bid for the title, but he knows that he cannot afford any more slip-ups, particularly when he has got Francesco Barasci right next to him, and of course in his 2 main championship rivals on the second row of the grid. Barasci might be his teammate, but there might not be any friendliness between them, at least on track, because off track they may well be friends and teammates, but to each other on track, to each other they're just another rival. See that Esteban Masson just that's to get some last minute heat and pressure into the tyres as much as possible before he parks up on pole position, which is on driver's left on the outside of the circuit. And pulling in alongside him will be Francesco Barasci. And then of course watch out for the 2 cars in the mix that will be from the second row of the grid. The MP Motorsport drivers in orange and black of Sebastian Ergaard and Mary Boyer. You can see Esteban Masson's car just angled slightly towards the inside of the circuit to hold on. The last few cars are in position, We are set then, waiting for the green flag at the back for race 1 of 2 of the weekend here in Estoril in Portugal. In high temperatures, Esteban Masson looking for redemption after he missed out on victory last time out. Race 1 of the weekend, 30 minutes plus 1 lap, the 5 lights are on, and Eurocup-3 at Estoril is go. It's a strong start from Masson, sweeps across to cover his teammate, and a good start for the 2 MP Motorsport pair, Boyer and Ogard. They charge down towards curve 1 for the first time, and it will be Masson who leads it. Brashy in second place, but holding around the outside as Ogard looks for second place. Boyer's trying to pick himself up into 4th position if he can, out of curve 2 for the first time, and it's still Masson that leads. It's still Campos 1-2, MP Motorsport 3-4, and Nick Jilks holds up to 5th ahead of Sanapol for Pruvasak. Garcia still in 7th place. They make their way out through Lamy Corner, and now up the hill again for the first time of asking. 30 minutes plus 1 lap. Let's just see what these guys have in store for us this afternoon. Masson trying to make a break already. Brashy in second place. Then the 2 MP Motorsport cars from that second row of the grid, from Ogard and then from Boyer. And a good start for Nick Jilks. He's got plenty of experience running in the UK, particularly in Formula 4 1600, and also both in the UK and also in similar racing in his native Canada. And his sister Megan Jilks, also quite a successful single-seater racer in her own right too. Make their way out of the right-hander at Aurelia and into the Gancho chicane, and that was Boyer taking a lot of curve as he tried to keep up with Ogard on the exit, but Masson has got a clear gap here of 1.1 seconds as they turn their way out through the S's. Side-by-side position here, that was Jilks under threat. Then from in through Pruvasak, and running wide is the Thai driver. Over the gravel he goes. He's lost 2 or 3 spots as a result of that. A little bit too ambitious in towards the end of the S's. That's the end of lap number 1. It will be Esteban Masson who leads the way, the championship leader in front from Francesco Braschi in second place. Ogard and Boyer, it's the MP Motorsport 3-4. They're scrapping amongst each other. This looks like it's Palou and Campos cars in the mix as well. There's more the Sansalot cars in there too. That's Cabanellas trying to go around the outside of Garfias. And also in there too, looks like it's Pingasov and Intrapuvasak. Intrapuvasak has got back past Pingasov by the looks of it, back into 9th. So plenty of action going on here on this opening lap. Let's see if he can try and recover here. Some dives up the inside, some battling amongst some of the GRS cars involved there. I think that's possibly, try and pick out who that is. Here's a replay of the start. Clean getaway from the first couple of rows. Then immediately Masson went off to cover his teammate. The 2 MP Motorsport cars slotted into line. You can see there already Ogard darting to the outside to try and make that move on the outside line. And then just behind there was more in the mix. This was Intrapuvasak's attempt at making a pass on Nick Jilks and just ran way too deep into the corner, skipped over the gravel. He rejoins back in what was 10th position. So he's got some recovery work to do in these 30 minutes. As the leaders make their way out through the exit of the Gancho chicane, and now onto the end of another lap. This will be onto the end of lap 2. And Masson now trying to pull that gap out. He's got it out to run about 1.4, 1.5 seconds, and this is the Esteban Masson we've known quite throughout the season. He had a bit of an off weekend, a blip on the radar in Jerez. Thankfully, he's got himself back in the groove, back with good pace. So battles here then, you can see this is Cabanellas, I think, battling with Zafari. And that's Pingasov and Del Pino in the mix as well. Lots of battles towards the back of the top 10 also. And that's, I think, Segura getting involved as well as Intrapuvasak. And then one of the MP Motorsport cars. That may well have been, who was that in the mix? That might well have been, it might have been not Garfias, it might have been Gravland, I think, who was in the mix there. They work their way out of Lamy Corner and back to the middle of the track now. And now back into the complex and back towards the end of another lap here. Now, the first couple of laps are out of the way. This driver just started to settle down a little bit now, just trying to find their groove, find their pace, find the temperature in the tyres, find the grip levels. Just start to settle in here for a few laps here. There goes 55. That was Pingasov in 8th position. You can see a lot of the pit lane there for the pit wall. Leaders then out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Still, it's a 1-2 for Campos out in front. Masson and Braschi have it under control. 1.6 seconds between the top two, and there's a further 2.3 seconds back to the MP Motorsport pair. Boyer ahead of Jilks, then it's Garfiat in 6th, Cabanillas in 7th, Ingersoll in 8th, and Fari in 9th, and Del Pino in the next of the MP Motorsport cars rounding out the top 10. So MP Motorsport have got 4 of their 5 cars up in the top 10, which is a pretty good run for them so far. In the team's title, in fact, they're actually second at the moment. Actually, they came into the weekend level on points with Campos Racing, but given that Campos have 2 of their fastest men out in front, that will certainly be pleasing them, and that will give them an advantage in the points. And I think the retirements for Masson, I know I've talked about it a few times, but that really will have scuppered any chances for them to try and hold on to that in particular. So they make the way now back towards Heredia, right-hander that takes them back towards the end of the lap and into the Gancho chicane. We're hoping that they can close that gap in a little bit more, if possible. Just settling down a little bit here. Just running nice and steady. All about now whether Masson can continue to extend that lead and whether Braschi can do anything about it and close him in. Otherwise, they might just run in team formation as our MP Motorsport. Let's see now if there could be some inter-team battles between Ergaard and Boyer here. It's half a second between them as they came out of end of another lap, so it's 4 laps in the books. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Esteban Masson, as you'd expect. And the 2 teammates on that last lap, Ergaard was a couple of tenths quicker on that last lap. Now Nick Jilks is also having quite a strong run. Let's see where he's run so far in this season. He's currently back in 13th in the points, and his best result so far has actually been 6th, and that was in the second race at Aragon. So if he can hold on to this, it'll be his first top 5 finish. It'll be his strongest finish of the season too. So the Canadian, as I mentioned, has got quite a bit of single-seater experience. He's been learning his craft mainly in Formula Ford 1600 around the world, his native Canada and also in the UK a couple of times, along with his sister Megan. Putting all of that to good use to try and haul the DriveX car into a top 5 position. Some close battles going on. I can see for 10th on the timing screen. That's between Lamfari and Tassanapol and Prapuvacak, the Thai driver. Leaders getting quite spread out here. First and second maintaining the gap of around about 2.1, 2.2 seconds at this point. The gap continues to stabilise. We're getting a little bit closer. I think I heard a screech of tyres as well, so one of the MP Motorsport cars may well have locked up a little bit into turn 1 without any smoke. It might have been Boyer actually, because Ogaard's got a slightly bigger lead now, but Boyer's trying to come back at him as they come out through Lamy Corner and up the hill back towards Curva VIP. It's that tighter line from Boyer. You can see he's more comfortable just hooking it onto the curve to try and keep close to his teammate. That's for Esteban Masson. This is quite a casual Saturday afternoon drive here in Portugal. Fastest lap of the race, 1:36.005. Clear the fastest man on track by at least 4/10 of a second. Masson certainly banishing all the bad memories from last time out, firmly getting back to where he should be. Braschi at least 4/10 back on his teammate. And it's now personal best second and third sectors now for Masson, so he's just continuing on. He's not letting up at all. He wants to try and win this race at a canter if he can. Sebastian Ergaard, meanwhile, he's holding on to third ahead of his teammate. And there's 8/10 between the two MP Motorsport cars. They turn their way out through. There's a bit of a twitch of oversteer there as he turned in through the exit of the S's. But that will compromise his exit. Parabolic, Boyer might defence that. There is Boyer, the young Spaniard who comes into the weekend third of a championship. He's had 2 victories so far this year, one at Spa in mixed conditions, another one at Monza. So he's won at a couple of international races. He's now just having a look around at the rear of his teammate, because Ergaard doesn't seem very comfortable. He's lost a little bit of pace. The last lap time by, look at Sectors this time by, yeah, Boyer was about a tenth and a half quicker. You can see visibly that the 2 MP Motorsport cars are about to go into combat here. So I wonder if there's going to be a bit of inter-team rivalry, as Boyer loves that tight inside line through Curva VIP. That slightly better exit. More curb used on the exit there from Ergaard, trying to run out wide as much as he can. Got to be careful, doesn't do that too much, otherwise he'll start to open himself up to potential penalties. There's one driver that I'm quite surprised is not as high as he should be. There's a lock-up for the 2 MP Motorsport drivers again. It shows how hard they're pushing. Is Javier Segura, because he hasn't won a race so far this year, but he's had a couple of podiums. He's had a 3rd place at Spa, 2nd place at Monza, and a 3rd place at Jerez last time out, but he's back down in 13th place. So really not a fan of the Estoril circuit, and that car not performing how he'd like it to be. I'm sure that might be a mystery, not just to him, but also to Palou Motorsport. And Alex Palou was actually here yesterday at Estoril, testing one of his own team cars to try and help his drivers out to get a feel for the setup and get a feel for a bit more pace out of these Eurocup-3 machines. He's purely only here testing. Double IndyCar champion. Certainly checking in to make sure that all is well at his team. 1 or 2 of his cars are doing decently. Technically he's lead driver, in terms of points at least, Javier Segura, quite far down the order, and not as high as he should be. He's the highest placed Palou Motorsport car in the order appears to be Miron Pingasov, who's up in 8th position. So there is your race leader as we head towards half distance in this first of the 2 Eurocup-3 races here at Estoril. As Francesco Braschi continues to put the pressure on, try and close in on his teammate. The gap is 2.5 seconds out in front. And let's see if there's anything that his teammate can do. The 2 MP Motorsport cars are in a bit of a stalemate as well for 3rd and 4th. It might not be wheel to wheel, but it's the tension between the 2 in terms of being that close to making an attack, but being in that range of thinking you're getting quite close and you're there and you're feeling the turbulence from the car in front, but at the same time just not being close enough to make that move, make that lunge, make that dive up the inside or outside to make a pass. You just want to try and set yourself up for a move that can possibly cause the car in front to get a little bit off guard. You can see through that tight twisty section, Boyer's car seems a little more comfortable taking the tighter lines and just hooking itself around the corners, whereas Ergaard's car seems better in the faster corners a little bit, whereas in the slower, more twistier stuff and through the slower sections of the circuit and taking tighter lines, Boyer's car seems better. So this is differences in setup between 2 drivers in exact same cars in the exact same team. Differences in terms of setup concepts here. So Ergaard prefers seemingly the high-speed stuff, or low speed for Boyer. Nick Gilks looks pretty comfortable in 5th place as well. 3 seconds ahead of Garfias. Still Cabanelas, Pingasov, Del Pino and Impropuvasak who round out the top 10. And Boyer there just got a little closer than he's ever been actually, up the inside there through Curva VIP, taking that favoured tighter line as they make their way down towards the Parabolica interior once again. This is on lap, check that count, lap 7. Still Ergaard having to keep a watching brief and keep one eye on his teammate here, because Boyer's not letting him relax, and a slightly wider turn in to the right hand at Aurelia is certainly going to put him under more pressure. And I think Boyer's going to start to make a point here, is that if you don't get a move on Sebastian, we're going to overtake you. Yeah, the 2 MP Motorsport car's very close up, and that could also benefit this man, Nick Gilks for DriveX, because if these 2 start fighting, the harder these 2 fight each other, the easier it will be, first of all, for Masson and Brash to continue making a break, but also for Gilks to start to get involved, and he could be on the cusp of possibly a podium finish, never mind a top 5, but it all depends on how this second half of the race plays out, and whether or not Boyer starts to put himself in the mix here to to put an attack on Ergaard, because Ergaard looks as though he's got okay pace, but Boyer seems a little bit uncomfortable stuck behind his teammate here. And I've got a feeling that car's got a bit of body language, like he just wants to get on with it and get past, because maybe he's got a bit more pace underneath that number 24 machine. But at the moment, Ergaard's forcing him to run at his pace at the moment, and this can only benefit, I'm sure, Nick Gilks. If we look at the sector times for the cars around them, well, Gilks' sector time was matching Ergaard, so he's not actually closing in too much. What he needs is these two to actually start fighting rather than running nose to tail, and Boyer, all he can do is get a free tow from his teammate in front. So Masson, meanwhile, out in front, has set another new personal best second sector, and other quicker sectors coming in as well from people too, or improvements from others behind him. Just get the sense Boyer's just brewing a move here. He's thinking about a charge here, thinking about a pass that might will serve him to get himself into a podium place here. Ergaard, if he holds on to third place, this would give him his possibly fourth podium of the season. This is battling between two more. That was Daniel Nogales battling away, I think, with Intrapuvasak. That was between Campos and Drivex over 10. Nogales scrapping away with the Thai driver. Now we see, as the two Campos cars move out, it's going to be weapons drawn for the two MP Motorsport cars, and here comes Murray Boy. He's been setting this one up for several laps. Looks to the outside line. Ergaard slots in behind him. There you go, Murray. You've been pressing that one for a while. Through you go. Thanks very much, chap. And away into third place goes the Spaniard. So, change position at MP Motorsport. Murray Boyer shows he has got more pace, and in front he goes. Now, the key question is going to be is, now that he's in front, what can he do, if anything, to try and close in to the two Campos racing cars that are out in front ahead of him? You can see evidently, though, even in the first couple of corners since getting past, he's straight through. Here's the replay. And simply in the toe, much better straight line speed. And Ergaard saw that the game was up before they even hit the brakes and slotted in behind his teammate. I thought discretion's a better part of valour. There's no point you fighting. Murray is quicker, so it's just better to let him go and see if he can do anything about the two cars in front. And if anything, Ergaard can get the tow from Boyer this time by. So out in front, what's interesting is that in terms of best lap time, Braschi has managed to, in terms of best lap times, match Masson's best time of 1:36.005. The best time so far for Braschi is a 36.074, and they're still at least 3/10 quicker than anyone else out in the pack. So Campos, of course, a vastly experienced single-seater squad, particularly in the highest levels of junior single-seater racing, all the way up to Formula 2. And so far, they've got this one under control. Masson from Braschi. Masson hoping for that fifth win of the season if he can hold on for the next 12 minutes plus one lap. And this is much better fortunes than he had, of course, at Jerez, when he had that horrendous double DNF that really did just completely eradicate any points lead he had, all the way down to just 7. And the cars in front, and this brought the drivers behind him in the standings really back into play because of that. Francesco Braschi doing quite well in second place. He's, again, looking at the sector times, he was about 10th off Masson's first sector this time by. Let's look at the second sector to see where he is at this point. And how much more has he been able to close in? 25.3 in the first sector for Masson. 25.6, so another 3/10 loss. So that gap is going out further. And you can see also visibly that Boyer has managed to pull away quite firmly from Sebastian Ergaard now that he's through into third place. In fact, looking at the sector times for them, yeah, Boyer was a full 3/10 quicker. He's 4/10 quicker on this lap alone. He was full 3/10 quicker in that second sector just on itself. And now he sees that Ergaard is actually falling into the clutches of Nick Gilks. Garfias in 6th is the third best placed MP Motorsport car. There's Dario Cabanillas in the Santalot machine, the only Santalot racing car in Eurocup-3. Of course, they've just seen their young charge, Teofil Nile, take a very commanding lights to flag win in the Spanish F4 Championship, so a reason to celebrate for Santalot. And Cabanillas try and add to that feel-good factor by trying and picking up maybe another spot. About 1.7 seconds to make up if he wants to pick up P6 from Garfias. He might come under threat also from the leading Polo Motorsport car, Pingasov. There he is, Miron Pingasov. And then Del Pino and Intrapuvasak rounding out the top 10. Eurocup-3 also part of the Campos stable. Cabanillas turns his way in through turns 1 and 2, still with Pingasov on his wheel tracks. As we come back here, there is Del Pino in 9th place. Best lap 136.6. And everyone lapping all the leading top 10 cars, pretty much all in the 136s. A spread of about, in terms of the, from 4th down to about 10th. Spread in lap time, in terms of their best lap time, is only about 0.2 of a second, so very evenly matched in terms of pace. The initial gaps get set when there's the initial battles that go on back and forth in the race initially, and then once they start to set into the groove, it just shows how evenly matched, despite different teams and different drivers and different driving styles and different setup, relatively how well matched these Eurocup-3 cars are, regardless of which team or runs them or driver takes the wheel. It's certainly proved to be quite popular. And to the Gancho chicane, there is Cabanillas holding on to 7th place. He's the highest placed rookie driver in the field also. So actually this battle here is also for technically the rookie victory, because he's got Pingasov and Del Pino just behind him. And this is 7th, 8th, 9th overall. It's also 1st, 2nd and 3rd. The top 3 in the rookie category. Make their way down the pit straight once more. And they are chasing still Garfias in the 3rd of the MP Motorsport cars. Dario lost a little bit of time to Pingasov, lost about a 10th on that last lap. Pingasov looks as though he's in quite good contention here and a good position to mount an attack shortly. There goes Garfias going through the shot. Now we've got Cabanillas, who did exactly what one of the drivers Spanish F4 did, but then by contrast, a lock up there from Pingasov's not going to help matters for him either. 8.25 minutes plus a lap left to go here in this first Eurocup race. Time flies when a Eurocup-3 race is on. As we head towards the end of another lap, just going to see here if there's anything which Pingasov has to try and pick up another spot here. Just keep an eye on the leaders. Masson and Braschi had a matched first sector essentially. Both did a 19.1. Braschi lost another 10th in the second sector and lost another 10th again in the third sector. So 2 tenths lost on this lap alone. And Boyer's done what he can to try and close him, but the gap is still 6.5 seconds, and his lap times, he's done a 35.8, so his best lap time is quicker than second place Braschi, but I don't think he's lapping that much quicker than the car in front of him. He lost a 10th and a half on that third sector alone, so it looks as though not much more that Boyer can do at the moment to try and close him. He was about 2 tenths quicker in the final sector. Looking here still at Dario Cabanillas, who has pulled away a few car lengths now to Pingasov in 8th position. 9th for Del Pino and 10th for Eurocup-3. So make their way through curve 1 once more on this 15th lap, this first Eurocup-3 race of the weekend at Estoril. Back towards the Lamy corner, named after, of course, Pedro Lamy, who's quite a established Portuguese racing driver in his own right. He did his own stint in F1, but also has raced quite a lot particularly in sports car and endurance racing. Good to see that the circuit honouring him and his contribution to Portuguese motorsport. So there is Sebastian Ergaard, formerly in 3rd place, back behind his teammate, who is just there in the front of the shot, Mari Boyer. And Nick Gilks has steadily kept Ergaard in his sights. Just ever so slightly edged onto his tail a little bit more. He lost a 10th in the first sector, lost another 10th or so in the third sector, so they matched each other almost practically by a couple of thousandths of a second in sector 2. So it looks as though in this closing stages of this first race of the weekend that Ergaard's finding a little bit more pace in that MP Motorsport car as we come towards its conclusion. There goes Garfias in 6th position, and then for 7th and 8th it's still between Cabanillas and Pingasov. Pino and Eurocup-3 still round out the top 10. Del Pino just at the back of the shot. We saw there in the 4th of the MP Motorsport cars in the top 10. 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap. The leader is already on to lap 16. As we continue to watch Cabanillas and Pingasov looking at their best results of the season so far. Cabanillas comes into the weekend. Figure out where he is in the points. Pingasov, meanwhile, is 15th. Best result for him so far in the season has been 8th position, and he's managed to pick up 8th position. Yes, twice, and that was once at Aragon and once at Monza. So if he stays where he is, he'll match his personal best for the season. As for Cabanillas, just trying to figure out. Santalok Racing did compete in the last rounds to Cabanillas. Ah, there he is, the Swiss driver. Best result was 10, so he's actually working quite well at this point. And there's been a change. Forgive me. I'm so stupid. I was looking at the look at my notes, and as I look back up, there's been a change of position. So Cabanillas has now lost out to Pingasov down at the hairpin. I should concentrate more. I know that. But even so, position change. What this might also do now is open up an opportunity for Del Pino to squeeze through into 8th position. Simple, isn't it? When you look away from the screen to try and check something, you look back up and the positions have changed. Right, here's the replay. This is what happened that I missed. That was the running wide under brakes there for Cabanillas. Up the inside goes Pingasov and says, "Thank you very much, Dario." Easy pass all day long, and now it puts Cabanillas under pressure as the Swiss driver has to deal with the rather feisty MP Motorsport car of Bruno Del Pino, the Spaniard. Here he comes, darting up the inside line. Thankfully, I am looking at the screen for this one. Up the inside goes Del Pino, and into 8th position goes the Spaniard at the expense of the sole Santalok racing car. And Santalok only just joined Eurocup-3 from the last round at Jerez, so that's an interesting development for them in terms of being able to join the championship mid-season, because they've been focusing quite a lot on Spanish F4 this season, and of course their exploits in GT racing particularly. I've known them particularly more for racing Audis in series like the Fanatec GT World Challenge, which is out in a border in Spain this weekend at Barcelona. But Santalok in a few places at once this weekend, and just breaking into single-seaters and just seeing what they can do. A good run in Spanish F4 with Terpar Nile, and now of course with Dario Cabanillas dipping his toe into the Eurocup-3 waters. Let's drop back a couple of times here. Here's the replay of the move from Del Pino on the inside of Cabanillas. Nice and straightforward. There was nothing really that Cabanillas could do to fight that. He had no choice but to capitulate, and through he went. So now we see here, Pingasov has pulled the gap quickly enough, and so too is Del Pino trying to get away. Cabanillas holding on to that 9th place. I think he should be safe in his last 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap from Tassanapol and Thrupuvasak. Meanwhile, this man seems pretty safe. He's 5 seconds out in front. Esteban Masson with a much better race than he had weekend he's had so far than he's had at Jerez. He's on course for win number 5 of the season. Francesco Braschi keeping him as honest as he can do back in 2nd place, but he's there technically at the very least as a rear gunner. So if something were to happen, then at least Masson has got a little bit of support. But look at where they are in relation to each other in the championship. Braschi 4th in the points, has taken 2 wins. One at Spa, and last time out at Jerez, Braschi took victory. Masson, of course, has taken wins at Aragon and Zandvoort, and also taken a pair of 3rd places at Monza. And that was improvements from how he started the season, 6th and 7th at Spa. So certainly finding his groove now that he's managed to get himself in good form. And thankfully, he hasn't let the bad weekend at Jerez get him down too much. He's managed to shake himself off like a professional and refocus and get himself back into the game. And after an excellent performance in qualifying that put him on pole by about 3.5 tenths, he's certainly dominated this race from the start and looked on course to pick up victory. So coming on to the penultimate lap of the race, because remember it's 30 minutes plus 1 lap. And that means that they can cross the line now, and when they come past next time by, you won't see the checker flag, but they will get the final lap ball, which means they have got, even though the time will have hit 0, they get one more time around the Estoril circuit in order to hold on. Down the pit straight. That is Sebastian Ergaard in 4th place. The Dane doing everything he needs to just hold off the Canadian Nick Gilks just behind him, and Gilks for DriveX. The best place of their cars, that's for sure. There is Nick, the young Canadian. Fine drive for him. If he can hold on here, it'll be his first top 5 in Eurocup-3, his best result of the season by far. as we mentioned earlier on, his best result to date being 13th in the points. Is 6th. That was back at Aragon at the second weekend of the season. So he can now be pleased with some more progress. Personal best for him in this championship. And the timer continues to tick down towards 0, which it does any second now. So again, remind you, no checker flag this time by. It'll be last lap board out and one more time around the Estoril circuit for Esteban Masson and co before they can cross the line and get the job done. Ergaard trying his best here to hold on to 4th. Now then, as a 2-second time penalty for track limits for car 13, that is Daniel Nogales for Drivex. So he, at the moment, is in 11th place. If it stays as it is, it won't affect where he finishes because he's currently about 4 seconds ahead of the next car behind him, which is the 12th place Campos car of the Moroccan Suleiman Zamfari. So Zamfari's far enough behind, but it won't affect his finishing position unless, touch wood, Nogales makes a mistake. There's been no mistakes for this man because Esteban Masson, the championship leader, certainly proving why he's the championship leader. And getting back to the job at hand, which is getting out in front, dominating the race from start to finish. He's a fantastic young talent. Is a Frenchman. And it's the best possible start to his weekend. He got that great start he wanted in qualifying. Got his head down. Good strong start, defending from his teammate, defending from the 2 MP Motorsport cars on the second row of the grid, particularly from 2 of his biggest rivals in the championship at this point. Now as he heads out of the Parabolica Interior and up towards the right-hander at Aurelia and back towards the Gancho chicane, he's only corners away from securing victory. Looks like Braschi will have to settle for second. Quite far back. Boyer's back in third and took a while to try and get past his teammate. Oops, contact! And that's between 26 and 35. Oh, it's 28 and 35. I think that would be... that was Sebastian Gravland and somebody else in the mix. That was... I was trying to figure that one out afterwards. It was Jorge Campos and Gravland in the mix. Meanwhile, up to the checkered flag after that drama. There's going to be no drama for this man. Esteban Masson back to winning ways. Win number 5 of the season. He kicks off his Estoril weekend in the best possible way. A perfect lights to flag victory for him and for Campos. And for added celebration, it's a 1-2 for the team as well. Francesco Braschi takes second. Murray Boyer, after early battles with his teammate, will be pleased with the podium. 3rd place for him for MP Motorsport. It's 4th for Ergaard. Nick Gilks does move out for 5th. He'll be delighted with that. He's also giving a wave to his team. P5, the best result for Nick. 6th for another of the MP Motorsport cars, Jose Garfias from Mexico. 7th place for Pingasov. 8th for Del Pino. 9th for Cabañelas. And 10th for Sanapol Interpuvasak. I knew he was going to stumble over that at some point. Interpuvasak picks up the final top 10 spot. But it is formation flying for Campos and for championship leader Esteban Masson. Win number 5 of the season. And that is certainly something that Campos will have some initial celebrations for tonight. Of course, another race tomorrow. So they can't have too much of a party tonight, but I'm sure they'll at least have something celebratory. And they know the job is not completely done. They've still got a full day tomorrow of a second Eurocup-3 race and also 2 more races in Spanish F4. There is your race winner, Esteban Masson. Continues to take another step towards the Eurocup-3 title and crucially getting himself properly back on track after the unnecessary dramas of his double DNF at Jerez. It's excellent stuff also, of course, for Francesco Braschi to give himself a 1-2 for the team. Murray Boyer also will have been very pleased with that. That is, alongside his 3 wins, that's his 2nd podium alongside his 3 wins. 5th time he stood on the podium. His 2nd podium finish, having also got a 2nd place at Zandvoort a couple of meetings ago. And did quite well at Jerez last time. We got a 4th place and an 8th, so that's still some solid points. This will now mean that Masson can extend that lead even further. And he'll be hoping, with 25 points under his belt, that would certainly very much increase. So he picked up 25 points, and it was 18 points for Braschi, so that will put him on to... do some active maths here. That will put him on 132. Masson's 25 will put him on to 176. And Boyer's 3rd place, which gives him 15 points, will put him on to 147. But Ergaard also picked up 12 points, which means that Ergaard should still stay in 4th place in the points, because that'll give him 12 points, which puts him on to 156. So it's still the championship lead after Masson, but it will have gone out a little more, given that Ergaard came into the weekend 2nd in points, 7 points back. But of course, he's now lost out 13 points because of this man's victory. You can see by the way he's a little bit of a clap there. He's certainly delighted with that, and customary celebration. He is delighted, and I'm sure he's relieved as well. Celebrations all round for Esteban Campos and the team. All smiles. A job well done, and also I'm sure they'll be welcoming of Francesco Braschi on top of that too, for securing a 1-2 as well. Murray Boyer also heading over to get the congratulations from his team, as Esteban gets the congratulations from his engineer. Only fitting that Braschi also gets the plaudits from Campos squad. There he is. Top effort from him too. Lights the flag for both of them from 1st and 2nd. And Murray Boyer might well be thinking where he could have been had he not spent half of his race stuck behind his teammate. But ultimately, he managed to get through and hold on for a podium finish, and it's still decent enough points to keep him in relative contention for the championship, keep him in the mix. But Esteban Masson all smiles as he poses next to the Eurocup-3 #1 board. Of course, he'll head up very shortly to go and collect his winner's trophy from the rostrum after what was another excellent drive for the young Frenchman, and well deserved as well. Murray Boyer, of course, putting in a fine effort. And again, we should give a shout out to Nick Gilks, personal podium in 3rd place, Murray Boyer from Spain. 2nd place will be Francesco Braschi, Italian for Campos Racing, but now coming to the top step for his 5th win of the season. From the cheers of his Campos team, it is Esteban Masson, the young Frenchman, ensuring a 1-2 for the squad. And he stands atop the top step for 5th time in 2023. And some applause all round from the Campos team and those of his friends and family and supporters who are down there and team watching on. Also, one of the representatives from Campos Racing, all of us there to pick up the team trophy. And 3rd place trophy, of course, going to Murray Boyle. He'll want to build on that for tomorrow for race number 2. If there's any potential he can do that, so potentially on the 2nd row of the grid, he'll certainly want to do that. 2nd place trophy, of course, going to Francesco Braschi, and that'll be quite handy for him. Some more points towards the championship for him to hold on, particularly when he has also had, a couple of wins and 3 more podiums. But the winner's trophy for the 5th time this year goes to Esteban Masson, the Frenchman. Top step at the podium, plenty of points to go with it. Just posing for the photographs. And I believe before we sign off, we have just about enough time as well. We've got the winning team trophy for Campos as well. More course for them to celebrate. Holds it aloft. And the French national anthem for the winner. I'm moving there to see Francesco Braschi just helping his team member just take off his hat for the national anthem there, because he almost forgot. So as the drivers head to the top step of the podium, that part 1 of Eurocup-3 at yesterday all done and dusted. It's a 5th win of the season. Of course, Esteban Masson. Can he do it tomorrow, or will any of his rivals on the podium with him do anything to stop him? Be sure to join us tomorrow for more action from Portugal in Eurocup-3. But for more of us here, myself, Scott Woodward, and all of us here in Portugal, thanks for watching. Be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on as we get set for race 2 tomorrow here in Estoril. But until then, bye for now.
Enhorabuena, chicos. Y ahora vamos con el podio de los rookies. En tercera posición, Darío Cabanela. En segunda posición, Bruno Judío. Y en primera posición, Guillermo Figueroa.
there's our rookie podium from here in Estoril. Once again, thanks very much for watching for our first part of this weekend's action here in Eurocup-3. Enjoy the highlights from race number 1 and catch more action tomorrow here in sunny Portugal. From all of us here, myself, Scott Woodwist, thanks for watching. Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to receive more action from Eurocup-2, race number 2 from Estoril here tomorrow. Bye for now.
Drives into pit lane. That was, well, an interesting way to start the day. I don't speak German. I don't want to know what Andreas Jensen was saying as he saw one of his cars make an awkward entrance to the grid. It was Kim Hwa-reng, in fact, who went around. This is the grid. Kasper Stuger on pole position. Ugo out of grid 2. Arvid out of 3. And Tuka Tapinen, who we just heard from, out of grid 4. Brandel and Akshay on the third row of the grid. Rashid Al-Baheri and James Wharton out of grid 8 is the Australian alongside the Emirati. Fifth row of the grid sees Ivan Dominguez and Zachary David for the Van Amersfoort racing team and the US racing team respectively. And then we go to Matthias Verheer, Gianmarco Pradel, who was elevated to 3rd overall yesterday. We'll get to that in a moment. 4th outright, his best result of the year for the Sydney Sider. Starts out at grid 12 in car 12 this morning. Then it's Nicola Lacorte. Freddie Slater in 77 for VAR, Rafael Narak and Matteo Quintarelli, the R8 GP drivers. 15 and 16 on the grid. Alex Powell, the Jamaican sensation, alongside the boy from Brisbane, Jack Beaton, Ariel Elkin, James Advicey, back on the finish 20. As the cars set off on their formation lap. And David Birambati, a retirement for the tyre yesterday. Ethan Isha, Ricky Lou, 66 for US Racing. And David Larini, one of 3 Tuscan drivers in the field, the 2nd generation racer. Son of former Ferrari Formula 1 driver Nicola Larini, Kabir Anurag, the Singaporean, Giacomo Pedrini, Kim Hwa-reng. Well, we'll start from at grid 27 in car 26. Despite that pirouette coming onto the grid, Aurelia Nobels is alongside. Then it's Tina Hausman, who took victory in the Women's Trophy yesterday. Frederick Lund, Victoria Blockinner in 78. Diego De La Torre, the Mexican. Alfio Espina and Guido Lochetti. Alfio at the back of the pack came together with Matteo Quintarelli. Did the Sicilian. Quintarelli did not. That brought out the safety car in what was probably the most sedate race we have had in the last, well, half dozen seasons. No bad thing, given some of the chaos we've had in recent rounds. But a clean race. Kasper Stuka dominating to win by 1.5 seconds and move up into second in the championship. Ugachuku and Arvid Lindblad. Then it was Gianmarco Pradel who has actually taken position 3 yesterday, a penalty for a jump start for the championship leader, Arvid Lindblad. I'll bring you the championship point score in a moment, but as I read that out, I have to advise that it will not be exactly correct because Arvid, with that penalty, he dropped down the order. Gianmarco Pradel, third outright yesterday in race 1. So Arvid Lindblad, 260.5 points, but this is provisional and it's not exact, but it's reasonably close. Forgive the inaccuracy. Kasper Stuka, though, 208 points, no change there. The Pole, who starts on pole, who won race 1 yesterday, second in the championship. Ugachuku, 204. James Wharton, 160.5 points. Brando is fifth in the championship on 128, and Tuukka Tappinen, P6, on 124 points. There may be a slight variation to that. Kasper Stuka, though, we can confirm, has moved up into second in the championship. Aggressively warms the Pirelli medium spec tyre on car 37 for US Racing. The championship is not over yet. We thought it was. Arvid Lindblad with a stunning start to the season. Looked as though for sure he would emulate Ollie Behrman, his countryman who took the 2021 title. He may well do it. He is still the championship leader. He starts out of grid 3. This is Matias Ferreira, the boy from Brazil who had a good run yesterday. The Alpine F1 Academy driver, Matias Omenino, in car 7 for Van Amersfoort Racing. Kasper Stuka takes the fight to the Prema Racing team. It is the US Racing team driver from Poland on pole position. There's Ricky Lou. The Van Amersfoort Racing team. Guido Lecchetti, Alfio Spina, pull into position on the final row of the grid. The green flag flies at the back of the pack. The 5 red lights. Kasper Stuka, the race 1 winner, is on pole position. Here this morning at Mugello, we race and Kasper rockets off the line. The pole from pole position with a nice start leads this 34 car field down into San Donato into turn 1. Ugo tries the outside. Arvid Lindblad locks up. He's into third place. Kasper Stuka goes position 1. They come out of San Donato for the first time on this beautiful morning here in Tuscany. Through Borgo San Lorenzo, they climb the hill. There's Alfio Spina already making up a couple of places at the back of the pack. He's moved up 4 positions, goes very wide as the field come down the hill for the first time. Jostling for position. There is Pradel going through. Agozzi in there as well, as is Matias Ferreira. But Kasper Stuka goes position 1 and he's pulling away. Great start from Brando, by the way, the Italian in position 4 for Van Amersfoort Racing. Behind the championship leader, Lindblad, Aldeherdi, Dominguez, Pradel, Wharton, David, Slater, Ferreira, Lacorte, Beaton, Rafael Norak, and James Agozzi. Already, ominously, a lead from Stuka back to Ugo. The McLaren Junior from the Red Bull Junior, the pole who started from pole though, is pulling away from both the Prema drivers as the PHM teammates go wheel to wheel. In the background, Kabir Anurag, Nicola Larini, David Larini, Giacomo Petrini. One car going very wide, but a relatively clean start to lap 1, race 2, the penultimate round of the Italian F4 Championship presented by WSK Promotion here at Mugello. Spina makes up moves, couple of positions, but the safety car has come out onto the circuit. That incident halfway through the opening lap of the race, will try and pick it up. We believe it was for Kim Wareng. Also, Aurelia Nobels. In fact, she's stuck. Aurelia has just got the rear parked in the gravel. Still in the car. She will be able to rejoin, hopefully. One car going wide, there was dust flying. Aurelia Nobel's actually happened before. And just the rear tyres parked into the gravel. And that brings out the safety car. That's bad luck for Aurelia Nobel's, who's had a tough 2023 season. An accident last time out in the Euro 4 series. What we believed at the time was a fractured hand, fractured wrist. She's back on track. She is tough, the American-born Brazilian-Belgian, but she's parked in the gravel. Just needs to be pushed back onto the bitumen. A precarious situation. And our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, has no choice but to send the safety car out on the circuit, something he does not like to do. Likes to keep the racing as green for as long as possible. Other than that, it was a clean start. Rafael Marat going through in car 76. Had a good run yesterday. Nicola Lacorte going through as well. One of the three Tuscan drivers. He's in position 14. Kasper Stuka, though, in that half lap from pole position. Watch him on the restart, by the way. There is Aurelia. It looks as though she's out of the car and her morning is over. That's bad luck. Has stalled car 16. The Ferrari Junior for the Iron Dames is out after just racing half a lap this morning. A couple of starts in the Brazilian F4 Championship in 2022. And the 34 car field is down to 33 with the retirement on the opening lap of Aurelia Nobel's. Kasper Stuka ominously pulling away in just half a lap from Ugo Ugochukwu. Arvid Lindblad, position 3. Brando made a good start. There is Rashid Al-Dahedi going through from Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. The Huawei-backed car 14 in position 7. Position 4 in the rookies category as well. A race within a race. Kasper Stuka, third and final year in Formula 4. Ugo, second in the series. Yesterday, until Kasper took that victory. Second year also for Ugo, third in the British F4 series in 2022. Former European kart racing champion, WSK kart racing champion. Mostly with Kart Republic, the driver from New York is in second place, Arvid Lindblad. As James Wharton goes through. Second and final year also for James Wharton. In 2024, he'll be racing in the 4. Gee, did the transmission cut out then? Stay tuned. So final year for quite a few of these drivers. Kasper Stuka, Ugochukwu, Wharton. But they're looking to finish on a high. James Wharton, who won the 2023 United Arab Emirates Formula 4 Championship. Safety car to pull in at the end of this lap. Now, yesterday in race 1, there was one safety car intervention with the retirement of Matteo Quintarelli. Kasper Stuka snaked right up to the line at walking pace. He got the jump and then raced away to win by 1.5 seconds. They cannot pass until they pass across the start-finish line. Kasper Stuka knows it, does not want to give the slipstream the tow at over 230 k's an hour. So we'll wait until the last possible moment. Watch Lindblad in position 3. He will be jammed under the gearbox of his Prema Racing teammate, the McLaren Junior, Ugochukwu in car 3. Brando knows how to restart as well. He's in P4, then it's Bora, Tappan and Al-Dahedi. Dominguez up into P8 from Pradell and Wharton. The two Australians round out the 10. Gianmarco ahead of James, then it's Zachary David, Freddie Slater, Ferreira, Lacorte, Jack Beaton, Rafael Lorak, the American James Agozzi and Matteo Quintarelli. The safety car accelerates and pulls into pit lane. And Kasper Stuka backs the field up, looking to take 5 victories in a row. He's moved into second in the championship yesterday with a dominant, decisive victory for the US racing team. Slows the field down quite dramatically, coming down into turn 15, down into Puccine. The safety car has already pulled into pit lane. Kasper Stuka at walking pace. You could ride your push bike faster than Kasper Stuka is driving now, but he's in position 1. He has the right to dictate the pace, which he's doing now. Watch him weave coming onto the straight. Slows the field up. 33 cars still on track. Race to the penultimate round of the 2023 Italian F4 Championship. The green flag is flying now. Kasper waits. Look at Arvid in position 3. Tuka Tappinen with Rashid Al-Dahedi right there, and Akshay Bora is there as well. Stuka stares at the mirrors. He waits. We wait. The lights are green. They cannot pass until they cross the start-finish line. Kasper Stuka knows it, does not want to give the slipstream away, and now he goes. Ugo goes with him. Good restart from the American, who will get the slipstream. Arvid Lindblad in position 3 from Pandor, then it's Akshay Tuka Tappinen. They go 2 wide, they go 3 wide, down into San Donato. Ugo Ugachuka on the outside as Kasper Stuka locks up the brakes, and the pole holds on just to position 1. Agozzi making moves on Rafael Nadal. Can't get by the Frenchman. Quintarelli is just behind him. Dominguez makes a move down the inside. Nicely done by the Portuguese pilot. Goes by the Ferrari Junior Tuka Tappinen. Stuka already pulls away. There's Ferreira in the background trying to take Zachary David. O Menino do Brasil on the charge here this morning. Looking good for the Van Amersfoort Racing Team. His teammate in position 4. Ariel Elkin, Ethan Isher going through just ahead of Alex Powell on debut, his first ever car race for the Jamaican, the Mercedes AMG Junior. Not a good run in qualifying. He was slightly nervous. He is a mega talent. Just remember the name, Alex Powell. You'll be hearing it in the next half decade or so. A tough introduction. Alex, welcome to the world of Italian F4. He's behind Isher, ahead of Bidombati. Kasper Stuka, his third and final year in Formula 4 in position 1. Rashid Al-Dahedi on the back of Tuka Tappinen, who spoke to Laura Cola on the grid before the start of the race. Kasper Stuka will give the slipstream ever so slightly to Ugo Ugachuku. Brundle looks good in position for the Van Amersfoort Racing Team, who won the title twice. Dennis Hauger in 2019, Ollie Baumann 2021. Has a big look at the back of Arvid Lindblad, who locks up the front right. Bora behind. Dominguez. There's Rashid Al-Dahedi. Goes wheel to wheel with the former world champion Tuka Tappinen. Tuka simply says, have some grass, mate. And Rashid is now under attack from the Sydney side at Gianmarco Pradel. The US Racing Team are firing here this weekend. Gianmarco on the back of Rashid. That's Tuka going on through. Kasper with a lead of 0.4 of a second. Ugo is staying with the pole. Wharton has dropped back to 11th behind Freddie Slater. Header going on through. Lecorte behind, and Narak Beaton moves back a place to 16th. The gap 0.3 of a second. Still cool conditions here this morning. The track temperature only 16 degrees. Summertime has finished here in Italy. The first day of October, a sunny day. It's up to 20 degrees Celsius. We're expecting almost another 10 degrees for race 3 this afternoon. As we get news that Diego de la Torre, the Mexican, with a drive-through penalty, that will drop him right to the back of the pack as we concentrate on this battle for Ivan Dominguez, who is absolutely flying here this morning. He's up into position 6. He gets the slipstream from Border. There's confirmation for the Mexican, who'll pull into pit lane and drop to the back of the pack. Kasper Stuka 0.7 of a second ahead of Ugo Ugachuku. There is Dominguez, tries the outside of Border. James Wharton in trouble here this morning. That's Zachary David behind him. as Diego, the Mexican, pulls into pit lane, drives straight on through. James Wharton with a problem. He's dropped back behind Freddie Slater under attack from Zach. Then Ferreira, Nicola Lacorte, Narak, Beaton, Quintarelli, and Daryl Elkin. Ominous at the bottom of your screen, 1:48.796. The gap, 0.9 of a second. Oh boy, Kasper Stuka is flying. He looked out of it. He was back to 4th in the series. He did win the first race of the 2023 championship at Imola back in May. Arvid Lindblad with a stunning start to the championship. Looked as though he already had one hand on the trophy. Kasper Stuka says not so fast. He has won 4 in a row. If he wins here this morning, it will be 5 in a row. Arvid is still the championship leader. Kasper Stuka, though, is the race leader, and the gap is now 1.3 seconds. Stuka, like a missile, is flying. There's Freddie Slater going through, the former World Cup racing champion. Car 77 for the Van Amersfoort racing team. Multiple wins over the past few seasons, mainly for Ricky Flynn Motorsport in WSK World Karting. Current Euro champ, took pole position, his first ever KZ2 race in the WSK Champions Cup at the start of the season for Birol Art. Second Formula 4 race on the continent. He did race once in the British F4 Series. There's Freddie on the outside of Gianmarco Pradell. The Australian versus the Englishman. At the moment, the Sydney sider holds him off. He's on the outside, it becomes the inside. Slater tucks back in. Gianmarco Pradell in position 9. Slater the final position inside the points. As Pradell, who was elevated to 3rd overall yesterday, fights off the attack from Fast Freddy from the British Midlands. Stuka 1.2 seconds ahead of Ugo Ugochukwu, Lindblad, Pagoya, Porta, Dominguez, Tappan and Albuquerque, and then this battle between Gianmarco Pradell, Freddie Slater. Zach David has now got by James Wharton, who's being attacked from the Brazilian Matias Ferreira. Wharton in trouble. He's dropped outside the points. James Wharton, who won the season opening, the year opening United Arab Emirates Formula 4 Championship. 4th in the championship is James on 160.5, but will not add to that total at the moment. The second half of the second race, the penultimate round of the 10th anniversary season, the Italian F4 Championship presented by WSK Promotion, together with Hachi Sport, the Automobile Club of Italy, but it's a pole for a German team here in Tuscany that goes P1, looking to go 5 in a row. Ugo across the line, 1.7 seconds behind. Arvid stares at his mirror, the left side. Brando too far back to attack. Down into San Donato on this lap 8 of race 2. Albuquerque, a good run for him on the rookie podium yesterday, the Emirati. Fighting with the Ferrari Junior, another former World Cup racing champion, Tuka Tappan in car 8 in position 7. Pradell is catching both of them, is Gianmarco. There's Ferreira, still on the back of Wharton. The BWT Alpine F1 Academy junior car of Matias. Head of Lacorte, Narak, Quintarelli, Beaton. Is a look at the gap from Kasper. There's the championship leader, the Red Bull Junior, in position 3. The Prema Racing team on the wall, they do not have an answer for Kasper Stuka at the moment. If the order finishes as it does at the moment, they will win the team's championship though. But they want the driver's title as well. An enormous lead in the team's championship does the Prema Racing team have coming into this penultimate round. Winning the title the past couple of seasons, in fact. Former winners of that title, Van Amersfoort Racing. The Bitech team took it back in 2018 from memory. but they want the Drivers' Championship, which is not over yet. The gap, listen to this, 2.1 seconds. Casper is gone. 1:48.796, fastest lap of the race for the pole. Arvid now being attacked from the Van Amersfoort Racing team driver, Brando Baluer. The boy from Montebelluna on the back of the Red Bull Junior. The championship leader, Brando, wants the podium. He waits. This is Matthias Ferreira with Nicola Lacorte. James Wharton just there as well. Ferreira behind the two Prema Racing team drivers. Nicola in car 47, James in 13. The BWT Brazilian. And right behind, Quintarelli and Narak for the R-Race GP team. Look how close Matthias is to the back of Nicola. James escapes ever so slightly, but he does not have the speed this morning. In the background, Quintarelli going very wide. May have just driven off the circuit. We'll try and catch up with what happened now. Quintarelli was tucked in behind Narak. He's dropped down the order. He's off the road, is Quintarelli. We just got a glimpse. He's off the road, and we believe, stop. We'll try and bring you up to date with what has happened. Quintarelli has parked it at turn 6. Double waved yellows for the moment. Kasper Stuka playing it, stays green there. He's in the gravel and out. Into the wall. Kisses it ever so slightly. Something has failed on that car. Alfio Spinner going through. And Lund with Pedrini and Kabir Anurag off the road as well. So the car is well out of harm's way. Double waved yellows in turn 6. We stay green. That's good officiating from our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari. Says, let's keep it clean, let's keep it green, and let's race to the checkered flag if we can. Quintarelli is out. One of the AKM cars going off-road as well. There is Quintarelli out of the car. His morning is over. The double waved yellows. So we stay green. No need to invoke the safety car for every incident around the circuit. Quintarelli's car way offline, way through the gravel trap, not in any danger. And thankfully for Casper, the lead now 2.2 seconds. It stays green. Diego De La Torre, it was the Mexican in car 86 who had a wild ride through the gravel and the grass. He has rejoined after that drive-through penalty as well. So a tough morning for the Mexican. He's down in 32nd position, but still circulating. The two retirements, Quintarelli and Aurelia Nobels. Into Buccine. There is Ugo in second place. Brando still cannot get by Arvid Lindblad, who's doing just enough, needs every possible point. Does the Englishman. The championship final in 2 weeks' time at Vallelunga to the north of the eternal city of Rome. Can Casper take the title? US Racing second in 2022 with the Irishman Alex Dunn, who currently sits third in the GB3 series. As we look at the battle for third place, Brundle tries the high line around the outside, locks up the front right. Arvid on the inside, Brundle in the marbles, can't quite do it, cuts back though. He's got the speed, he's got the momentum. He says to Arvid, okay, it's time to race now, mate. Arvid holds him off. Brundle is looking good for Van Amersfoort Racing, almost runs off the road. Lindblad defending third place as Ugo escapes. Casper is gone. 3.2 seconds down the road. Ugo, and then the battle for third, the final step of the podium. Bora Dominguez tapping in the background. One attack from Brando. Got a good run coming onto the straight last time round. The first Italian in the field here, this multi-international field. He's the first Italian driver in the Italian Championship in position 4. The US Racing team nervously watching on from pit wall. It seemed almost an impossible thing to say before we went to Paul Ricard. Can they take the title? No. no chance. We thought mathematically it was still possible. The driver on your screen now with an enormous lead after a great start. But Kasper Stuka is looking at 5 wins in a row. Arvid Lindblad, a great start to 2023. Multiple victories early on in the year. He is still the championship leader, but he will lose points as it stands at the moment. There's Bora going through in position 5. Car 31 also for the US racing team. Now look at Brundle, tucked up under the rear wing, under the gearbox. So the championship leader gets the slipstream, 231, 232 k's an hour. Pulls out, goes to the right. He'll be on the high line. Arvid, he's a canny racer, he's the Londoner. He knows how to defend. Brundle holds it out wide. Arvid locks up the front right. They go wheel to wheel down into San Donato. They touch. They're out. They're into the wall. The championship leader is out. Oh boy, that championship is not over yet. Facing us backwards is the Red Bull Junior Arvid Lindblad. The championship leader is in the wall and out. The safety car is out onto the circuit. Brundle, Arvid, wheel to wheel down into turn 1. It was a fabulous fight that has now ended in tears. Lindblad is out. Brundle is out. Damage to the front left of Arvid's car, sits in it. Furious, disillusioned. The same can be said for Brundle Badoer. Kasper Stuka, 3.2 seconds, did not want the safety car. And not to be unsporting though, but if any driver was to retire, he would have not wished it. But it is the championship leader. Arvid Lindblad looks around as if to say, what on earth has happened? The champion is out, gets 0 from race 2. Brundle is also out. Ugo in second place. Akshay Bora into P3. Ivan Dominguez moves up into 4th place. The safety car out onto the circuit. Take a look at this down into turn 1. They did this a lap prior. They went wheel to wheel, a slight lock up from Arvid. Brundle hung it in tight. They went wheel to wheel. They just touched into the wall and game over. Big crash from Arvid. That was a big impact. Fortunately, the tyres doing their job. The US racing team not involved in that. That's great sportsmanship to see from Arvid and Brundle. They're both out, but they are both okay, fortunately. Unbelievable scenes here. Brundle looking down to his left wrist, but he is okay. May have hurt. Arvid doing the same. They're tough, these boys, but they will be furious. Arvid Lindblad, the championship leader, gets nothing here this morning. The Prema Racing team down on pit wall as if to say, what on earth has happened? Van Amersfoort Racing, they were in position 4. With Brundle Badoer, they are still in position 4 with Ivan Dominguez, who has stormed up into 4th place from grid 10. The safety car out onto the circuit. The recovery truck, I can tell you, is just going past the start finish line now. So it'll be a long safety car period. Down into turn 1, the slightest lock up. Brundle was pushed wide onto the marbles the lap prior, tried to keep in tight. They just touched wheels. And before you ask the rhetorical question, whose fault was it? Who's to blame? You don't need to ask the question. It is racing. It happened. There's no need to point a finger. They were racing for the final step of the podium. Arvid racing for the championship. The answer to the rhetorical question does not need to be answered. It doesn't matter. They're both out. They're both fine. That's the most important thing. Kasper Stuka, the race leader, by 3.2 seconds. That evaporates. But he's still got the race lead, and his main contender in the championship, Arvid Lindblad, is out. Quintarelli's car being moved. The safety team here at Mugello at this Ferrari-owned circuit, which hosts the Ferrari World Finals, Ferrari Mondiale, at the end of the month. A crack team here at Mugello. Take the opportunity to remove Quintarelli's car as well as that of Arvid and Brundle. It'll be a sprint, if at all, to the checkered flag. Kasper Stuka, position 1. Ugo Ugachuku in position 2. What does this do to the championship? Kasper Stuka on 208 points. Yeah, you know I'm getting the iPhone out to try and do the mathematics. 208 plus 25 points for a race win. The Formula One point score system. 233 points, and coming into this race, Arvid on 260.5. So basically one race in it with one race to go this afternoon at 3 at Vallelunga. 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining here this morning. That incident, as a matter of procedure between Arvid Lindblad, Brundle Badouer, is under investigation. Boy, has it all kicked off here this morning at Mugello. The championship leader trying to defend third place from the Italian Brundle Badouer into the wall at the exit of San Donato. The safety car out onto the circuit. Kasper Stuka had a lead of over 3 seconds. Is cutting chunks out of the championship lead of Arvid Lindblad. So let's cap the order. Kasper Stuka stays position 1. He's about to go by and see his main rival in the championship parked on the side of the circuit at the exit of San Donato. Ugo was second in the championship yesterday, has dropped back to third, but he's second in the race. Akshay Bora now up onto the podium, so the US racing drivers first and third. Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese driver for Van Amersfoort Racing, is in P4. Then it's Tuukka Tappinen, a better drive for the Ferrari Junior this morning. Rashid Al-Bahedi, third in the Rookies Trophy at the moment in P6. Ahead of fast Freddie Slater, car 77 in position 7. Gianmarco Pradel, Zachary David, James Wharton now moves back into the points. Ahead of Lacorte, Ferreira, Narak, Ethan Isher, Jack Beaton, Ariel Elkin, Bidon Bakti, James Agozzi, Alex Powell, the Jamaican in car 80, having his car racing debut this weekend. And Il Siciliano, Alfio Spinner, car 9 for the BVM racing team, is behind the kid from the Caribbean in car 80. Ricky Lou, Pedrini, Lund, Kabir Anurag, Lorini, Tina Hausman, Victoria Blockina. So Tina on track for the Women's Trophy again here this morning, as the time is about to tick over, and we are getting news that, well, stand by for this. Kasper wins. Safety car finish to race 2. Kasper will win for the 5th time in a row. The race will finish behind a safety car, so there will be no need for Kasper to restart tactically as he's done for the past couple of days here. Kasper wins. So the order that I just told you, which is to the left of your screen, that's how they'll finish, assuming no one has a failure or an issue. Last lap, next time round, we do the full race procedure. Kasper Stuka just needs to drive behind the safety car. There's Pradel going through, another points finish for the Australian. Last lap, next time round, behind the safety car. Kasper will win 5 in a row. He will move up to 233 points in the championship. Arvid Lindblad 260.5. The gap was almost 100 points before we went to Paul Ricard for the previous round of the championship. So this is the final lap of the race, and this is the race winner-elect. Safety car finish for race 2, the penultimate round of the Italian F4 Championship, presented by WSK Promotion. Stuka will win, Ugo in second, Akshay Bora, 2 US racing cars. There's James Wharton back into the points, finishing in P10 he will. His countryman, Gianmarco Pradel, 3rd place yesterday, P8 this morning for the Sydney sider. Two US racing drivers on the podium. The reigning champion, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, here at the circuit. Of course, you may remember he took out the title in 2022 when Mugello hosted the series final. Ollie Behrman, the current Prema Formula 2 driver, a year prior in 2021 for Van Amersfoort Racing 2020, Il Siciliano Gabriele Mini in that titanic struggle when he beat Francesco Pizzi to the line to take the title at Imola in what was a bizarre but highly competitive 2020. Dennis, the Norwegian Hauger for Van Amersfoort Racing a year prior as well. 2023, the 10th anniversary season of this ferociously fought junior single-seater series will either be won by, well, we have to be honest, it'll either be Arvid or Kasper. Ugo Chugul still there with a chance. He's the American. He's third in the championship. He's second in the race, which will finish behind the safety car in just a moment. There's Freddie Slater going through, car 77 in the points. He's the highly rated young Englishman, same management team as Ugo, the McLaren Junior, the ADD management team. Mark and Fraser also managing the career of another English driver who drives an orange car in F1 these days. Freddie Slater, second race on the continent after racing for Prema in the Euro 4 series in that championship. Here with Van Amersfoort Racing, here at Mugello, and also for the final round at Vallelunga to decide the 10th anniversary season of this, the Italian F4 Championship. The race will finish behind the safety car, which slows up Kasper Stuka. No effort required, does not need a tactical restart. Ugo Chugul helpless in second place, but a good points finish for the American. And Akshay Bora in position 3. It doesn't have quite the same emotion when they're driving at 50 k's an hour. Now Kasper Stuka accelerates once again. He takes the checkered flag. We can say the famous phrase, winner, winner, Juregina. Kasper Stuka goes 5 victories in a row. Cuts the lead in the championship to Arvid Lindblad dramatically. There is now barely a race in it. Ugo crosses the line in second place. Akshay Bora, the drivers from New York, USA, in second and third. Five victories in a row for the US racing team and also for Kasper Stuka. Race 3 to take place later this afternoon at 10 minutes to 5 local time. The podium coming your way live in just a moment from a beautiful morning here at Mugello. Kasper wins again. Ugo in second place as they cross the line behind the safety car. Akshay Bora in third, and then it's Dominguez, Tappanen, Rashid Al-Dahedi. Third in the rookie trophy is the Emirati. Slater, Pradell, Zachary David, and James Wharton, the second Australian inside the top 10. Nicola Lacorte, the Tuscan, just misses the points ahead of Ferreira, Narak, Isha, Jack Beaton, Ariel Elkin, Bidambaki, James Agozzi. Alex takes the checkered flag ahead of Alfio Spinner, who came from the back of the grid. Ricky Liu, Giacomo Pedrini, Lund, Kabir Anurag, who was in the grass earlier on, does recover. Kim Wareng, David Larini. Tina Hausman takes out the women's trophy ahead of Victoria Blochina just, and it's Guido Lacchetti and Diego Della Torre. This is the championship. Remember, after that adjustment to the points yesterday, after the penalty, Arvid Lindblad, in fact, it's 255. 255.5 points to 233. There is now just a single race in it. 5 in a row for Kasper. Akshay Bora, position 3. Ugo Chugul, position 2. Both the drivers from Jerry Seinfeld's hometown of New York, USA. But the 5th victory in a row for Kasper Stuka from Poland for the US racing team. Mr. Raffaele Gianmaria to present the 3rd place trophy. Representing Aci Sport is Raffaele. 2nd to Ugo. And the 5th P1 trophy to Kasper. And US Racing. They win again.
Inno nazionale.
Our first concern is, of course, Arvid Lindblad and Brando Badoea involved in a big crash, but they're both okay. They walked out of it. A race victory is worth 25 points. The gap in the championship, listen to this, Arvid Lindblad is just 22.5 points ahead of the driver in the centre of your screen, Kasper Stuka, who wins for the 5th time in a row. He's second in the championship and closing in on the Red Bull Junior, who's still in P1. One more chance to race. That's this afternoon at 5 o'clock. We'll see you then live from Mugello. Welcome to Mugello, race 2, the penultimate round of the Euroformula Open. This is the grid. Levin Tadeveš, the Hungarian, will start out of grid 1. Bryce Aron, the American from Illinois, alongside. Then it's Kian Shields, the Scotsman. And from Switzerland, it's Josh Dufek, who was on the podium in 3rd place yesterday. The cars set off on the formation lap. Francesco Simonazzi, Noel Leon, who can wrap up the championship here this morning and write his name into history. The Mexican driver is alongside Francesco, who was P2 yesterday, Paulo Breinek and Charlie Wirtz from the back of the grid after that DNF yesterday. Watch for Charlie, who took pole position in qualifying yesterday with a scorching time of 1:36.563, 24 hours ago, almost to the minute in fact. To come from grid 8, he will be quick here this morning. A beautiful morning. We're up to 22, almost 23 degrees Celsius here as we approach midday, the first day of October 2023, the penultimate round, 2023 Euroformula Open. The series will conclude in 3 weeks' time at Barcelona, Catalonia, home of the Spanish Formula One Grand Prix. That's in 3 weeks' time. We'll see you then. But almost certainly we will have a new champion by then in the form of Noel Leon. A massive lead in the championship, 348 points, 99 points ahead of the Scotsman Kian Shields, who's on 249. In fact, sorry, Kian is in 3rd on 249. Simonazzi now moves into 2nd place, just 3 points ahead of the Scotsman on 252. Kind of an awkward way to explain that. So I go through my notes, quickly scribbled down yesterday afternoon. 348 for Noel Leon, 252 for Simonazzi, 3 behind on 249 is Kian Shields. Bryce Aron, the American, 234. And Josh Dufek is 5th in the series after a win at Monza, a podium yesterday. The Swiss driver coming on strong in the second half of Euroformula Open. Great to have your company here at Mugello. Ian Silvestrin with you in commentary. It's a pleasure to be here in Bellissima Toscana. Levente de Vesh, the Hungarian, on pole position for the second race of the weekend, the penultimate round of Euroformula Open. Listen to that. These are magnificent single-seater racing cars. Quick, light, fast, and they produce some sensational racing, as we saw at Monza last weekend and also yesterday. Watch Charlie Verts from the back of the grid. Simonazzi, second yesterday, second in the series, the Italian for the BVM racing team, who are looking to go to 2 cars in 2024 in Euroformula Open. The green flag flies at the back of the grid here at Mugello. The 5 red lights for the second time this weekend. We race. Perfect start from Levente de Vesh as Simonazzi already tries to make up positions. There is the Italian in position 4. Kian Shields around the outside. They go wheel to wheel. They go 2 wide. They go 3 wide down into San Donato. And it's a nice start from the pole sitter Levente de Vesh. The Hungarian goes P1. Simonazzi tried to go into position 3. He's on the outside of Josh Dufek. Now he's on the inside. The Italian cuts in front of the Swiss driver. There's Charlie Verts. Goes by Brynek. We watch the Austrian from the back of the grid. Levente de Vesh goes position 1. As they come down the hill the first time. Down into Casanova. They approach Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2. Noel Leon in car 19. Josh Dufek just ahead. Charlie Verts. The fastest qualifier, the English-Austrian from Monte Carlo, the 3rd generation racer. Son of former Formula 1 driver, 3-time Le Mans winner, Alexander Verts here at the circuit. Overseeing the second of his 3 sons. The gold car, the magnificently presented AIX car at the back of the pack. Trying to make up places. Simonazzi going on through. He's in position 4 with a quick car here this weekend. Position 1, it is Levente de Vesh from Budapest in Hungary. Down into Buccine at the end of 1 lap. Levente de Vesh comes across the line. He's got a gap of 0.6 of a second. Kian Shields, Bryce Aron, the American, being caught now by Francesco Simonazzi, who gets the slipstream as they race along the start-finish straight. Over 240 k's an hour, not as quick as Monza a week ago. Very undulating circuit as they climb uphill into San Donato. Around the outside, Josh Dufek tries to take the champion-elect Noel Leon. Charlie Verts just watches on behind. Paolo Brynek doing a great job, trying to stay with his pack. He's the veteran Masters Gold-class driver. In 2-1-2 is the Slovenian. Charlie Verts just waiting to attack Josh. And Noel Leon, Simonazzi in position 4. There's the BVM racing team back with us in Euroformula. Since last season, they raced in Euroformula the middle part of last decade, as we said in our introduction, looking to go to 2 cars in 2024. And the Euroformula Open Championship, the calendar has been announced for next season. We'll speak about that throughout the course of the race. At the moment though, Ravesh still in position 1. Charlie Verts behind Josh Dufek. You just sense that he's waiting. Went off the road and into the gravel. In yesterday's race 1, did Charlie right there at that very corner. A pinhole size puncher. It was not the fault of Pirelli. It was not the fault of the car, the driver. Just a freak piece of debris. It was tiny. We're talking a millimetre. The tyre was off the rim and Charlie was into the gravel and out. He's just sitting in behind Josh Dufek, Noel Leon, who can wrap up the championship. A white line from Charlie Verts in the background. Noel Leon with a lead of almost 100 points in the championship in this, the penultimate round of Euroformula Open for 2023. This is Kian Shields. He's close to the back of Levente de Vesh, who covers off down into San Donato. Shields says no problem. He tries the outside. The Scotsman versus the Hungarian. What a move, what a pass. And the Scotsman goes position 1. Nicely done by Kian Shields. He goes to the top spot. He leads the race. Levente de Vesh back into second place. Then the American Bryce Aron. Simonazzi just sits there a place off the podium. Lap 3 of 17, race 2 Euroformula Open here at Mugello. Charlie Verts fastest driver in qualifying, still in position 7, and actually losing time to Josh Dufek. There is Charlie in car 5, magnificently prepared. The AIX machine for the Crypto Tower racing team. Simonazzi up the inside, tries to take the American. Bryce Aaron from Illinois, USA, holds off the Italian for the moment. Simonazzi won't wait, he tries the outside. Tucks back in as they go to the high part of the circuit, out of Corantaio on a beautiful Tuscan morning. Now behind Leon and Dufek, and also Charlie Wirtz, dragging themselves into this battle, down into turn 15, down into Buccine for the final step of the podium. Simonazzi will get the slipstream from the American Bryce Aaron. Fantastic pass just a moment ago from Kean Shields. Around the outside, went wheel to wheel, respect from Levente and also Kean Shields. Sensational pass from Shields, who leads the race now by 0.9 of a second. They come up the hill, watch Simonazzi. Tries the outside, has to watch out for Noel Leon. Josh Dufek's right there as well. Josh on the outside of the Mexican, who took his 7th victory yesterday in Euroformula Open. This 4-car freight train, make it 5, because car 5 for the Crypto Tower racing team. The Austrian, the fastest qualifier, Charlie Wirtz, is coming on strong on lap 4 of 17. Simonazzi still a place off the podium with a fast car from BVM Racing here this morning. Shields, 0.8 of a second ahead of Levente de Vesh. That's Charlie in car 5 in position 7. Josh Dufek yesterday, position 3 on the podium. Was Josh, after racing Formula Regional in Europe, in Asia the last couple of seasons, absolutely reveling and racing these magnificent Euroformula Open cars, the Dallara built chassis powered by the Opel Space engine. An absolute missile. Is this car, only around about 250 horsepower, Pirelli control tyre. It's light, it's fast, it's nimble, it's like a go-kart. This is a genuine Formula 3 car. It is damn quick around the Mugello circuit. As Simonazzi goes very sideways on the exit. Accelerates now, he'll lose time, and Noel Leon knows it. There's Josh Dufek. That was drifting style from Simonazzi. Loses time, loses the slipstream back to the American. Bryce Aaron, Charlie Wirtz still cannot make inroads. Look at the lead from Kean Shields back to Levente de Vesh, 1.9 seconds. Aaron, Simonazzi, and the Mexican, Noel Leon. Kean Shields with a 1:38.536. So almost exactly 2 seconds off the qualifying time set by Charlie Wirtz yesterday, unsurprisingly, but it's still the quickest lap of the race for the Scotsman. With the Irish heritage as well, Kean Shields. Kean Shields in car 73. The 18-year-old with a win for Team High Tech in British GB3 in 2023, looking for a victory here in Euroformula Open. He's already won 3 times. In 2023, second in the championship. Simonazzi still in position 4. Well, the race has not erupted yet. We've seen some spectacular battles throughout the year. We're waiting for the tyres to start to wear. This is exactly the same tyre that is used in various Formula 4 championships around the world. We started the season with Hankook, and we thank them, but unfortunately, that fire over in South Korea, we had no choice. When tyre supply became as rare as, well, I hate to say it, but masks a couple of years ago. Thanks to Pirelli, we're using the DM spec, medium spec tyre, and it's holding up nicely. And it's providing fabulous racing as Simonazzi now tries the outside of the American, goes wheel to wheel in San Donato. Bryce with Francesco. Simonazzi sends it down the inside. He's sideways on the exit. That costs him. Bryce holds off Francesco just. Now the race starts to erupt. This is what we've come to expect in Euroformula Open. They settle into a rhythm, and now it's kicking off. Bryce from Francesco, Noel, Josh, and Charlie. Leventedeves still in position 2, escaping from this battle is the Hungarian. Car 11 in position 2, 3 seconds behind the Scotsman, who leads off the road. Bryce throws away position 3. He was on the podium. Francesco Simonazzi goes on through. The Italian is now on the podium. He almost runs off the road himself. He's done all that hard work, Francesco. Don't throw it away now. Don't throw it away now. Bryce Aron was in position 3 into the gravel. Had to relent. Had to get out of the throttle. Bryce Aron. Bryce loses a ton of time. He's back into 7th place. That was a big moment for the American. 3-time race winner in Euroformula Open in 2023. Into the gravel. That's how you define track limits. Mugello sets the standard. Grass and gravel. The drivers know when they have to lift. Francesco Simonazzi now into position 3. The question is, can he catch the Hungarian Leventedeves, who's in position 2? He's lost time to the race leader, Kian Shields, as now Josh Dufek around the outside of the champion-elect. Noel Leon holds him off. This is what happened just a moment ago. Francesco Simonazzi, with that move, goes on through and took Bryce. He's up into position 3. And then just a couple of corners later, Aaron just off the road. Did superbly well to bring it back on track. It looked as though, yeah, he's pulled into pit lane. You just saw the left rear. We didn't want to say it as it happened. He had a left rear failure. Pulled into pit lane has Bryce. Almost exactly what's happened yesterday. It's not the first puncher that the various categories racing here have had this week. This is what happened to Charlie yesterday. So no fault of the American driver. A left rear destroyed. Debris around the circuit, the ripple strips. There was some contention, some talk if they were to blame. Quite a few punches in the various categories. Of course, we're guests of the Automobile Club of Italy, Arci Sport, this weekend. The Italian GT3 Championship Racing, they've also suffered some incidents. Bryce has put on a new Pirelli tyre. He's back in the race, but he's in last place. Team Moto Park, go to work. He's almost going to be lapped, but he's back on track. So Kian Shields, the race leader from Leventedeves, and Francesco Simonazzi. That's Noel Leon, yesterday's race winner. The outright leader in the championship, being hounded by Josh Dufek. He fends off the Swiss driver, goes defensive. Josh locks up in car 69. We move into the second half, the second race, the penultimate round of Euroformula Open. Sideways spectacular from the Mexican. Car 19, that was a rallycross moment there for the championship leader, absolutely on the ragged edge. Loses time to Simonazzi. He's in position 3, trying to chase down. He is catching Leventedeves, who is now 5.3 seconds behind Kian Shields. Second and third in the championship, remember. Simonazzi, who's third on the road. Shields in position 1, but third in the series. There is Charlie Wirtz. Fastest driver in qualifying, but just does not have the car seemingly this morning. What can he do in the second half of the race? We're about to find out. It is Shields, Ravesh, Simonazzi, Noel Leon, who will almost certainly wrap up the championship in 8 laps time at the end of this one. Josh Dufek and Charlie Wirtz. Ken Shields comes down into turn 15, down into Buccine corner. There is Leventi doing a good job. Bryce Aron in between, so has already been lapped by the race leader. Bryce in car 23, this is the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth. Ravesh, the pole sitter, just checks the mirrors, gives the slipstream to Simonazzi. Watch down into San Donato into turn 1. Francesco goes wide, goes high. The Italian versus the Hungarian here at Mugello. Francesco stays in the throttle. He's on the marbles. He runs out of road. He's off into the grass. That did not work from the Italian. Lucky to hold on to the position. He doesn't. Sends it up the inside. Superb from Josh. Dufek now moves on through. Leventedeves now has breathing space. The lapped car of Bryce Aaron still in this battle. Remember, he is 4th in the championship. He's the American with 3 wins in Euroformula Open in 2023. Simonazzi now being caught by Charlie Wirtz. Charlie in 5, Simonazzi in 84. Around the outside, the high line. Levente de Vest just fed him a wheel, was entitled to. He can put the car wherever he wants. He's ahead. He put it in the middle of the circuit. Francesco tried to fight and then lost time. Super pass from Josh Dufek. Just sent it down the inside into the right-hander. Poggio Secco on the exit. Down into Borgo San Lorenzo. This is turn 15. Simonazzi, who finished P2 yesterday, 2nd in the series, has now dropped back to P5. Ken Shields crosses the line now. A 1:38.888 last time. As Noel Leon around the outside of Levente de Vesh gets the slipstream there, wheel to wheel. The championship leader goes by the pole sitter, darts to the outside. Levente holds him off. Well done, Levente de Vesh. The championship leader right behind him, and now he's about to be attacked by Josh Dufek in car 69. Josh takes the Mexican. Levente holds them off, and there's Francesco and Charlie in the background. Super driving. Opportunistic Josh Dufek with a 2nd pass down into Poggio Secco here this morning. Watch this, down into San Donato. Noel Leon darts to the outside, tries to get the run, but he leaves the door open, and Josh Dufek simply pounces. On the outside, holds it, it becomes the inside, and Noel Leon, the Mexican with the championship in mind, has to relent, and he falls back to 4th place. There's Ken Shields going through. And then this battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th will make that 5th as well, and also 6th if Charlie can do something in the remaining 6 laps. Race 2, Euroformula Open here in beautiful sunshine, the 1st day of October 2023. Levente, the pole sitter from Budapest in Hungary, just ahead of the Austrian-Swiss driver Josh Dufek. We go to Noel Leon, the Mexican. Has a look down into turn 15, does Josh. Doesn't mind trying to scare the drivers in front. Levente de Vesh, he's tucked right under the gearbox of the Hungarian's car 11, side by side at 230, 240 k's an hour. Uphill on this 1.1 kilometre straight. Levente on the inside. Josh on the outside, turns in, locks up the front right again. Levente holds him off. And then Josh is in the grass. He goes rallycross, pulls it back onto the circuit. Levente de Vesh is holding his own. Superb from the Hungarian in car 11. He's still in position 2. Ken Shields has got an 8.2 second lead over this battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th with Charlie Wirtz. Watch this, Levente de Vesh down the inside. Josh on the outside. Tried to go with it. It's worked for the past 2 times in that corner. This time, all 4 Pirelli tyres into the grass. Josh Dufek, superb skill to bring it back on track. He's still on the podium. There's Simonazzi with a super fast car yesterday. This morning, well, he's back in position 5. There's Charlie Wirtz, the fastest qualifier in the background as well. Wide line from Levente. Tighter from Josh. Has a look down into turn 15 as he did a lap ago. Ken Shields crosses the line now. The gap, 8.6 seconds. He's the fastest driver on the circuit. A 38.536 for the Scotsman, and the battle rages on for 2nd and 3rd. Josh again gets the slipstream. Watch Levente de Vesh, goes to his right, to your left. Josh Dufek checks the mirrors, goes on the outside, gets the slipstream, and the Swiss driver sends it down into 2nd place. Nicely done by Dufek. Levente back into P3. He's still on the podium, but now being caught by Noel Leon, who's been methodical here this morning. Simonazzi in the background. Charlie Wirtz does not have the car under him this morning, the fastest qualifier. He's back in P6. Watch this down into turn 1. Nicely done by Josh. Checked the mirrors, turned in, got the slipstream prior to that. And looking at his second podium in 2 days. He's in second place. He finished third yesterday. Behind this driver, Francesco Simonazzi. Car 84, already a race winner in 2023. Very consistent. 252 points. Second in the championship coming into this second race this morning. Levente de Vesh. Noel Leon looking to join the likes of Ollie Goethe, who won for Team Moto Park last year. The Dane, prior to that, it was the American Cameron Dass. 2021, Yifei Ye for Crypto Tower Racing. Marino Sato in 2019. Incidentally, when Liam Lawson took the rookie title in Euroformula Open. One of 3 former Euroformula Open drivers now racing in Formula 1. Along with Yuki Tsunoda. Also Felipe Drugovich, well, he is testing for the moment as we look again at Noel Leon on the outside of Levente de Vesh. Simonazzi in the background. Levente holding his own is the Hungarian, and there is the Mexican. The 18-year-old driver from Monterrey. Last year, racing in the Formula Regional Series, which raced here earlier in the year. We have to make the comparison, I hate to do so. When Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Martinia Stensona qualified in the Formula Regional cars earlier on, a 1:42.2 time. They were 6 seconds, or they are 6 seconds a lap slower than the magnificent Euroformula Open cars, despite having more power than these EF cars. There's Simonazzi. Just getting back to Noel Leon, North American Formula 4 champion, actually won the Mexican NASCAR Challenge Cup. What a diverse career he's had. And he's about to win the biggest title of his career this morning, you would think. Noel Leon in car 19 in position 4. Credit, though, to the Scotsman, Kean Shields, who's about to start lap 14 of this 17-lap race here this morning. The gap is 9 seconds. Back to Josh. Levente de Vesh and Noel Leon, the champion-elect. They come up the hill. Levente from Leon holds him off again. Ravesh is driving superbly here this morning. Noel Leon thinking about the championship, but wants to finish on the podium before we go to Barcelona in 3 weeks' time for the final round of Euroformula Open for 2023. Simonazzi, there's Charlie Birds, has a look down the inside. Just tries to rattle the Hungarian, but the Eastern European, well, it's hard to shake them at the best of times. The championship final, it'll be a dead rubber if Noel Leon finishes even in P4 at the moment. He will be the champion as we go to Barcelona in Spain. Francesco Simonazzi would still like to take the title of vice champion. The final round of 2023, incidentally, the first round of the 2024 Euroformula Open kicks off on the beautiful Algarve coast on the bottom of Portugal on the 28th of April down in Portimao, before going to Hockenheim, Spa, Hungaroring, home race for Levente de Vesh next year, as he gets the sportsmanship warning flag. Back to the magnificent Paul Ricard, the Red Bull Ring in Austria, Barcelona, and on October the 20th, 2024. That is next year's season final. All the information, the calendar, available on the Euroformula Open website. As we move on to lap 15 of 17, still Kean Shields, Josh Dufek and Levente de Vesh. How good would a podium be? His manager, Nicola Gallian, down in pit lane, willing his boy on, but he has to defend from the the champion-elect, who darts to the outside. Watch Simonazzi in the background. Again, Levente holds off Leon. Francesco is catching the both of them. The dying stages, race 2 here at magnificent Mugello, sends it up the inside. And Levente de Vesh says, no, you don't. Simonazzi is catching the both of them. Charlie Wirtz too little, too late in the background for the fastest qualifier. away by as Francesco Simonazzi takes chunks out of the championship leader, but he's off the road. Francesco millimetres away from throwing it into the gravel. That was almost the end of the Italian's race then, and potentially the end of his hopes to take the vice championship in Euroformula Open 2023. Superb skill to bring it back on track. Charlie Verts trying some consolation to take the Italian too far back to capitalise. Kian Shields about to cross the line to start the penultimate lap of race 2 here at magnificent Mugello. Down into turn 15, Kian Shields, 139.5 or 566 last time round. He's backed off the pace, 131 in fact, as he starts lap 16, the penultimate lap of the race, looking to take his 4th victory in Euroformula Open for 2023, proudly flying the Scottish flag on car 73 in position 1. Another attack from Leon. Tries the outside line. Levente holds him off. How close would Francesco have been had he not thrown it off the road in this moment right here? Into the gravel. Barely lifted, did Simonazzi. Said, I've got this under control, boys. Dragged it back onto the circuit. Charlie Verts too far back. Still wants to drag himself into this battle in the final lap and a half. Possibly force an error. Kian Shields on his way to victory in race 2 here at Mugello. We'll move back into 2nd in the championship as well. Most importantly, a 25-point bonus here this morning. Formula 1 point scoring system for Euroformula Open, of course. He'll jump from 249 up to 274 in a lap's time. Noel Leon will take the title. That is provisional, of course, as you look at the Scotsman. The 18-year-old down into the final corner to get the last lap board. A superb performance as he worked his way into the lead. And he starts the last lap of the morning, race 2 here at Mugello in Euroformula Open. Simonazzi now being caught by Charlie Verts, the fastest qualifier, but it's too little, too late for the Austrian. He's still in position 6. Bryce Aron, incidentally, still is circulating after having to pit for a punctured tyre. He's still out there in position 8. This is the race leader. Climbs the hill for the final time. The battle rages on for the final step of the podium. Levente puts car 11 in the middle of the circuit. No problem for the Mexican NASCAR Challenge champion. He tries the outside, tries the high line. Levente goes in deep. Noel Leon tacks on back. He's still in position 4. Almost runs off the road. Boy, how close was that? Has a look down into Borgo San Lorenzo. The left-hander, and then now down into Casanova for the final time. Kian Shields will win for the 4th time in 2023 Euroformula Open. Levente de Vesh, what a great result a podium would be. Into Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2, he climbs the hill for the final time. Kian Shields on his way to victory. He has dominated race 2 here at magnificent Mugello in the penultimate round of Euroformula Open for 2023. Down through the chicane for the final time. Into turn 15, the gap. It's come down to 7 seconds over Josh Dufek. He's controlled the pace. He'll win the race. A superb performance from the Scotsman. Kian Shields races up to take the checkered flag to win Euroformula Open Race 2 here at Mugello. A brilliant drive. He moves back into 2nd in the championship. Josh Dufek about to cross the line. The battle for 3rd rages on. Side by side gets the slipstream. We go to the timing screen. He'll do it. Noel Leon crosses the line. He's position 3. Denies Levente de Vesh a podium by 0.0 of a second. Noel Leon is the Euroformula Open champion for 2023. Kian Shields has taken his 4th victory of the season and wins in dominant fashion. The gap was 6.9 seconds at race end. Kian Shields with the victory from Josh Dufek and Noel Leon, heartbreakingly for Levente Devesh. You have to feel for the pole sitter. He defended superbly and was denied the podium by 0.0 at the end. Kian Shields, the Scotsman, with his fourth victory in Euroformula Open for 2023. Another great aggressive attacking drive from Josh Dufek to finish P2. Noel Leon pips the Hungarian on the line to take the final step of the podium. He will be crowned champion-elect. We're trying to do mathematics. He'll have to wait until Barcelona. Noel on the podium in position 3. Josh in second place, and Shields takes his fourth victory of 2023 in Euroformula Open. Paolo Breinik, great to see the Masters driver winning the gold class, as we thank Pirelli for presenting the trophies here. An enormous lead in the championship, but mathematically, well, we do have to wait for Barcelona in 3 weeks' time. That is the championship decider for Euroformula Open. Josh in second place. Shields wins again. And of course, Motopark, great supporters of the Euroformula Open. We'll see them back along with others in 2024. Paolo Breinik takes the Masters, the Gold Class Trophy. The 2024 calendar getting underway in Portimao on the 28th of April next year. Noel Leon denies Levente Devesh a podium right on the line. He finishes P3. He will have to wait until Barcelona to be crowned champion for Euroformula Open for 2023. Credit to Shields. He takes his fourth victory of 2023. Josh in second, and Leon, the Mexican, who won yesterday, P3 this morning. But we'll have to wait for Barcelona in 3 weeks' time, the final round of Euroformula Open for 2023. Great to have your company. We hope you enjoy the broadcast. We'll see you in Spain for the season final, Euroformula Open, in 3 weeks' time.
Eurocup-3, who starts on pole for this second race of the weekend. So here's the grid then. It's North Campos front row with Eurocup-3 and Masson on the front row. Mary Boyle on row 2 again alongside his MP Motorsport teammate Bruno Del Pino this time. Sebastian Ergaard and Nick Gilks, after his personal best result yesterday, starts from 6th. Javier Segura starting better than yesterday, hoping for a better result from 7th on the grid, ahead of the Jose Garfias, the Dario Cabanellas and Francesco Braschi, who was second in yesterday's race, but back in 10th in qualifying this morning, so not really the result he wanted. There's Miron Pingasov, who starts from 11th on the 6th row of the grid alongside Suleiman Zamfari. There's Sebastian Gravland and Jorge Campos ahead of Daniel Nogales, Emo Fittipaldi and Daniel Mavdiatov, the last two drivers in the GRS team cars, 16th and 17th on the grid. So what did yesterday's result do to the championship? Well, Esteban Masson, of course, had his lead completely slashed after his 2 DNFs last weekend at Jerez. But what a different 7 days make, because of course he's gone on to take on a pole position and a race win yesterday in pretty dominant fashion. He was victorious yesterday from Francesco Braschi in second place. Then it was Mari Boyer in third, Sebastian Ergaard in fourth, and rounding out the top 5 was Nick Gilks, his best result of the season for the Canadian. What this does to the championship is it helps to slightly rebuild Masson's points lead, because he now heads second place Sebastian Ergaard by 21 points on 177. So Sebastian Ergaard, after his fourth place, has put him on 156. But he now has Mari Boyer closing in on third with 147. And his third place certainly helped him to close in now to a gap of just 11 points between them. Francesco Braschi's second place helped him leap up to fourth. And Jose Garfias rounding out the top 5 was P6, but a slightly quiet P6. He now sits on 97 points. Javier Segura, who failed to score yesterday, started to finish 13th. It was his first finish outside of the top 10 since the start of the season, back in 13th, when he finished race 1 in Spa in 13th place. And it's his first kind of his worst result since the first race at Aragon, when he was declared 10th after the race was didn't finish the race, but he was classified 10th and the final point scorer pick up 1 slot point. Since then, his form has been pretty decent. He's been in the top 5 no less than 4 times, and picked up 2 podiums as Segura. But just, I think, struggling yesterday in the temperatures, as many drivers seem to be in some context, because it was an incredibly hot circuit, and the temperatures have started to creep up again once more. It's still 30 degrees ambient temperature, but after slightly cooler conditions for the Spanish F4 race that we've just had, now the sun's starting to get towards that midday sun now. It's coming quarter to 1. It's now coming up to a track temperature of 42 degrees, so it's still incredibly hot out there on track. That will be playing havoc for the tyre pressures, tyre wear and tyre degradation. All the teams will have lots of data to try and counteract that. Of course, it'll be down to the drivers how they can usually make the most out of the setup underneath them in order to maximise the life of the tyre over these next 30 minutes or so. We now get set for our second race of the weekend. Esteban Masson is looking for his 6th win of the season. He's taken doubles before at Aragon and at Zandvoort, won both races. Typically, when he has won the first race, he's gone on to win race 2 as well. He'll try and keep that streak up if he can. Sanapol Intrapuvasak, who starts this race from pole position. Well, he can make this one happen. He has started from pole before. Started back the first race at Aragon from pole position. His best result to date so far has been 3rd place. He's taken 2 third places, one at Zandvoort, one at Jerez last time out. He's also finished in the top 5 a further 3 times on top of that, but he hasn't finished higher than 3rd. This could be his best chance to take his first Eurocup-3 victory here at Estoril. But of course, Masson will not be playing the team game. He's out for himself, and he's out for his 6th win of the season. A chance to further extend his championship lead. But what about also the cars behind as well? Watch, of course, for Mari Boyer, who spent half the race staring his teammates Sebastian Ergaard's rear wing before he managed to charge through and take 3rd place. Now he's starting ahead of him. Can he make a difference and can possibly change the top 2 if he's got pace underneath him? Watch also, of course, for Bruno Del Pino started for 4th. He's the top rookie in the field on the grid. And what can Nick Gilks do also from the 3rd row if he can improve on P5 yesterday? So, green flag at the back. Race number 2 of the weekend for Eurocup-3 in Estoril. To Sanapol Intrapuvasak on pole. Let's see if he can get a good start. A decent row from the front row, but also a good jump from Mari Boyer from the 2nd row. He's already on the attack side by side, trying to get past Esteban Masson. That gets that route cut off. They're right to the inside line. They fan out 3 abreast towards turn 1. And there goes round the outside. Masson looking for the lead. Intrapuvasak tries to squeeze him out wide on the exit. And now they charge towards turn 2 for the first time. And it's side by side between the teammates. Is Masson and Intrapuvasak side by side? Who came out on top of that one? I think it was Masson. Indeed it was. So Masson does get in front in the first couple of corners. Intrapuvasak now runs wide at Lamy corner. And here comes Mari Boyer for MP Motorsport. He's got his 2 teammates, Ergon and Del Pino, for company right behind him as they're turning through the curve of VIP. And round the outside looks Mari Boyer. He gets the job done. Brilliant move from Mari Boyer to get that move done. He needs to do that to stop and try and prevent Esteban Masson from getting away from him, because he got stuck for half a race yesterday behind his teammate. And that cost him a potential chance of getting any higher than 3rd. Into the interior hairpin for the first time. It's Masson that leads it then. Boyer 2nd. Intrapuvasak, the pole man, down to 3rd. And now under big pressure also from Sebastian Ergaard. That's not weaving from Boyer. That's just him trying to get a bit more heat into his tyres on this opening lap here. Out through the right-hander Aurelia and out towards the Gancho chicane. And it is now Esteban Masson doing exactly what he did yesterday. getting to the lead and starting to pull away already, and that's only because the cars behind have been scrapping so much on this opening lap. He's managed to pull away. He's got quite a gap. But the question's now going to be, can Mari Boyer do anything about it? The young Spaniard trying to pick up what could be his 4th win of the season. But he hasn't won a race since Monza, and that was 2 race weekends ago. Yellow flags being displayed in the final sector for a moment, but they've managed to be brought back in. Now down the pit straight, a few more cars starting to weave to get some temperature back into the tyres. But at the end of lap number 1, it's Masson that leads by 1.8 seconds already. What a start that was from Masson, side by side across the line. Now comes Pingasov and Nick Jilk side by side. The Drive-X man trying to hold on the inside line. Jilk goes sideways, there's a bit of tangle as he runs wide on the exit. Pingasov comes back at him. I think Pingasov will have to take that place, and Jilks will try and fight back on the outside if it's possible. But looks like Jilks has had to capitulate and give him the place. Meanwhile, that is Segura under threat. In fact, he's going round the outside of Del Pino, excuse me. So he's now holding on. No, he's battling with Garfias, excuse me. There's so many MP Motorsport cars, you're trying to pick out who's where. So as they come out of the curb of VIP, Masson's lead is now up to 2 seconds slightly. And for Puvasat trying to come back at Boyer now. He's got a small gap on Ergaard. Meanwhile, Segura has managed to hold off Garfias for the mode, but Garfias has a look up the inside line, big dive into the interior hairpin. He's forcing Segura to take the outside line to get back onto the power, and Garfias pulls himself level. He'll be on the outside for the next corner at Aurelia. But if he's got the grip and the pace, he might well take it round the outside. He's going for it. Segura will try and squeeze him out wide. If he can try and make that position stick, which he almost does. In fact, he does. So great move from Garfias. Really decisive pass there to try and make that move. He set it up right at the interior hairpin, forced Segura to go wide, and then for the next couple of corners, he put him right off the racing line. And that really did help Garfias to hold on to that stickier pass the racing line where all the rubber's been laid down. Segura had no answer for it, and he's back down to 7th. Now got Pingasov not far away from him now in 8th place. Jilks is down to 9th, and Cabanellas is in the top 10. Across the line come the leaders. The gap is now 2.6, so another 8 tenths increase for Esteban Masson. Boyer in 2nd place, into Puvasat only 6 tenths back behind him. And this is the key thing now. This is where it gets to be a little bit more interesting. What can Boyer do to try and close that gap in? And is he going to become the cork in the bottle here? Because yesterday, ironically, it was Ergaard that was the cork in the bottle, as Boyer was stuck behind him. But now Boyer not able to really have any answer in this initial few minutes. Try and catch up to this man, Esteban Masson, because the young Frenchman seems to have this race already firmly under control. Let's take a look at the start. It was a good start initially. You saw Boyer there trying to squeeze himself alongside. And actually, it was Masson that led the way down towards turn 1. Inter Puvasat tried to come back down the outside line. They went toe-to-toe, exiting curve 1. Boyer watched on as his 2 teammates off company, and then Boyer just was forcing Inter Puvasat to go defensive. And I think the tyre driver just had one eye on his teammate in front and another on Boyer behind him. Boyer just sent it round the outside at curve of VIP. A lot more grip and confidence than the tyre driver, and through into 2nd place he went. Boyer now 2.8 seconds back behind Esteban Masson. As I mentioned, he's had 3 wins so far this season. One at Spa in very mixed conditions that weekend. And he did the double at Monza, picked up both wins in Italy. Did the Spaniard. And now trying to pick up more points to solidify, if I can get the words out. That's one car off the road. Is that one of the Drive-X machines, possibly? I'm trying to work out exactly who it is. Can't quite tell from this distance. It might be. The only one I can suggest is possibly. It's difficult to tell who that is and where that is also. And it's quite difficult. Safety car's been deployed, but again, it's tricky to work out who it is and also exactly where it is. That might be. Is that possibly? That's one of the Drive-X cars coming in also. It might be the Drive-X car, in fact, actually. Coming in. Again, couldn't quite make out the number on that car. It's Pingasov that's in. Pingasov is the one that's into pit lane, and who was he? I couldn't quite see who he was battling with. There's one of the GRS cars towards the back of the field. That's Daniel Mavlyatov. He has a little bit of experience in single-seater racing in the UK, a little bit of Formula Ford experience. And he's right towards the back of the field. I think the car that's possibly involved is 26. And that was Jorge Campos. Has had the issue. And we've got some replay here. Oh, and that was a tangle with Mavlyatov. So Mavlyatov and Campos have come together. The Mexican is the one that's trying to recover. As he's tried to recover, Mavlitov's car has struggled to get going. He's also got damaged front right suspension as well, so that hasn't really helped him. And because of that, it's seeing him beached on the curb. And now, the incident involving Mavlitov and Campos, is now under investigation. So I imagine that Mavlitov hasn't really made himself very popular in the Paloma Sport camp. So many very similarly liveried cars, I have to be honest, that sometimes trying to identify them is a little bit tricky, but so if I did misidentify that as one of the DriveX cars, then please accept my apologies. Alex Palou, in fact, of course, double IndyCar champion, won the title a few weeks ago, and was here testing one of his own cars with the team on Friday, just to help some of his drivers out with setup and a bit more development. And if you want to know exactly how fast he was 4th fastest for the record. So even double IndyCar champions are pretty quick and on the pace. The safety car has been deployed then, and this large lead that Esteban Masson had, this safety car literally it benefits everyone really, apart from one man, and it's the race leader. Because Esteban Masson had a lead of about 2.8, almost 3 seconds, and now it gives a chance to Mari Boyer to try and pounce on the restart, because we saw how racy he was yesterday, and how much he pulled away from his teammate after he managed to pick his way around him. Basically staring at his gearbox for half a race. Once he managed to squeeze through, he was able to try and charge after the top two, but by that time they were several seconds up the road and pretty clear. So I imagine if they've been able to recover Jorge Campos' car pretty quickly, we may well get a safety car restart very shortly, potentially even on this lap. But it depends on whether or not the Hello Motorsport car has been recovered. Masson, meanwhile, will be hoping to try and take another victory for Campos. Safety car lights are still on for the time being. Signal is when they go out, is when racing will get back underway. We'll also get a message on the screen, of course, saying safety car in this lap. They're still recovering Jorge Campos' car. It's now been recovered off the curb, as you can see. Rather frustrated Jorge trudging away. Globo Sport with 5 cars in the mix. Miron Pingasov also came into pit lane as well. And Javier Segura, after a tough race yesterday, outside the top 10, running currently in 7th place. Safety car will bring them round for one more lap. All they really need. Taking stock of where we are then, coming towards 1/3 distance in this race. Esteban Masson, championship leader, looking for his 7th win of the season. Currently in the lead of the race. Mari Boyer, 2nd place. To Sana Polin for Puvasat, the pole sitter after qualifying this morning. He's in 3rd. He gets a bit of reprieve also to try and close in on the top 2. Sebastian Ergaard in 4th. Bruno Del Pino in 5th. 6th for Jose Garfias. So the MP Motorsport cars are outnumbering the Campos machine 4-2 in the top 6. I think that they might start to play a bit of a team game here. And I suppose that Mari Boyer wants to try and pull away, but in my head I'm making up a scenario where Boyer gets in front and then stacks up both the Campos cars to get swamped by his 3 teammates, but I'm not quite sure that might happen. Outside the top 6, Javier Segura in 7th place. Nick Gilks is down to 8th. You have then Daniel Cabanellas in 9th, and Francisco Braschi, who finished 2nd yesterday behind his teammate Masson. Not tried to pick his way up the order where he could qualify this morning. He qualified this morning in 10th, and he stayed 10th at the moment. So not really any progress at this point. Track temperature is getting a bit hotter. It's now 43 degrees, so you can tell it's getting towards midday sun. Mari Boyer pulling alongside Esteban Masson, saying, come on, get on with it. It's a bit of an intimidation tactic, Max Verstappen style, I think. Now then, see how the recovery's going on, and whether or not the safety car lights will be extinguished this time by. Pack still being led around. And it's still being recovered. The answer is yes. It's causing a bit longer recovery than I think many expected, I think. Because they're still hooking up that car to the halo. And it looks like it will be another lap around the safety car. remember coming into this race after yesterday's victory, Esteban Masson managed to get his points lead back up to 21 points after he came into the weekend just 7 after his disastrous double DNF last weekend at Jerez. But how much of a difference 7 days makes is pretty incredible. He's been on top form just about in every session this weekend. The only session he's really missed out on, effectively, is getting pole for race 2, because he lost out to his teammate Tasana Polintra-Puvasak by a quarter of a second. But the better start for Masson has helped him to pull alongside and get the lead early on and maintain that advantage over the first couple of laps. The safety car has really closed things back in once more, and it will give a chance for Boyer and Polintra-Puvasak and potentially Ergaard and Del Pino and Garfias the chance to get themselves into the mix and cause a problem. Should talk about the rookie contest as well, and it is Bruno Del Pino who leads for MP Motorsport there. He's in 5th overall. The next best placed rookie is Daniel Cabanellas in 9th, 2nd in the category, and then in 11th place you've got the third of the rookies. That is the number 35 of Sebastian Gravland, the Danish driver. 4th in that category is Emo Fittipaldi. Emerson Fittipaldi Jr. Yes, of course, descendant of that Emerson Fittipaldi. Almost goes without saying. And then Daniel Nogales rounds out the top 5 in rookies from the 6th placed man, Suleiman Zamfari from Morocco, and then it's Miron Pingasov for Polo Motorsport 6th, and Jorge Campos was another of the rookies in 7th. Now, I get the feeling that the safety car speeding up now suggests we may well get a safety car restart this lap. Unless they haven't recovered the car just yet, which they have. So it should mean we should get things going underway this time by. Hopefully we'll get a notice on the screen in a few seconds' time to tell us that we are going back racing. And this car has picked up the pace. And there we go, safety car in this lap, just like magic. Now then, this is intimidation tactics from Mari Boyer. He's putting himself alongside because he knows that Masson is going to control this restart here, just for those who need it. Now the safety car's coming in. It's Masson that becomes the safety car. He chooses when to get this race underway. But Boyer is going to stick to his rear diffuser like glue here for a second. He's staying close. Trying to position himself for the restart. We're not going yet. He's always to the back of Masson. He's taken that long to take the restart. He really is leaving it late. He's almost swerved there into the path of Mari Boyer as he's trying to put himself alongside. He is a late restart from the race leader here. He's not taking any chances. Some slight frustration tactics here. Again, he hasn't even gone just yet. This is a very late restart. We saw the Spanish F4 race. They went on the exit of the S's, but they're still stacked up. The green flag's in the air, but Masson hasn't even put his foot down yet. He's still holding them up. This is extraordinary to Esteban Masson. This is quite extreme. Whether or not the stewards will take a dim view at this, I'm not sure, but he really is leaving it incredibly late for the restart, darting this way and that. I'm not sure this is something the stewards will take on very lightly. This is a very, very late restart, and this is frustrating everybody else. Now he goes, but that's one of the latest restarts I've ever seen in a single-seater race. That was incredibly late, and now it's taken Mari Boyer with him. Now it's put Polintra-Puvasak actually. It's actually hasn't helped his teammate, because Polintra-Puvasak's got both of the MP Motorsport cars in 4th and 5th. Of Ergaard and Del Pino right behind him. Del Pino looks around the outside. No, it's Ergaard looking around the outside. He's gone past his teammate Del Pino. Then Ergaard runs out wide and loses back out to his teammates again. But that was there's late restarts, and then there's that from Esteban Masson. That was incredibly cheeky from the Frenchman. A couple of cars running wide also, but Boyer has gone with him on the restart. The teammates behind him, Ergaard now and Del Pino, have both got past Polintra-Puvasak. So in actual fact, Masson's very late restart has actually been at the detriment of his teammate, because he's lost 2 places, and he might well lose more in the second, because now Javier Segura is trying to get himself involved here. It's Garfias, in fact. So Garfias has got past Segura, and now up the inside he goes into the interior hairpin and past Polintra-Puvasak. So that really late restart has absolutely hampered Tasana Polintra-Puvasak, and it's cost him 3 places as a result of that. I have to say, I'm not one to play politics, but if I was Tasana Polintra-Puvasak, I wouldn't be quite too impressed by that restart. But it's cost him more than been a benefit. So as they come out of the S's and up towards the Parabolica for the first time on the restart, Still Masson from Boyer. Now come out of the final hairpin. Make their way now towards the come down the pit straight once again. And now side by side here. This is now between Nick Gilks and Francesco Braschi. Braschi now up into 8th position past the Canadian. So Masson, Boyer, Ogard, Del Pino from Garfias, then Intrapuvasac, Segura. It's now Braschi up to 8th. 9th is Gilks and 10th is Gravland. Cabanellas in 11th place, Fittipaldi 12th, then Zamfari, Nogales, Mavlyatov, Pingasov and Campos. Campos, of course, not running after his collision with Mavlyatov, and that's being investigated. Now the restart. Masson has got a 1.2 second lead now, so despite that very late restart, it has allowed himself to pull underway. Now, and not surprisingly, I have to say, car 9 under investigation for the safety car procedure. So Esteban Masson might find himself in trouble here for that late restart. We'll wait and see. We'll let the stewards decide what they're going to do with that one, if anything. And this is the restart here, you can see. This is what happens. You can see it's 3 abreast for 3rd place. Intrapuvasac's on the inside line. Round the outside of his teammate goes Ergaard, and then Ergaard then holds on to the place, also running wide there. Well, that was Intrapuvasac running wide into Lamy corner. Also, there was Segura losing out to the place from the other of the cars. That was Garfias, who also got past Segura. So now you've got MP Motorsport cars in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Intrapuvasac's down to 6th, and also now coming under threat from now both Segura and Braschi. And Braschi's really come alive on this restart. Number 28, the 3rd of the white and black cars in the mix. They're 2 different teams, because you've got the Segura car, which is the Polo Motorsport machine, now in a sandwich of 2 Campos machines. And as they come out of Curva 2 and towards Lamy, MP Motorsport in flying formation now in the top 5. Puvasac, and it's Segura, then Braschi. Time's up for Braschi last time by. Braschi's last sector, he matched Segura in the first sector. Last lap time, yeah, Braschi was about 2/10 quicker last time, right? And, oh boy, actually was 3/10 quicker on this second sector than Esteban Masson, so a mistake there from the Frenchman, and the gap's down to 1.2 seconds now, so it was about 1.82 seconds, but it's come back down again now, and Boyer starting to come back at the Campos driver. Coming back, Intrapuvasac's found a bit of groove on this restart, because he's now also on this lap, because after a shaky restart, he's now getting straight onto the back of Bruno Del Pino. Now through the uphill chicane at Gancho. And the rest of the top 10. There's Nick Gilks for DriveX. There's Sebastian Gravland, another of the MP Motorsport drivers in P10. Gravland also hoping for a possible strong result, given that we look at where he's been so far this year. Gravland's best result of the season was 6th back at Aragon. Currently sits at the moment at the bottom of the top 10. There's one of the Santalot cars. That's Dario Cabanellas, just behind Gravland. Cabanellas, who only started the season at the previous rounds at Jerez and did so far picked up a 9th place. So now we see here change of position, and that was Segura losing the position to Braschi. So up to 7th place goes yesterday's 2nd place man. Meanwhile, up at the front, Boyer has the fastest lap of the race, and he's got the gap down by half a second on that last lap. Lost a bit of time in the first sector, but he's very strong in these twisty parts of the course here. But Masson, not only under investigation, but also under increasing pressure now from Harry Boyer. Fastest lap of the race for the Spaniard. Now, with 9.5 minutes to go, I reckon that Esteban Masson might be under a bit of pressure here for the victory. There's his fastest lap of the race. 1:36.159. He will get the bonus point for fastest lap. Stays this way. Boy, just closing in. Visibly, you can see much more through that section. The gap is down to 7/10, so Boyer seems a lot happier in these conditions and on these tyres than Masson does. Now, this is what happened at the restart. You can see here, it's an incredibly late restart, and Masson just weaving from side to side, very, very slowly. Everyone's stacking up beside them. In fact, Interpubis practically nearly overtaking Mary Boyer unintentionally because they're all trying to keep in formation, and that's what's under investigation by the stewards. And as I mentioned, I've seen late restarts, but that is one of the latest restarts I've seen to a single-seater race, at the very least, for a long, long time. So that was incredibly cheeky. And we'll see if the stewards find it within the rules, or if they decide that he requires a potential penalty. But that's their decision, not mine. I'm not a clerk of the course, so I'll carry on. But what I can tell you is that Boyer was right underneath Masson's rear wing there. That's not 0.8 per second anymore. That's much closer this time by. Potential fight also for third, possibly incoming between Sebastian Ergaard and Jose Garfias. Garfias could do with some good points. He's currently 5th in the championship. Best result of 3rd. He's taken 1 podium so far this year. That was at the second race at Aragon. Apart from that, he's had a long string of 6th positions. He's taken, ironically, six places. So he can take another one. It'll be number 7. He's 4th at the moment. So he'll take one of his best results since Monza. Finished 4th twice this season. Once at Aragon, where he also scored that podium, and also in the second race at Monza. So for the races he's actually competed in, he's had a very strong and consistent run of. He's only retired from the first race at Spa, but since then he's been incredibly consistent. Hasn't finished lower than 6th all season, which is very impressive for him. And he's managed to keep some good results when others have not been able to maintain theirs. I'm not sure if Masson can maintain the lead here either, because Boyer's got a good toe here down the pit straight. Maybe not close enough for an attack here, but he's getting closer. He's into striking range at the moment, but he just needs to get a little bit closer, possibly out of the final corner, to get a run down the pit straight. But Esteban Masson, after dominating yesterday's first race by 6.3 seconds, this ain't 6.3 seconds anymore, it's more like 0.6 of a second. Mary Boyer, very fired up here in this second race, and looking to try and knock Esteban Masson's perfect record this year of winning both races in every weekend he wins. Won both races at Aragon, won both races at Zandvoort. Try and keep that record up by winning this second race, but he's going to have to do it the hard way. The next 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap. Down to the interior hairpin. Boy seems more comfortable as that car turns in. We saw yesterday that his car is really comfortable taking that tighter line through the corners. That car loves to get traction and really claw its way through the tighter parts of the corner on the tighter line on the inside. It just seems to have really nice traction and grip through these tighter sections. See it here, he's good under brakes also. Through the Gancho chicane. Still Masson holding on to that position as much as he can. And Boyer's, I think, as close as he's ever been now. It's quite a good chance here for Boyer to possibly mount an attack, because he might well get a little bit closer. He could be losing a little bit of momentum exiting the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. This long pit straight, and Masson is into the pit lane. Masson into the pit lane, it's a drive-through penalty. Now, hasn't come up on the screen, but a drive-through penalty then for Esteban Masson, the championship leader, and that is for the safety car procedure, so he has been penalised for it. So Esteban Masson then, it is a drive-through penalty for the championship leader, and it will not be a 6th win of the season. So Mary Boyer takes over in front, and it's now an MP Motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4 out in front. So Masson then serves his penalty for that late restart. Is he going to shake of the head there, wondering, what did I do wrong? He communicate on the radio saying, look, guys, I was the leader, I was restarting. What was the problem? Well, something to argue with the stewards later on. That's Mary Boyer. Well, he's now got a very clear gap out in front now. And this is now his race, effectively, to lose, because after all the pressure he's put Masson under, he now has got quite a gap of 3.1 seconds in front. And I'll tell you what, MP Motorsport are going to be an absolute dreamland if this stays as it is, because you've got 4 of their cars in the top 4 now. Mary Boyer from Sebastian Ergaard, from Jose Garfias, and then Bruno Del Pino, who's also in line to win the rookie contest ahead of Sebastian Graveland and Daniel Cabanella. So it could also be as well, not just that, but they'll have possibly 2 of MP Motorsport drivers on the rookie podium and a complete lockout of MP Motorsport on the overall podium. So it could be literally, I think there's only one trophy that they won't get for this race. It's going to be the 3rd place trophy in rookie, which will go to Dario Cabanellas at this point for Santalot Racing, should things stay as they are. Less than 4 minutes to go. Still Mary Boyer with a 3.1 second advantage now. He's clear out in front. He will be looking to try and pick up now his second win, his fourth win of the season. Of course, the victory at Spa, double at Monza. And he's got a bit of a trend here of winning at circuits outside of Spain, because of course he took the victory at Spa in Belgium, both the wins at Monza in Italy. Didn't quite manage anything at Zandvoort, got a second place at Zandvoort. Here at Estoril, he is looking on course to pick up his fourth win of the season and winning in his third different country in this championship, being Spa of course, and then Monza, and then here at Estoril. Second and third looks relatively settled, because you've got Sebastian Ergaard up to second place. Ergaard has had one win, and that was last time out at Jerez in race 2. He's also scored a further 4 podiums. This will be podium number 5 for the Dane. And we talked about Jose Garfias earlier on. The Mexican has had 1 podium at Aragon. This will match his personal best if he can hold on to third place. Bruno Del Pino is also on course to match his best result of the season. His best has been 4th, and that was in race 1 at Zandvoort. So some strong results all round for MP Motorsport. And this will also, quite clearly, this will give them a massive chunk of points, because it counts their 2 best results. So they will pick up the second time which they've had cars finish first and second if it stays as it is, and they'll pick up a massive chunk of points to try and even, I think, possibly leapfrog themselves over Campos. Looking further back in the order as the rest of the pack goes streaming down the pit straight. And Esteban Masson, for the record, has rejoined back in 15th position. Make it 14th now, because he's just got past Daniel Mavlyatov. He's got 9 seconds to make up, but I can't see him closing in 9 seconds on the 13 of Daniel Nogales for DriveX. Can't see that happening. Let's get some of the mid-race pack going on here. That was Nogales going through the shot there. Meanwhile, this is Javier Segura, 6th position for the Spaniard. And Segura might not be one of his best weekends by his standards. Segura's didn't have that best, had his equal worst result yesterday when he picked up 13th place. He hasn't won a race so far this season, but he has taken 3 podiums, including a second place. Segura now coming under threat from the recovering Francesco Braschi, who was second yesterday. He's had 3 second places and 2 wins as the Italian. As we see here, this is Intra Puvasak, who might be trying to spoil the MP Motorsport party and that 1, 2, 3, 4 lockout, but he's got 2 laps to do it. And possibly salvage something for Campos from this race, because at the moment, he will be their best finishing driver. But the points will come effectively from 5th and 7th, rather than anything to do with a win. Yesterday, of course, it was for the Teams Championship, it was a 1-2, where it's going to be quite a different story here this afternoon. Also, some warnings, a second warning flag to car 28, which is Francesco Braschi for track limits. You've got to be careful not to run too wide anymore, otherwise you might well cop time penalty. So the ultimate lap here at Estoril. Out of hairpin curve of VIP, back down towards the middle of the circuit when they come back towards the interior hairpin, and Intra Puvasak looking at his last lap time, he was 2/10 slower than Del Pino. He's been fractionally faster in the first sector, a 10th quicker in the second sector. He's just edging himself back towards him. If he wants to make a move, he's going to have to try and set him up here for a last lap dive. He's getting closer, and the pole man wants to try and salvage not just the top 5, but a 4th place as well. As I mentioned, Intra Puvasak has only had 2 podiums this season. He's finished 4th once. That was in race 2 at Zandvoort. But if he doesn't get past, it'll be another top 5 for him, and it will help him to try and maintain, if he can, or at least get as many points as he can to try and hold on to potentially 7th place. He's ahead of Javier Segura, but he won't actually outscore him very much. In fact, he'll take a couple of points out of Segura, but it shouldn't change too much. Now then, speaking of Segura, he's not comfortable Staying on the slipstream as here comes in for Pruvasak, looking to try and make it 4th place for the Campos man. Down the outside goes the tie driver, making the sweep around the outside and towards turn 1. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can. But Delpino comes back at him on the exit, but Pruvasak throws the block. Thank you very much, Bruno. And up into P4 he goes. So it won't be a clean sweeper for the first 4 places for MP Motorsport unless Delpino has any response. And initially you can see in the opening couple of corners after that move, he does not. So Pruvasak then gives a small silver lining to Campos' slightly tougher race than they wanted. And for the record, Esteban Masson hasn't risen higher than 14th. He's now 7.5 seconds behind Daniel Nogales in 13th, but he won't catch him by this time because he's coming up now to on the final lap of the race. This Segura still being chased down by Braschi. Nick Gilks is not too far away too. Mary Boy, as you see there, Pruvasak now still being chased down by Delpino right towards the flag. As we make our way to the final few corners of this second Eurocup-3 race of the weekend. So watch for them to make their way out through the final couple of corners. We'll wait now the arrival of our race 2 winner in a few moments' time, because he'll be coming to the final couple of the corners any second now, I imagine. So looking at them as come across the line, and it is victory in race number 2 in Eurocup-3 in Estoril for Mari Boyer, and for celebrations all round for MP Motorsport, because it isn't just a win, it's a 1, 2, 3 for the MP Motorsport squad. The Dutch team will be absolutely overjoyed at that. It could have been 1, 2, 3, 4, but Tassanapol Pruvasak spoils the party. Picks up 4th, the poleman adding more points to his tally from today. Delpino 5th, Segura 6th. Braschi 7th, Nick Gilks 8th, it's then Graveland 9th and Cabanellas rounding out the top 10. And the key result also is Esteban Masson, after his drive-through penalty for after his restart was deemed to be an infringement, he finishes 14th and does not score any points. And that's his worst finishing result of races that he's finished. Of course, he had that double retirement at Jerez, but for races that he's actually taken the checkered flag in, that's his worst finish and his first non-point score finish of the season. But for MP Motorsport, they will be in dreamland. Murray Boy picking up some of the extra debris on the circuit to help him the weight afterwards. That couldn't have been better for MP Motorsport. It could have been a 1, 2, 3, 4, of course, but at the very least, they'll take a clean sweep of the podium. And I imagine it'll be a sea of orange and black down in pit lane for the podium celebration shortly. I'm sure that Campos will feel very much aggrieved, and I'm certain that they, I guess any team naturally will go to the stewards and possibly appeal the decision where possible, because now it's happened, it's difficult to reverse it. But MP Motorsport really have been in flying formation. You can see all 4 cars together. Look at this at the front. Well, that's a team photo if ever I saw one. But a great effort from Mari Boyer to pick up his 4th win of the season. That will certainly help him gain a few more points back on his teammate. And it's been a great adventure for Eurocup-3 this weekend in Estoril. Of course, they've got 2 more rounds still to go back in native Spain. Circuito Ricardo Tormo in Valencia coming up in a couple of weeks' time. And then rounding off the season, it will be at the home of the Spanish Grand Prix, the Circuito de Barcelona Catalunya, to round off the inaugural Eurocup-3 season. It has been quite an entertaining season from start to finish so far. Drivers making their way into pit lane. And we'll get a clean sweep of 3 orange cars. I can hear the cheers already in the background. There is big celebrations all around. MP Motorsport, rightfully so, are absolutely beside themselves. You're not seeing things, it is a sea of orange. It is 1, 2, 3 for MP Motorsport. They are a powerhouse in single-seaters. Also, of course, the rookie win for Bruno Delpino as well. Mari Boy climbs the top of the car, beats his chest, he is delighted. Jumps down, and it'll be hugs and celebrations all round. He's absolutely beside himself. He cannot believe he's taking his 4th win. And you can tell he worked hard for that. Until Masson came in for his penalty, he really was giving Masson a bit of a headache. But I'm certain as soon as Masson dived into pit lane, there would have been quite a smile underneath that helmet. And of course, it is congratulations, it's hugs, it's handshakes, it's smiles and celebrations and cheers all round for the squad. And as I mentioned, that will also be a huge haul of points for them in the Teams Championship. They'll make some very big ground over Campos Racing after Campos only managed 4th and I think 7th in the end. So that's going to be a huge chunk for them. It's going to be 43 points. But they'll take plus any bonus points as well for fast lap, if any. And we're just awaiting the podium presentations to get underway here at Estoril for this race of the weekend. So we're going to wait the podium now. The podium presentation is now underway here for race number 2 of the Eurocup-3. It's third place course to Jose Antonio Garfias, the Mexican. It is second place to Sebastian Ergaard, the Dane, and of course completing a complete lockout of orange and black on the podium. It is going to be a 4th win of the season for Mari Boya, the young Spaniard, in the hunt certainly for the championship, even with a bit of social media on top of that as well. The clock he gets, and of course, naturally, representative from MP Motorsport. There's a lot of celebrations down there. That is a very, very worthwhile day's work for Eurocup-3. Still one more race for them to go in the weekend. Still the third Spanish F4 race to come for their squad before they can pack up and go home. But it is trophies all round for Jose Antonio Garfias in third place, for Sebastian Ergaard picking up second. And 4th gold trophy of the year for the man on the top step of the podium. And the loudest cheers of all for Mari Boya, who is absolutely delighted with that. And of course, some silverware for the team to take home back to the workshop as well. Another trophy for them. As they post the photos, we will now give a quick pause for the national anthem. The winning driver, once again, being from Spain. Stuff. So as the overall podium comes to a close, we also come to a close here for Eurocup-3. It's been a magnificent weekend. Victories apiece for Esteban Masson and for Mari Boya. The championship now moves on in a couple of weeks' time back to its native Spain and head to the Circuito de Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. Join us in a couple of weeks' time for more Eurocup reaction. But for myself, Scott Woodward, and all of us here at Estoril, thanks for watching. Tune in a couple of weeks when we head back to Spain for more Eurocup reaction. Bye for now. Peruvian driver Andres Cardenas in the mix. You can see the grid once again. Niall and Deligny on the front row, Ho and De Pallo on the second row, Clara and Cardenas. And we'll go through that before we continue that story. Clara and Cardenas looking to continue their battle from yesterday, where they went side by side for more than half a lap. And then Clara was able to kind of keep him in front, but he ended up being the cork in the bottle. He couldn't quite catch the cars in front. Renichella and Al-Azhari on row 4. Then most of the grid scroll streaming through. Strumstead and Al Rafai on row 7. Barrichello and Jensen on row 8. Then it's Berriot and Cota on row 9. And rounding up the top 20, you've got Lynn Hedenius and Noah Lyle from Rowan Carlin. The Rowan Carlin guys have dropped off a little bit since the start of the season, but hopefully they can try and recover through the pack. Sarazan and Morano ahead of Yamakoshi and Alvise Rodella for row 12. They continue to scroll backwards for row 13 down to 15. Sebastian Murray and Eric Genet, Griffin Peebles and Flavio Oliveri, and Maximiliano Restrepo and Carl Bennett. And then the last row of the cars that will start at the start on the grid, which is George Zarowski and Kai Darianani. They start for Izik Barashi and Alexander Akajava. Izik Barashi for causing a overtaking the yellow flag, and Alexander Akajava for causing a collision and also making an unrealistic move. Now the grid is clearing, and you can see that Tefio Nal is on the right-hand side in the dark blue and white number 4 machine for Santaloc Racing. Alongside him, the Red Bull liveried car of Red Bull Junior Enzo Deligny, the very talented young Frenchman who has had a fantastic karting career. He also gone straight into circuit racing, and it's amazing that you look at him and how he's progressed already at this quite tender age. He's only 15 years old. He was born in his dual nationality. He's both French and Chinese, but he raced under a French nationality. But he also is technically a dual citizen, I suppose. Only 15 years old, and certainly looking to make an instant impact in his single-seater career going forwards. Green flag in the air. We've got one car that's got away very slowly. It's one of the Santaloc cars that didn't go away quite well. I'm going to work out exactly who that might have been towards the front. If I look at the grid, Santaloc, who was around that sort of back plate, it might have been Theodore Jensen, I think, because he was starting back on row 8 on the right-hand side of the grid. So it looks like Theodore Jensen might have had a problem getting underway. But now the formation lap sees the drivers given one last chance to get some heat and pressures up into the tyres, and also to get some temperatures up into the brakes, because you want to get them into an optimal range in order to make sure that when you hit that pedal down towards turn 1 for the first time, you're not locking up or having the brakes go cold, or simply just putting your foot to the floor and having no braking ability at all, not as much as you'd like. And ironically, as I mentioned yesterday, they're weaving from side to side, but given that it is quite warm out there, they don't quite need it. And the track temperature's risen ever so slightly. It's 38 degrees, it's not as high as the 48, 49 degrees we had yesterday, but it's still quite warm out there. And I probably would anticipate, as the day goes on this afternoon in Portugal, that track temperature will start to continue to rise. Both races were quite late in the afternoon, so somewhere around about sort of 3 o'clock in the afternoon onwards. So I imagine at that point we've still got a few hours to go, that the temperatures may well go up if they are going to continue to go up that way. So let's just remind then of where we are with points as I was talking through them then. Tefio Nal with 224 points after yesterday. He has a 75-point advantage over... 65-point advantage, I think it is. I'll work it out. 75 is 75-point advantage. I'll work it out eventually. I was never that good at math. Anyway, 75 points between Tefio Nal and Valerio Renichella. And then, because of Renichella's 6th place yesterday and the podium finishes for Enzo Deligny and Christian Ho, it means that Renichella comes into the second race on 149 points, only 8 ahead of Enzo Deligny in third on 141. And then it's Christian Ho, the Singapore driver, on 135. Pedro Clero rounds out the top 5 at 121. And then the rest of the top 10 is Mathieu De Pallo with his 7th place yesterday, now only a point ahead of Noah Strumstead. He's now managed to leapfrog him into 6th. Strumstead finished the first time outside the top 10 since the start of the season for every race that he finished, because up until then his worst result had been 9th place, and that was in the last race at Jerez. So form's dropped off a tiny bit in the recent couple of races, but hopefully he can try and pick his way up the order. Didn't quite qualify where he wanted to in qualifying this morning. Has to try and battle his way through if he can from deep in the pack. Keanu Al-Azhari, who also finished 14th yesterday, is one of his worst results of the season. Andres Cardenas is now into 9th. They're rounding up the top 10 as the Colombian Geronimo Berriot. 38% humidity, 30 degrees air temperature, 38 degrees track temperature. It is still quite a warm one as the cars make their way onto the grid in 2x2 formations. Tefio Nal, championship lead, looking for his 7th win of the season starting on the right-hand side in the Santalot blue and white machine. Watch for Enzo Deligny, slightly pointing his car to the inside. Red Bull livery car for Campos. One car heading to the pit lane in the background. Not sure who that is, but we'll have to wait and see. In fact, there's one car has simply expired. And that is... It was a single-digit car, is all I can really tell you. So it looks like it's going to be a delayed start. I imagine, because they're going to have to clear that car from the end of pit lane. It looks like that car simply just overheated. So I'm trying to work out exactly who that is. Either that Prospects one, I think it's one of the DriveX cars that's had a problem. But no, they're going to get the race underway, I think. So green flag at the back. I was expecting there's going to be a delayed start, but perhaps not. For 25 minutes plus 1 lap, the red lights are on... No, extra formation lap, that's it. I did wonder with the green flag at the back if there was going to be a complete race start, but no, they are going for an extra formation lap, so it allows the marshal to cover the car which came off. Now I'm going to try and work out exactly who that was, because it looked like possibly one of the DriveX cars may have been Georgi Zurawski, because that was right at the back of the grid. So Georgi Zurawski was right at the rear of the cars that were starting on the grid. Remember, we have got Alexander Abkhazhava and Izit Barashi starting from pit lane. And I wonder that's possibly... Can't quite see the number from here, but it looked like it was a single-digit number. So for me, that looks like a DriveX car, and it is, in fact, probably Georgi Zurawski. The marshals with fire extinguishers quickly onto the scene. And that car will have to be hopefully pushed away as soon as possible. The extra formation, that gives them another chance to continue to get the tyre pressures and temperatures up into the optimal ranges. Should also mention that there is also on top of this, there is the Teams Championship. MP Motorsport leads that, and both MP Motorsport and Campos have 2 teams effectively in this championship. They've got the main, their main team, and then like a sub team which allows them to try and score a few more points. As we see here, more recovery going on for the car that got stranded. And it is one of the DriveX cars, and I think it might well be, because it was single digits, yes, it is Georgi Zurawski. So sadly, the driver from Macedonia, I believe that is. It's never that good with flags either. Kyrgyzstan. My apologies to Georgie. The Kyrgyzstan driver having one of the mechanical issues. It's not often that you see that happen with these F4 cars, being all to the same spec. It's not often you see many with mechanical issues, but it might well be that his car he wasn't able to manage temperatures in his car as well as anyone else's, and therefore that car has really let him down when he wanted to perform at its fastest most. See some very extreme weaving going on here, some very extreme burnouts to get lots of heat into the tyres, and sometimes that can be risky. You don't want to drop it on the way to the grid, but that's it, like Teofil Nile and Enzo Deligny have down to an art almost. Teofil Nile, very extreme tyre warming and burnout technique. Another car to pit lane. I think that might be one of the Roding Carling cars coming in. That might be either Noah Lyle or maybe Alex Ninovic, one of the two. If we've got a car missing, that might explain it. We'll wait and see if it is his car missing on the grid. No, actually, the Ninovic is there in the background, I think. Was that Noah Lyle? He might be one of the Roding Carling cars coming to the pit lane, but we'll work it out on the timing screen. And we see who doesn't come round. Usually the tech game I like to play there is spot the car that goes tumbling down the timing screen. So we'll see if that does happen. I can see there, yeah, Noah Lyle's definitely there. He's lined up. Ninovic, I think, was also there too, starting from 12th on the grid. The last few cars start to move the way into position. Race has been slightly shortened. It's now 23 minutes plus 1 lap because of the extra formation lap. And it's slightly reduced points in this race. You get 18 points for a win, 15 for second, 12 for third. It's the same points as basically winning for a 30-minute race, but you knock off for 25 points. Essentially, it's points down to 9th with a point for fastest lap also. Last few cars getting into position then, and let's try take 2 at the start then. So race 2 of the weekend here for the F4 Spanish Championship at Estoril, set to get underway. Teofil Nile, championship leader, looking for his 7th win of the season and a 2nd win of the weekend. The lights are out, and we're racing a Spanish F4 at Estoril. It's a strong start for Teofil Nile. A couple of cars didn't get away properly from the line as we head down towards turn 1 for the first time. It's one of the MP Motorsport cars that struggle to get away. Down towards turn one for the first time, and Niall leads it. It's Deligny in second place. The Campus cars are in the mix. There's contact. Round up to 55 machine. One of the European Motorsport cars. Rinicella, second in the championship. Valerio Rinicella in trouble already. He was sixth yesterday and lost points. Now he's down to the back of the field. More battles going on. Looks like Pedro Claro getting involved with one of the Campos cars in the mix. I think that was Matteo De Palo who's having a scrap with. And also in there too appears to be, I think that's possibly in there too as well as 14. That is 14 car of Keanu Alazari with a better start. The driver didn't get away. It's 6. And that is Geronimo Berrios. So sadly, the Colombian driver with problems stalling on the grid. He's going to try and get pushed away. If not, that's his race premature over. Side by side, wheel to wheel. He's down the outside. That's Pedro Claro, the Brazilian, getting squeezed out wide on the exit by Alcazari and almost gets his nose chopped off as they come through. It's a strong start also by the looks of it from Alex Ninovic. He started back in 12th on the grid, up 5 places to 7th. So a great start for the Australian. He's become up towards the complex for the first time, up towards the Gancho chicane, and Niall leads it from Deligny then. It's Ho in third place, the same top 3 as it was yesterday, but De Palo's made a great start up to 4th, Alcazari equally up to 5th, Claro's been shuffled down a couple of places to 6th, and an excellent getaway from Ninovic puts him to 7th, Cardenas has also dropped back to 8th, and a much better opening lap also for Valentin Cluse. He hasn't been tangled up in that chicane on the first lap this time, and he's in the top 10 in 9th, ahead of Gracia in 10th. So a slightly all-action start then to this second Spanish F4 race of the weekend at Estoril as they charge down the pit straight to end lap number 1. And it's Niall in the lead by 6/10 of a second. As we see here, some more dueling going on. Looks like that is Grassi on the inside of, that is actually Al Rafai on the inside of Strumstead. Lots more overtaking going on here. 3 abreast in pack as well. Trying to sort themselves out 2 here. Got away with it by the looks of it. Turn the way now out through curve 2 and in towards Lamy for the second time. Notice here, there's a car spinning in the background. I couldn't quite catch exactly who it was, but there was one car in the mid-pack that lost it on the exit of curve 2. So one car that sideways in the middle of the road is what another couple of cars getting squeezed out wide. That was possible. I think that was Al Rafai, and it's 85 that's gone around. Another one of the DriveX machines, and that is 85 Juan Cota that's had the spin. So he was the car that went sideways. Either he stalled the car or trying to refire it. And that car in the middle of the road, if you can't get that cleared, it will have to be a safety car. Also, I think it's got it going. I think looks like it's Valentin has got going. I think number 3 is in the pit lane also. 3 is Jesse Carrasquedo Jr., one of the Campos racing cars. Young Mexican also hitting problems. So a few drivers hitting dramas for various reasons. And as expected, safety car has been deployed because it looks as though that Juan Cota cannot get the DriveX machine back underway. And so I think the safety car has slightly caught everyone out because everyone has completely stacked up behind the Kia safety car. Everyone thankfully has seen it. They're all just trying to figure out their order in the train before they fall into formation. Teofil Niall then, after a slightly energetic lap and a half in this second Spanish F4 race, now gets a chance to have a bit of respite. What it does mean also is that Enzo Deligny and Christian Ho get to keep him in his sight. Remember yesterday, Niall had quite a substantial lead yesterday and he was able to pull away quite quickly, whilst both Deligny and Ho had to try and follow in his wheel tracks whilst they battle amongst each other. Does give us a slight chance to take stock of where we are after 2 laps, as they once again weaves from side to side to keep those tyre temperatures and pressures up. So after 2 laps, it is Teofil Niall that leads the way then, from Enzo Deligny in second place. Christian Ho is third. Matteo De Palo has the fastest lap of the race currently. But I imagine once we get to proper racing speeds, it will be somebody else. But if you haven't completed the proper flying lap, that counts as the fastest lap. There is number 8 of Matteo De Palo in the mix. Enzo Deligny also leads the rookie category from De Palo and Alcazari. And Alazari doing a much better job this time in P5. Pedro Claro down to 6th. Ninovic up 7th. He's one of the big movers from that start of the race. Valentin Cluse is up to 8th. Cardenas is 9th, and Noah Strumstead rounds out the top 10. Strumstead looking to try and get back into a top 10 finish after he missed out yesterday, finishing in 12th. All sorts going on at that start of that race. And one car having an overheating issue before the race even got going. Here's the replay of the start. So let's just take a look at see exactly what happened. So Niall on the outside of the blue and white car. The Campos car fanning out all over each other. We've got Christian Ho and Matteo De Palo in the mix. And then the contact there says Rinicella round. And round goes the man in second place of the championship. This was further back. That was Pedro Claro trying to get up the inside. Two cars also went skating through the gravel in the background. Exiting curve 2. Couldn't quite catch who they were. I think in the back, this is Juan Cota. Simply just ran wide and did it all by himself. And I think he also got distracted by a car in front because there was also a car just 3 or 4 places ahead of him that also got caught up as well. And that's Jesse Carrasquelo's car being pushed back into the garage. So you can't say it was a dull start to that second race. They got things cleared up. The safety car, this is by magic, is in this lap. And I imagine that Enzo Deligny is going to be quite on his toes here to try and watch exactly what Teofil Nal decides to try and do here. Nal hoping to get a strong restart. Pack up here. And he becomes the safety car now. He decides when to pull the pin and get this race back underway. Moving from side to side, trying to be a bit deceptive. When's he going to go? He'll pull the pin and push the throttle sometime. Now he goes for it. Straightens up. Exits out of the S's and through the parabolic at Ayrton Senna to complete lap number 3 and get racing back underway under green flag conditions. Onto the pit straight they come then. And Niall then has got a decent restart, but Deligny has gone with him. The two Campos cars in 3rd and 4th are nose to tail. We've got Ho and De Palo also in there. You've got a scrap for 5th brewing between on the restart, Alazari and Claro. And there's Alazari going defensive because he knows that Claro will go. And here comes Claro with a big dive up the inside. Huge move up the inside for 5th. Can he get it stopped? The answer is just about. But now Alazari runs out wide. And that really put Alazari off. Claro with a huge dive. He passes to the inside line. Really put Alazari off. But somehow they both managed to get the car stopped. And they hold station in 5th and 6th. That was ambitious for Claro, getting pretty impatient on the restart. Trying to get himself back at the front and battling with 4 cars ahead of them. Ninovic is in 7th place. We've got Klus in 8th, Cardenas in 9th, and Strumstead rounding out the top 10 on the restart. And a decent move also for Noah Lyle. He's come up a few places too. He's up to 14th after not a great qualifying. As for Rinicella, after his first lap spin, he's up to 23rd behind Fernando Barrichello. He's got some more work still on this restart to pick his way through the pack. And this will certainly be a hamper to his championship chances, given that he'll be dropping more valuable points. He'll be outside the points, in fact. He won't score anything, because you only get points down to 9th in this 25-minute race. So he will actually score nothing, whereas Teofil Nal, if he stays where he is, he'll score 18 points, plus a bonus one on top of that too. Through the Gracia chicane, side by side, that was Noah Lyle, I think, going side by side with Theodore Jensen. Had some antics yesterday, which scored him out a little bit. But there might be Yamakoshi, actually, he was battling with there. Yeah, I think it was Nala Yamakoshi, because Yamakoshi was looking up the inside line. Yamakoshi had a great race yesterday. Came 8th, which was one of his personal best results this season. That was best than 9th. As the pack now makes its way back down towards turn 1 on the pit straight. Side by side again for 5th. Is Clever this time, tries the outside line on Alazari. He goes for it this time, sweeps back around the outside right, shoving out wide this time at this point. Now I'm going to squeeze my way through, and he does make it through. Pedro Claro up to 5th, past Yarda Alazari. The twitch there also for Alex Ninovic. He's trying to get himself into the mix in the leading Rodin Carlin car. Only 3 of those in the pack. You've also got Noah Lyle and Federico Al Rafai. Al Rafai 12th, Noah Lyle 14th. All 3 of the Rodin cars are in the top 15 at this point. The one car, as I say that's Noah Lyle that's got a round up at Larby Corner. Now the big question is, did he jump or was he pushed? Because that looks like he either went in way too hot or he tangled with somebody and got spun round. Either way, he's right towards the rear of the field and got a lot of work to do. All back there to the commentator. Anyway, back towards the front. And this time, it is Nile versus Deligny. This is the replay of Pedro Claro diving down the outside. And Alazari, all he could do was hold his regular racing line and just got squeezed a little bit to the inside, given that Claro was fully alongside him. And there's the answer. Noah Lyle did it all by himself. He was battling there with Yamakoshi and a huge bunch of cars behind. Looked as though the pressure just got to him, and round it went. So, 13 and a half minutes plus 1 lap to go. Still Al-Azhari there ahead of Alex Ninovic. So, looks as though after a strong start for the UAE driver, he's now got the Australian Ninovic all over his rear end. He's coming to the pit straight once again, and now it's a chance for the Carlin man to possibly have a look at making a pass here. At the front, it's still Niall from Deligny from Ho in the top 3. De Palo and Claro round out the top 5, but this is the scrap for 6th. Alex Ninovic will sense an opportunity here. And here he goes. The Australian makes the dive up the inside, and for the second time in as many laps, well, it's the second time in 3 laps that Alazari's gone wide and kept the position. I'm not quite sure if race control will be happy with that. But then again, you might argue the case for was forced there because Minovic diving up the inside line. We've also now got the 75 with Noah Strumstead in there too now in 8th position. Valentin Plus is there in 9th. And also up in the top 10 is Andres Cardenas. And that was for the man who was battling with Pedro Clero yesterday over 4th position. My side, this is now Ninovic under threat from Strumstead. He gets put onto the grass and 2 wheels over the curb. Ninovic is not interested in defending the position. More like attacking in front, lock up from the road in man, but the Australian trying to hold on to the position as they turn out of the parabolic interior. Now up at the front, I can see that Deligny is not letting Tefilnar get away. He's actually keeping pretty close this time. And unlike yesterday, we didn't seem to quite have the pace to keep up with him. It was always a couple of seconds gap in front. This time, Tefilnar will put under a bit more pressure in this second race. Through the uphill chicane at Gancho goes Al Azari from Ninovic. The Campos squad watch on as their cars currently sit at the moment in 2nd, 3rd, 4th. And also in there we've got 8th and 10th, so 5 Campos cars in the top 10. And you know what they're doing, Campos. They certainly are getting the most out of this weekend so far, and their cars really are performing well. Down the pit straight once again. This is on to lap 7, still 11.5 minutes to go plus 1 lap. Remember, when the timer hits 0, the lap that they're on, when they cross the line, they'll start one more. As this time it's a battle for position between 61 and 18. So Valentin Klus was the one diving to the inside to defend from Andres Cardenas. Andres, who is one of the proteges of none other than 2-time world champion Fernando Alonso, as part of his A4 team management stable. And certainly trying to make the most of the opportunity he's got to Spanish F4 this weekend. Make the way out of the Curva VIP. And the gap still hasn't come down very much more. It's still 0.4 of a second between Nile and Deligny at this point. Ho remaining in 3rd. And then DePello and Clero rounding out the top 5. Alazari and Ninovic in 6th and 7th. Then Strumstead, Klust and Cardenas. The top 10. For the rookie ranks, it's still Deligny who leads that particular race, from DePello in 2nd. Then Al Azari, Ninovic and Cardenas. Rafai is 6th in rookie. From Herdenius, Peebles, Rodella and Oliveri. They're a 5 coming back out of Mancota. He's recovered after his win, so he's obviously got the car going again, but he's trumping down the pit lane. He's firmly down by a couple of laps and out of contention. He's got some work to do. He firmly won't be scoring points today. These two very much right. Just also noticed that Valerio Renicella, after his first lap spin, is up 6 more places after the restart. Last time I saw him in the order, he was 23rd. He's now up to 17th. And his next target is Alvise Rodella. Alvise, who is another of the MP Motorsport drivers. He's got some more work to do, but that'll be him trying to pick off his teammate very shortly. Picking off, it might be Deligny picking off Niall for a second here. Deligny sets the... doesn't set the fastest lap of the race, because that accolade has actually gone to Christian Ho. He's only about 8/10 away from Deligny at this point. And Ho's also got to watch out, because it's also bringing in Matteo De Pallo, the Italian driver, into the contest. Matteo 6th in the overall points and 2nd in rookie. Hoping to try and close a little bit more here. There's a bit of a stalemate between the top 5 at the moment. These cooler temperatures are certainly helping. The track temperature's gone up ever so slightly up to 39 degrees now. Second sector times coming in. Top 4 are practically all together on 26.1 in the second sector. They're very evenly matched. No real change in the order in the gaps between these 5 cars. Pedro Clero's joining in here, just latching himself onto the tail on the top 5. And 6th place, you can still see that Alazari is not that far away by a couple of seconds. Hoping to try and hold off the cars behind. He's just pulling away slightly from Noah Strumstead, who's up to 7th now. He's feeling a bit more comfortable in these slightly cooler temperatures on track. Still not very cool, because it's still 39 degrees on track, but cooler than it was yesterday. It was about 10 degrees higher, which certainly didn't really serve some drivers all that well. Others managed to cope just fine. There you see Alex Ninovic, who is into 8th position, the Australian driver. Alex is personal best result so far this season of 5th. That was right at the beginning of the season. Ever since then, he's only finished in the top 10 3 more times. That was all at Navarro. A very good weekend there with, by his standards, which was 2 8th places and a 7th. He hasn't finished higher than 8th position since he left Navarra, because at Jerez yesterday, last weekend, he was 14th, 29th, and then retired. And then in race 1 yesterday, he was in the top 10. So Ninovic into 8th, and looking to try and match one of his best results of the season if he can. He has got a very feisty Valentin Klus, who's having a much better race than yesterday. Didn't even make it past 1 lap when he got tangled up at the Gancho chicane. And that put him out on the spot. Klus having a finer time of it today. There's Andres Cardenas, who is not quite having a scrap with Pedro Claro than he was yesterday, but still keeping close in P10. And he's done well to break into the top 10 in points, given that he didn't compete at the opening rounds at Spa. So the results he has scored, including a victory in race 2 at Jerez, certainly helped him to rise up the order very well. Good to see that the Fernando Alonso protege is doing quite a good job so far, even though he didn't completed the full season, especially in the opening round. So he's now on the tail of this 3-car battle that's been identified for 8th between Ninovic, Klus and himself. Making their way out of the Parabolica Ayet and Senna, named after the great 3-time world champion himself. Took his first ever victory in Formula 1 here back in 1985 for Lotus in appalling wet weather conditions. Thankfully, we're far from appalling weather conditions here. It's beautiful skies and warm, typical Iberian sunshine. And this top 5 has stayed pretty static. It's this scrap we're looking at here from 8th place downwards that's starting to back up a little bit. You've got Alex Ninovic in the black and white Rodan Carlin car. See here, this is just ahead. Strumstead chasing down Keanu Alazari. That 8th place battle is now between 5 cars, effectively. It's between Ninovic, Rodan Carlin, Valentin Klus for MP Motorsport. You've got Cardenas, and then you've got the Ricardo Gracia, the Brazilian driver, in 11th, and then Federico Alrafai in 12th, and that's over the final top 10 spots. The biggest mover in the field, actually, is number 36 back in 21st position. There always is a big lock up from Noah Strumstead. He was challenging onto the rear of Keanu Alazari. And Noah Strumstead couldn't quite get that. He just about got it stopped. But he is putting the UAE driver under pressure here as they turn in through the right-hander up at Aurelia. Back into the Gancho chicane. They're on the full Grand Prix circuit. If it was a slightly more shorter circuit, they would continue upwards towards the fast right-hander at Pancake. And then back around to the S, but they are just slowly passed down a little bit through this chicane that was brought in around about sort of 93-94 time. Now, black flag for car 66, and that is for external help in the start, and that's Geronimo Berrio. That would have been, I think, for Geronimo Berrio being pushed away from the grid after he stalled. So, unfortunately for the Colombian, it's a slightly disastrous race. Has gotten even more disastrous, I'm afraid, for him by his standards, because after stalling, he's now been given a penalty for getting a push start to help him get back underway again. And he deals with that far down the order. We still need to watch the scrap that goes on for 6th position between Alazari and Strumstead, just wide over the curb. You've got to be careful that you don't transgress over those curbs too much, because there were a few drivers yesterday that did get track limits penalties. And the track limits penalties are not severe, it's ones that can give you quite a bit. 66, which is Geronimo Berrio. The time is up, I'm afraid. Black flag signals, race over. So the Colombian will be pushed back into the pit lane. Meanwhile, Alazari now has been, I think, he's been parked, right. Alazari's been passed by Strumstead, and now he's under big pressure from both Ninovic and Valentin Klus. Ninovic looks round the outside with Australian locks up as they go into the interior hairpin. And now look at that, the lockup has only cost him another place because Valentin Klus has come up the inside and got him through into what is now 8th position. And Alazari now is under really big pressure here. Whatever happened off camera there between Strumstead and Alazari has got the UAE driver in all sorts of drama here, because he's now got a massive stack of 5 cars just lining up behind him, trying to pick him off one by one. Alazari under huge pressure here as they come into the Gancho chicane. As they come back into view here, it's still Klus that's managed to pick up that position. So Klus is up to 8th. Ninovic is now 9th, and also in there too, of course, is Cardenas, Gracia, and Al Rafai. This is now scrapped for 7th out of 12th as the 6-pack makes its way out of the Parabolica Ayet and Senna and back onto the pit straight once again. And now that after that little wobble for Alazari, he's now got himself a little more back up to speed. And Valentin Klus will smell blood in the water here. He knows that Ninovic tried to get through, and behind them, there's more battles going on here. This is between the two cars at the back of that queue. This is Grassi and Al Rafai that's going to have a scrap here. And losing another place there is Ninovic to Cardenas. He comes back at him on the exit through curve 1. Looks to try to get the inside for curve 2. Does it work? And the answer is maybe. He looks down the outside. Yes, he has, in fact. He has squeezed through. So I wasn't sure if he was still on the outside line if he'd done the switchback. But in fact, it has been a move successful for Cardenas. But for Ninovic, he has successfully defended from Cardenas. And so that means Ninovic stays 9th, but he's the one that's falling back down the order now. He was the one that was charging up to as high as 7th or 8th. Now the mistake by Al-Azhari has put him under big pressure, and that lockup is all down here at this corner here, the interior hairpin, which is what started off that poor lap for him that's cost him a couple of spots. He's lost ground to both Al-Azhari and Valentin Klus. Klus, I think, should be happy to finish after not even making it one lap yesterday. So Valentin doing a grand job to hold on to currently 8th position. Just checking in with the cars out in front, Teofil Nile has now got the gap out to just about 9/10 of a second. But despite the early pressure on the restart from Enzo Deligny, Nile has been able to hold off on that one and just managed to extend the gap ever so slightly. It's still Christian Host 6/10 back in 3rd place, and another 6 or 7/10 back is Mattia De Palo. And Pedro Clara is now the 2nd back in P5. But this is the battle we need to watch out for, of course. This is Noah Strumstead. In fact, now he's actually broken away. Look at the gap he's pulled on Al-Azhari in just a couple of laps. He's got the fastest lap of the race onto the penultimate lap, because when we cross the line next time by, it won't be the checkered flag, even by the time it hits 0. Plus one lap means we go one more lap after the time it runs out. Al-Azhari has done a 39.7 in these conditions, but the fastest lap of the race is held by Noah Strumstead. He's trying to bring that gap down. He's matched De Palo and Claro in the first sector with a 19.8. You can see the leaders back together here on this penultimate lap. There's Pedro Claret. There's Noah Strumstead in 6th position. He's now really trying to close in. He's got a gap of 2 seconds to try and make up on Claret in front. As the leaders make their way down towards the interior hairpin for the second to last time, Teofil Nile for Spantalot Racing is potentially on course for win number 7 of the season. But he still has to negotiate this lap and one more and try and hold off the 4 cars behind. Deligny looks on course for another podium finish, and it may well turn out to be a carbon copy of yesterday's first race, but it might not have been as simple as just saying it was exactly the same 3 cars, because we had the safety car restart early. Deligny did put Nile under pressure, trying to force a mistake, but this young Frenchman, who can also claim Spanish nationality as well. In fact, I believe he is running on the Spanish nationality this weekend, so the young sort of French Spaniard, we'll call him, is putting in a fine performance, and he's not that shakeable in terms of pressure, it seems, because Nile's managed to continue to hold off the advances of anyone else from behind him. The final lap then in race number 2 of Spanish F4 at Estoril. Race 2 about to be written to the books, but which order is it going to be? Because here, the Class 69s were given a 2-second time limit track penalty. 69 is Maximiliano Restrepo, so what's been quite a tricky race on several fronts for Drivex. Getting trickier after the track limit penalties. Turn away out of Lamy Corner for the last time. And let's see if there's going to be any possible last-minute dives or moves here. There's Pedro Claro. He might well be happy just getting another top 5 finish. Of course, he was 4th yesterday. Add to another 5, it'll be, if he finishes where he is, it'll be his 5th top 5 finish outside of podiums and wins. 2 wins to his name also, this Pedro. That was right at the beginning of the year at Spa, and a 2nd place. Those are his best results of the year. So the non-Spanish rounds have been certainly kind to him in terms of being away from the Spanish circuit. As Enzo Deligny turns his way out now of the right-hander Aurelia and up towards the Gancho chicane. All he can do now is keep Christian Ho at bay whilst trying to push and hope that Teofil Nile makes a mistake, but it looks as though it's all clean and tidy for the Spaniard as he makes his way now up towards the S's for the final time. We had early pressure after the early safety car restart, but this man just cannot stop winning. He's on for his 7th win of the season. This man certainly is putting himself into prime position to take the championship towards the season end. Up to the checkered flag. It is still a perfect 100% record from Estoril so far. Teofil Nile weaves with delight as he heads the checkered flag and takes victory in race 2 in Spanish F4 at Estoril with another superb performance, but he pushed a little bit harder this time by Enzo Deligny in second place, and Christian Ho in third. It's a carbon copy of yesterday's podium. Fourth place goes to Mathieu de Pallo, fifth to Pedro Claro, sixth in the fastest lap of the race goes to Noah Strumstead, much better than yesterday. Then Kiani Al-Azari, Valentin Cluse, Alex Nidovic, and Andres Cardenas complete the top 10. The rest of the pack comes streaming through to take the flag. Well, the question's got to be, is there any stopping this man? Teofil Nile certainly proving himself to be the class of the field. It wasn't all easy, but he still at least gets the applause from the marshals around the circuit. And his target now will be to secure the hat-trick later on this afternoon. One more race coming up today, and I'm certain that he will want to try and pick up a victory if he can. He complete the hat-trick and will be 8th for the season, and to further put that championship lead out of reach. And the big result also is that Rinicella didn't score points either. That's really been a disastrous weekend, disastrous race for Deligny in terms of scoring. No points scored for Rinicella, 25 points scored for Teofil Nile. That will further extend his lead. And I'm almost certain that on top of that, give me 18 points, not 25, because it was a 25-minute race. I should have remembered that, but I'm being stupid. Anyway, so 18 points, I should say, for Teofil Nile. I'll get that right. And it's no points for Rinicella. That's another 18 points gained on him. And I'm certain almost that with Deligny's 15 points, it will help him leapfrog Rinicella into second place in the championship with that result. Christian Ho picked up 12 points, and it will keep him in fourth. It'll be very close to Rinicella. That should put him now to 147. So he'll only be 2 points behind on my mental calculations. And Pedro Claro also with his P5. That will give him 8 points, and it will edge him. It'll put him on 129, but it will keep him fifth. De Pallo was also, I believe, De Pallo was also fourth, which means he picks up 10 points, and De Pallo will go to 107. And Strumsted's P6 will give him 6 points. And they'll put him into double figures on 102. That's what it'll put him. Up to the top 3 boards come our top 3 finishers. Same as yesterday, but it wasn't quite the same story. Teofil Nile didn't get away that much. His winning goal margin was about a couple of seconds yesterday, only less than a second today. But doesn't matter if it's 2 seconds or a few tenths. Victory is a victory, and it's win number 7 of the season for Teofil Nile and Santalot Racing. These guys really are taking to single-seaters pretty quickly. We talked about yesterday that they are started essentially as a GT team, but they really have come on strong when it comes to single-seaters, and they're proving their worth, particularly in Spanish F4. And it's hugs and congratulations all round for the team. Fine job so far this weekend. They would dearly love to end the weekend with a hat-trick. He hasn't yet taken all 3 victories in a weekend. He took 2 victories at Navarro and 2 victories at Jerez last weekend. He really is making a charge for the championship. He only picked up 2 podiums from the first 5 races. And then ever since that 3rd race at Aragon, now so far, he has only failed to win from the last 9 races, he's only failed to win twice. So it looks as though that Teofil Nile has really stepped up in this from the initial slightly decent start. He was always in the top 10 a little bit, got a 3rd at Spa, and then a 5th at Aragon, and a 3rd at Aragon, but then that last race will take victory. You see here, this is a bit further back, some of the races going on. Now, this was, I think, what happened to Al-Azari, because he was battling away with Strumstead. Further back, I think that was Geronimo Berrio who was getting the push start to get underway, and that's what gave him the black flag after he stalled on the grid. And this mid-race battle that was going on here between a few other drivers in the mix. That was Pallo who was under pressure there. You see, that was the spin for Juan Cota. That was Carrasquedo who was being pushed back into the pit lane after his dramas, so he was out of the race, sadly. More highlights from that second race. This was the big dive from Pedro Claro, which didn't eventually see him get past this time. But a bold move as Al-Azari went round the outside, ran wide on the exit and held on to place. Claro decided, right, I can't get through on the inside line, I'll try the outside this time, right? And he managed to make it stick, had the grip on the outside line. He forced Al-Azari to take the tighter line into turn 1. Through he went. That was Noah Lyle's race, coming to not a premature end, but certainly quite a nosedive pretty quickly as he spun, getting onto the dirty part of the circuit outside of Lama Corner as well. So that was a slightly more action-packed race than yesterday. Yesterday was slightly more straightforward. A couple of incidents in the beginning, but a little more congested in that race, a little more action-packed in the race. Here's the result from race number 2. Teofil Nile with his 7th win of the season ahead of Enzo Deligny and Christian Ho, the same podium yesterday. It's Pallo and Claro in the top 5, Strumstead in 6th, and Al-Azari, Cluse, Nidovic, and Cardenas rounding out the top 10 for Campos Racing. 11th place goes to the Brazilian Ricardo Gracia. That was from 11th place for Al Rafai. Strong results from many of those in the top 10. Definitely strong points towards the championship. Still can't stop Teofil Nile. Ricardo Gracia 11th from Federico Al Rafai. Then it's Theodore Jensen and Valerio Ridicella. No points from that race after his first collision. He'll have to really try and pick his way through deep in the pack in race number 3. Lynn Herdenius and Elvisa Rodella in 16th place. Followed through to the rest of the top 20 and beyond. Fernando Barrichello was 21st. Alexander Abdijaba from the pit lane up to 22nd. Good strong run from him. Nizit Barashi 30th. So he laps there eventually. He lost, of course, Geronimo Berrio after he was black flagged after getting pushed start. He also lost Carrasquedo with an issue in the pit lane after he pitted off just at the end of lap number 2. And then we also lost, I just confirm it was Georgi Zarawski who had the car with the issue previously. Forced him to miss the start. This is what happened between 24. This was between Ninovic and Al-Azhari. Al-Azhari running out wide. And then you see here Al-Azhari when he was trying to just hold off Ninovic and the cars behind. This is also slightly further back, so side-by-side action here. 2 of the Drivex cars involved. But this man, Teofil Nile, once again controlling the lead out in front, controlling the pace and holding on. There was a good battle there between Al-Azhari and the 75 machine for Campos of Noah Stromsted. Initially, Ninovic was having that great battle also with the 71 of Valentin Klus. This big three-way battle here. After the mistake for Al-Azhari, Ninovic tried to go diving down the outside, just couldn't make it stick, and because he ran way out wide at the interior hairpin, cost him position. Further back, Santalot cars getting involved there too. That would have been Luciano Morano in the mix. 36-7 there. Morano having a scrap with the 36 machine of Cram Motorsport car, which is Kai Darianani. The podium presentation is underway here for Spanish F4. Third place, of course, to Christian Ho from Singapore. Second to Enzo Deligny from France, but not Spaniard, with his 7th win of the season. It's Teofil Nile for Santalot Racing. He continues to extend his championship lead. Of course, the team representative for Santalot also equally happy with the victory, of course. And they will now be presented their podium trophies. So third place goes, of course, to Christian Ho, picked up his bronze trophy, holds it aloft. That was certainly good points for him. It's also good points as well for Enzo Deligny, of course. That should move him up into second place with that result after Rinnicella fell for score. But of course, that lead will now extend by a further 18 points for this man. Teofil Nile picks up another golden trophy to put into his collection. Very delighted with that. As they stand on top of the podium, it's going to be pictures and also the winner's trophy for the winning team, Santalot Racing. As they stand on the podium, they will remove their hats very shortly after the picture's taken. And the national anthem of Spain. The national anthem rings out for the race winner, Teofil Nile, his 7th win of the season in Spanish F4. Can he make it 8 and further extend his lead? To join us for more Spanish F4 action with race 3 coming up later on this afternoon. But from all of us here at F4 for the time being. But thanks for watching race 2 here in Portugal. For myself, Scott Woodward, and all of us here in Spanish F4, we'll see you for race 3 later on this afternoon. Bye for now.
Race 3 here at Mugello to wrap up what has been a thrilling penultimate round of the Italian F4 Championship here at the home of the Tuscan Formula 1 Grand Prix. We're about to go down and speak to a couple of drivers. A little bit further back on the grid, you can see to the front left, Kasper Stuka starts on pole position for the third time this weekend. He has cut chunks out of the championship lead of Arvid Lindblad, who came into the second half of the series as a dominant championship leader. He still is in position 1, but rather than having a 100-point lead, it's cut to 22.5. Kasper starts on pole position. But firstly, let's go down and hear from the boy from Brazil, Matias Ferreira.
Mateus, you have shown good speed at times this weekend. Now, ready to break through in the last race of the weekend?
Yeah. In the first 2 races, we were really close to the points, both on P11. So just let's focus on this race to try to get as much points like I can. For sure, I will have a good pace now. I have good tires. So yeah, just try to get a lot of points now.
Thank you.
We say bom dia a nossos amigos on Brazil who are watching on Matias Ferreira. He starts out of grid 10. Has had a tough start to 2023, his first season in car racing, looking to finish the penultimate race weekend on a high here at Mugello. Kasper Stuka took victory in race 1 yesterday, victory in race 2. He's won 5 in a row. Arvid Lindblad with a DNF earlier today. But firstly, let's go down and hear from the American, James Agozzi.
James showed super speed last time in Paul Ricard, but it's been tough here in Mugello. So what shape are you in now for the last race?
Well, I believe we figured something out for this last race. We're starting closer to the front than we've done in the first 2 races, so we're expecting to see a better change of pace for this race, and I'm going to be hoping for a top 8.
Thank you.
James Agozzi from Miami, Florida, USA. You note the green halo, the roll bar on the PHM Racing Car 48. The best way to differentiate. Well, just remember that James is in the green car. He won the Supermaster Series for WSK for the Tony Kart Racing team, the green team, to start 2023. Looking to finish on a high. He's been quick in the early part of the year. He starts on the 7th row of the grid, which looks like this. Kasper, the pole, again on pole position. Ugal, third in the championship. Grid 2, James Wharton looking to finish strongly. Starts out of grid 3, Brando out of grid 4. Then we go to Tuka Tapinen, Akshay Bora, Arvid Lindblad drops back to position 7. We'll speak about that in a moment. He's alongside the Filipino based in Malta, Zachary David. Rachid Aldaheri, Matias Ferreira, who just spoke to Laura Kohler a few moments ago. Rafael Nadak, just on the edge of the top 10 is the Frenchman for the French team. Ivan Dominguez with a storming drive to P4 this morning. Race winner Nicola Lacorte is alongside James. Then we go to Matteo Quintarelli, Alfio Spinner, the Sicilian, who came from the back of the grid in race 2 this morning. Outside 8th row for the BVM racing driver now. Ricky Lou and the Jamaican Alex Powell. Gianmarco Pradell out of grid 19. He was P3 outright. His countryman, the boy from Brisbane, who had lost twice this weekend already, Jack Beaton out of grid 20. Freddie Slater out of 21. Ariel Elkin out of 22. We go back to the tie. Nandavid Birambakti also for the German PHM racing team. Ethan Isher for Jensen Motorsport, who won this title in 2016 with the Argentine Marcus Siebert. David Lorini, Kabir Anurag, PHM and US Racing respectively. Jensen Motorsport and Giacomo Pedrini, the second generation racer. PHM Racing, car 53. Out of grid 28. Aurelia Nobels, who was shunted into the gravel big time this morning, is alongside Tina Hausmann, Frederick Lund, Victoria Blochina. The final row of the grid, Guido Lucchetti and Diego De La Torre, who was given a drive-through penalty, simply sent Aurelia Nobels into the gravel. Before the end of lap 1, that necessitated the introduction of the safety car. The cars are about to set off on the formation lap. That is Kasper, who lights up quite nicely the Pirelli medium spec tyre. 30 minutes plus 1 lap, the final race of the penultimate round, the 10th anniversary season of this, the world's most competitive junior motor racing series, the Italian F4 Championship. First run and won in 2014 when the Canadian Lance Stroll took the title for Prema. Ralph Aron, the Estonian, a year later. And it was Marcus Siebert for Jensen Motorsport in 2016. Marcus Armstrong, the Kiwi. Enzo Fittipaldi from Brazil a year later than Dennis Hauger in 2019. Gabriele Mini, the first Italian to win the title. That was in a ferociously competitive 2020. Ollie Behrman, the Englishman for Van Amersfoort Racing in 21. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who won last year's title at this very circuit. 2023. You'd have to say the championship will almost certainly go to either Arvid, Casper, possibly Ugo. It is getting tight. The championship looks like this. Arvid Lindblad, 255.5 points. Casper Stuka, 233. The gap is 22.5 points. A race victory is worth 25. The lead was enormous as we went into the summer break, around about 100 points. Now, as Ricky Lou goes through in car 66. So 255.5 to Arvid. Casper, 233. Ugo, third in the championship on 222 points. Then James, 161.5. Tuukka Tappinen, race winner, also is the Finn. Fifth in the series on 133 points. And Brando Badoer, 128 points. The Van Amersfoort driver is sixth in the series. Great to have your company here this afternoon on a warm afternoon. The first day of October, the air temperature, or the ambient temperature, just over 30 degrees Celsius. The track temperature, a couple more than that. A beautiful sunny afternoon here in the Tuscan countryside. There is the championship leader. Arvid Lindblad went wheel to wheel, ended up in the wall, smashed into the wall at the exit of San Donato. When he was racing for position with Brando Badoer, controversially was given a 4-place grid penalty. That puts the Englishman back on the 4th row of the grid. Fortunately though, and most importantly, both Brando and Arvid were fine. This is Casper Stuka in dynamic form, is the pole. US racing as well. Don't forget Gianmarco Pradel was on the podium in P3 yesterday. Bora on the podium as well for the German team in 3rd this morning. The shadows getting long under the enormous grandstand at the Ferrari-owned Mugello circuit. There is Ricky Lou from the People's Republic of China, also for the German US racing team in car 66. Tina Hausmann pulls into position, but her teammate is in trouble. Diego Della Torre. Sorry, it's Frederick Lund, in fact. Frederick Lund for AKM Motorsport has slowed at the back part of the circuit. Waiting for word from race control. Well, the green flag is flying at the back of the grid. 33 cars and yellow lights. Inevitably, there is a car stuck on the circuit being driven by Frederick Lund. We set off on another formation lap. Frederick Lund has stopped on the formation lap, seemingly with no drive. The Nicaraguan Dane car 87. It looks as though his race is over even before it started. So with another formation lap here, we expect word to be from race control that we will reduce, and there it is, 28 minutes plus 1 lap, an extra formation lap. So basically 1 less racing lap. 28 minutes plus 1 lap, an extra formation lap. As Frederick Lund, it looked as though the car had no drive. The AKM Motorsport team absolutely helpless to do anything about it. Was to have started on the 16th row of the grid alongside Victoria Blochina, ahead of Diego Della Torre. Just getting back to that incident this morning, Diego Della Torre, the Mexican, on the opening lap of the race, smash into the back of Aurelia Nobels. You saw her spinning into the gravel. It was not her fault. She was fairly well nailed, to be honest. And race control, no hesitation. Look at the magnificent countryside here in Tuscany, and this magnificent Mugello circuit built back in the early 1970s. No hesitation, they had no choice, but Diego Della Torre with a drive-through penalty. Aurelia Nobels with a DNF. This is Zachary David, the Maltese-based Filipino driver in car 20. Has been on the podium in 2023. Sits 7th in the series as well, does Zach. And he starts on grid 8 alongside the championship leader. There's Zachary David, car 20. 23, the Red Bull Junior Arvid Lindblad. Kasper Stuka, what a storming performance. Not only here, but the previous round of the championship at Paul Ricard in the south of France. 3 victories from 3 starts, 3 pole positions here this weekend. 2 victories so far. He starts out of grid 1 for the final race of the weekend. That's Matteo Quintarelli going through. Big crash yesterday with Alfio Spinner off the start. The Emirati was out with broken left suspension. Spinner amazingly did make it to the finish. Quintarelli out of grid 15. Spinner is alongside. So the race has been reduced by 2 minutes. It is now a 28-minute plus 1 lap race. Stuka warms the tyres on a warm afternoon here at Mugello. There is Ugo, 3rd in the championship on 222 points. Rafael Nadak, couple of starts in 2022 for the Frenchman, the R-Race GP team. There is Spinner pulling it to position. Just behind Agozzi, ahead of the Jamaican Alex Powell. This is fast Freddie Slater, current European kart racing champion. Former world champion, car 77 for the Van Amersfoort racing team. Guido Lucchetti, one of 3 Tuscans, pulls into position at the back of the grid for the Airflow racing team. The green flag flies once again. Now we've got the 5 red lights for the final time this weekend here at Mugello. We race. Perfect start from Ugo Chukwu, the same from Kasper and from James. The American and the Australian go wheel to wheel. Brando on the outside, but Kasper from pole position. The Polish driver who's narrowing in on the championship lead. Leads the field down into San Donato into turn 1. Brando on the outside. A clean start for the moment as they come streaming out of turn 1. Up into Borgo San Lorenzo. Stuka under attack. There is Lindblad on the inside. As one of the VAR cars going very wide. It's not Brando. It was Ivan Dominguez who came storming home to P4 this morning. There's Lindblad right in the middle of the pack. So it is Stuka, Ugo Chukwu and Jimmy James in position 3. Bora up into P4. And it's Brando, that's Arvid Lindblad. Picks up 1 position, goes back on the attack on Zach. David back into 7th ahead of Alberhetti, Ferreira, Dominguez, Nicola Lacorte. There's the Emirati right behind the Filipino driver, Rashid Alberhetti. In the Huawei-backed car 14, ahead of the Alpine F1 Academy driver in the BWT Van Amersfoort racing car. A couple of cars going off the circuit wide in the background. Bidon Bhakti fighting there with Anurag, Larini, Isha and Elkin as they come down into Corantayo for the first time. Spinner on the outside trying to make the move on the American James Agozzi. A clean start as we're about to complete the first lap, the final race. Ominously, Kasper Stuka already with a 0.6 of a second lead. Locking up into turn 15, into Buccini. There is Brando. Ferreira going very wide. He'll lose time. As they come across the line for the first time, it is Stuka who checks the right side mirror. Back to the American, Ugo Chukwu, James. Bora, Badoea, slipstreaming behind Rashid Alberhetti. That was Dominguez. With Lacorte, Ferreira's there as well. Into turn 1, the gap 0.6 of a second. Lindblad going down through. On the inside goes Ferreira. And he takes Dominguez. But Ivan gets him back. The 2 Portuguese-speaking drivers. The South American, versus Ivan. And Dominguez takes him just behind. It's the former race winner from 2023, Nicola Lacorte, who won in the opening round of the championship at Imola in car 47. Loses the front wing. Just clips it ever so slightly. Dominguez off into the gravel as well. Nicola Lacorte has lost the front wing after a great start. Oh, he was just millimetres into the back of the car in front. Now he's off into the gravel. We'll just post it back to the pits. What a disaster for Nicola. Has no choice. Rides through the grass, has to get out of the throttle. Spinner is out. The Sicilian in the gravel. His afternoon is over. Hugely disappointing. He was just ahead of Slater in position 14. Il Siciliano parked in the gravel and the safety car comes out onto the circuit. Kasper Stuka with a lead of 0.6 of a second to Ugo and James. We know how good that Kasper Stuka is off the restart. He'll have to do that in a few moments' time, but first we have to remove the car of Alfio Spinner. We'll try and get a replay of what happened to the Sicilian. He's parked in the gravel. He's out of the car. His day is done. On the podium, Alfio Spinner in the first round of the championship at Imola. The former WSK Supermaster Series, WSK Euro Series kart racing champion. The latter, incredibly, he won with two different teams, Chetila Kart Republic and the Tony Kart Racing Team. On the podium at Imola, as we say in round one, it was looking good for 2023. The sole entrant this weekend for BVM Racing. That was Nicola Lacorte, just losing his front wing without that no front downforce. Turned in, the car went straight through the gravel. He will be helped by the safety car, so won't lose too much time. He's in the pits as we speak, down in 31st position. This was how Spinner went out. Sent into the gravel and helped. That was at the exit of Arrabbiata 1. The Prema Racing Team go to work. There's two Prema cars in the pits. In fact, that's Alex Powell behind. So a tough weekend for the kid from the Caribbean, still sitting in the car. Lost a front wing in his first race yesterday. Lacorte rejoins the pack. Down in 31st position. He'll be praying for a long safety car. You can see the graphic, bottom left of your screen, exiting pit, so he will be able to catch up and hopefully pick up something from the afternoon. Alex Powell is still parked in pit lane. The car actually looks straight. Whether he has suffered suspension damage. Kabir Anurag going through, the Singaporean. Great to have him back on track now with the US Racing Team. Also one of many drivers to start the year 2023 in the WSK Supermaster Series. Oh boy, Nera and Nandavid Birambakti. Huge damage to the tyre. Car 57. Wow, look at the front left. It is destroyed. No chance of Birambakti rejoining the race. Also, his day is over. Behind the safety car, if you don't mind. Wow. Into the back of Kabir Anurag. It's not for me to use the word unacceptable, but boy, to smash into another car behind the safety car. It's not me that's saying this, but our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, will be absolutely livid with what we've just seen there. Behind the safety car, it looks as though Kabir Anurag has been able to continue on. Birambakti, smash. There's the remnants of his car, the PHM Racing Team, car 57. And that's at least an extra lap behind the safety car, which comes across the line now. Nandavid gets out of the car. He joins the list of retirements. Alex Powell, I can tell you, is still stuck down in the pit lane. So there is damage to Anurag. You can see the Singaporean is entering into the pits. That is Rashid Al-Baheri, who is in position 9. This is Kabir Anurag. Gerhard Unger in the white shirt to the front right of the car. He's out of the car. He also joins the list of retirements. There is damage. No fault of Kabir Anurag. Had another competitor smash into the back of him behind the safety car. He is livid. Walks back into the garage, and he has every right to be behind the safety car. Well, it will pull into pit lane at the end of this lap, so we'll check the order. It is Stuka on pole position, taking the race lead into turn one, leading the opening lap of the race, building up a lead of 0.6 of a second. And now, as the safety car pulls into pit lane, he will back the field up. He's in P1, is Casper. Ugo in P2, then it's James, then it's Bora, Badoer, Tappanen, Lindblad, the championship leader, Zach David, Rashid Aldaheri, and Matthias Ferreira inside the top 10. Head of Dominguez, Agozzi with a good start. He's up into P12. Narak, Slater, Lou, Quintarelli, Jack Beaton, Ariel Elkin, Gianmarco Pradell. P3 yesterday for the Sydney sider. He's back in P19 in car 12 where he started. Isha, Pedrini, Lorini, Halsman, Nobels, Diego De La Torre. Better run for the Mexican so far. Victoria Blochina, Guido Lucchetti, Kim Waring, Nicola Lacorte has joined up to the back of the pack. He's the final runner in position 29, Kabir Anurag. Out, as is Biram Bhakti. Spinner into the gravel at Arrabbiata. Lund was out before the start, and also the Jamaican Alex Powell has retired. The first third of this slightly reduced race, 28 minutes plus one lap. That is James in car 48, Agozzi. Race winner for the Tony Kart racing team in the Supermaster Series at the start of 2023. And now knocking on the door of the top 10. Casper in position one. The Orland-backed pole. So much support from his home nation in Eastern Europe. Looking to get within a handful of points of Arvid Lindblad as we go to Vallelunga to decide the title in 2 weeks' time. The safety car pulls into pit lane. The track is green now. Casper controls the pace. He dictates the race. They cannot pass until they cross the start-finish line. Watugo, the American, is good on the restarts, and James will be ruthless if he gets half a chance in P3. Casper waits till the last possible moment. The green flag is flying. Stuka sets the pace, does not want to give the slipstream, that's why he's waiting. Look at this, the tension is building. It is walking pace here at Mugello. Now he goes, he gets the jump just. James tucked in under the gearbox of Ugo in second place. A perfect restart from Casper Stuka. There's James Agozzi on the outside of Ivan Dominguez. Stuka desperate to lead the field down into San Donato turn one, which he does so. Brando fighting with Bora and Tuka Tappanen, locking up into turn one. Stuka has got the race lead just. There is Arvid Lindblad going through. Narak on the outside of Freddie Slater. Lindblad is behind Brando Badoer. Stuka has got the race lead just from the American and the Australian James Wharton. Great restart from Bora. Big move down the inside. Zachary David. How close was that? Zach on the attack on the back of the championship leader Arvid Lindblad, who defends from the Filipino. That is Rashid ahead of Ferreira. On the outside goes fast Freddie Slater, the driver from the British Midlands, the former World Kart racing champion for Van Amersfoort Racing, picks up another position. Agozzi from Florida. Car 48 for PHM Racing Team goes by the abandoned car of his Thai teammate, Birambaki in the background. Agozzi on the edge of the top 10 and points here this afternoon. Slater just behind. There's Rafael Narak, Ricky Lou, Jack Beaton, Elkin and Quintarelli. Stuka with the race lead, but Ugo's got good pace here this afternoon. So has James Wharton, the Ferrari Junior behind the McLaren Junior. Casper Stuka, what a run this would be. We have to go back to Ollie Baumann in 2021 when he took something like 7 victories in a row. Had the title well and truly wrapped up by the time we went to Monza in 2021. 6 in a row. It would not quite beat Ollie's record, but a damn impressive performance. Still the second half of the race to go. And the gap is only 0.4 of a second. It was almost 2 seconds yesterday. As we see Rafael Nadal get the slipstream, try and pull out and take Freddie Slater. Ominously fastest lap for Kasper Stuka. 1:52.499, 2/10 of a second faster than Ugo Chuko. Agozzi on the outside. The North American dives down the inside of the South American. The header holds him off. There's Slater just behind, ahead of Nadak. Who's driving well here this afternoon is Rafael. Lindblad launches down the inside, tries to take Brando. The Italian does not tolerate an attack from the Brit, who needs to be oh so careful. He got 0 after a big crash into the wall this morning at 87 k's an hour. It was an almighty crunch. Went wheel to wheel with the driver, who is trying to pass again here now. That's Agozzi going through in 48. The gap comes down to 0.3 of a second, incidentally, between Ugo Chuko and Stuka. One car going straight ahead at the top of the hill. It's Rashid. What a disappointment for the Emirati. Was in P9 and P4 in the rookies. Does rejoin. The gravel trap does its job very effectively. He does rejoin, but way down the field. Now Kasper Stuka starts to accelerate. They come down the hill. There is his teammate into turn 15, into Buccini. Look at the gap now. He pulls away ever so slightly. This is Rashid straight ahead at the top of the hill. The dust flies here at Mugello. The gravel trap does its job. The Emirati back on track. Falls way down to position 29. Incidentally, Nicola Lacorte, a new front wing, has already got by Kim Waring, Victoria Blochina, Guido Locchetti and Diego Della Torre. The Tuscan, who won at Imola. Car 47 now up into position 23. Ferreira. Still, the battle rages on. Dominguez is ahead of these two drivers. There is Ivan, P4 this morning. The header just behind, both for the Van Amersfoort Racing Team. Oh, and that's the reason why. A punctured left rear. This is not the first time this has happened this weekend. The normally bulletproof Pirelli tyres, we're talking GT racing as well as Euroformula F3, multiple punches, only at this circuit. Speaking to Yardi and the technicians from Pirelli, they believe it is the debris that has found its way into various parts of the circuit. We examined some of the tyres. They are pinhole holes, or pinhole pricks, which are causing these punches. So that was not Rashid's fault. Did very well to get it back on track, get it back to the pits. Position 29. Let's hope there's not suspension damage for the Emirati and he can take it to the checkered flag. In fact, he's just rejoined at the exit of pit lane now. So it will be a lonely afternoon, the final third of the race for Rashid Al Bahedi, but hopefully he can take it to the checkered flag. There's Tuka Tappinen, P5 in car 8. The second Ferrari Junior. There's the McLaren Junior. Ugo ahead of James, the first Ferrari Junior. Border is the second US Racing Team car. The first is Kasper. The gap, 0.35 of a second last time round. Now 0.7. 0.9 in fact. He pulls out another 10th in that final sector. This is ominous. They have no answer for the pole. A couple of DNFs at the start of the year. It looked as though at best he'd fight for top 3 in the championship. It will be close because Lindblad is back in position 7. 25 points, Formula 1 point scoring system in the Italian F4 Championship. 7th place, well, it's something, but it's not much for Arvid Lindblad. There will be virtually nothing between the pole and the Englishman as we go to Vallelunga to the north of the eternal city of Rome in 2 weeks' time to decide the title. Almost 100 points was the difference between Kasper and the driver you just saw on your screen. We'll focus in on Arvid Lindblad. The Red Bull Junior goes through the right-hander. Championship leader by just 22.5 points over Kasper Stuka as Brando climbs the hill. But Stuka is on for another 25, 0.8 of a second now. Back to Ugo Chuko and James Wharton. Brando Badoet just ahead of Arvid Lindblad. Position 6 in car 15 for Van Amersfoort Racing. Prema Racing Team wrapping up the team's championship for 2023. This weekend, the driver's title, it is well and truly alive. Great to see Van Amersfoort Racing, who have won this title twice, with Dennis the Norwegian in 19, Ollie the Englishman in 21. Can US Racing become the 4th team to take the driver's title? We'll find out in 2 weeks' time. It will come down to the wire. After it looked as though Arvid Lindblad, as we went into the summer break, you could already start engraving his name on the trophy. He may well do it. It will be tight though. Akshay Bora, position 4. The drivers from New York, USA, 2nd and 4th. Still debris in the gravel trap. We believe that is the front wing of Nicola Lacorte, and well out of harm's way. He's up into 19th place, in fact, so actually storming through the field. Last time around a 151.164. Stuck in traffic. But he's actually made up quite a few places. Goes by his fellow Tuscan, David Larini. Second time I've done that today. Son of Nicola Larini, who stood on the podium in the ill-fated San Marino Formula One Grand Prix the first day of May 1994 at Imola. That was driving for a Ferrari. Couldn't really celebrate on that day. You know why. That is Nicola's son, David, in position 21. He's behind Ethan Isha. Lacorte up into 19th, closing in on Quintarelli, Bredel, Elkin, Beaton. Casper Stuka, though. The gap now 1 second. Ugo in 2nd place. Can see the daylight under Ugo's car. Running these Tartas T421 cars as close as possible as they can. Minimum drag on a medium speed circuit. The undulations here, top speed of around about 237 k's an hour. Not the fastest speed we've seen in 2023. Incidentally, it was not at Monza. Through the speed trap at the home of the Italian Formula One Grand Prix, 249 k's an hour. At Imola at the start of the year, Arelli Nobel's 252.8 kilometres an hour. Imola, the fastest circuit on the calendar in a straight line. Surprisingly, even faster just than the home of the Italian Grand Prix, the Monza circuit. So the field spreading out now, just under 8 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Kasper Stuger, a 49.628. The gap is 0.9 of a second to Ugo Chukwu. James Wharton looking for a podium is the Australian in this final race of the weekend. Still 4th in the series. The driver from Melbourne who won the season or the year opening United Arab Emirates Formula 4 Championship. Fifth in the KZ2 World Cup a couple of seasons ago, the same race in which Arvid Lindblad finished 3rd last year. Alex Powell finishing 2nd in the KZ2 World Cup. Ugo Chukwu only ever racing OK and OK Junior. First saw him on the podium in the WSK Final Cup back in 2016 at the much missed Adria Raceway, where he finished 2nd to Maya Werg when she took that famous victory. Little Maya, as she was back then, driving a privately entered top car. On a cold day, the end of 2016, Ugo was 2nd. Stretching the memory, I reckon Kirill was P3 that day. Kirill Small, that is. Maya now a Ferrari Junior. Ugo a McLaren Junior, 2nd in the race and 3rd in the championship. This is Tuukka Tappinen, former Tony Cup Racing Team driver, 1st year in single-seaters. 3rd year for Kasper Stuka, and looking to end it on a high. 6 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, as we saw yesterday. More sedate race. There is Badoer in the background. Still, Lindblad cannot get by. Valuable points about to go missing for Arvid Lindblad if he can't get by the Italian. Perfect style, works the wheel, tries to keep the car as straight as possible. Doesn't use quite all of the racetrack. Still leaves the slightest margin. The gap is 1.1 seconds. US Racing second in the 2022 championship with the Irishman Alex Dunn. David Lorini into pit lane. Here's the Tuscan. The PHM team, they have had a tough afternoon. Suspension damage to the front right of David's car. Just under 5 minutes, 1 lap remaining. Don't forget the season decider 2 weeks from now. To the north of the eternal city of Rome in Vallelunga. Lorini has in fact just rejoined, or about to rejoin at the exit of pit lane, right in the middle of the track. So good work from the PHM team to get the Italian back on track to at least make it to the checkered flag. Unlike Anurag, Vidambakti, Spinner, Powell, Lund, they are all out. 29 drivers from the original 34 starters still in the race. Yes, 2 weeks from now we go to Vallelunga, the historic circuit, home of the Rome Grand Prix up until 1992, when it was last run for Formula 3000. We'll see you there in 2 weeks, and the title will either surely go to either Poland, England, or the United States of America. There will be very little between Ugo Kaspar and David Lindblad to decide the 10th anniversary season of this, the Italian F4 Championship, presented by WSK Promotion, together with the Automobile Club of Italy, Acci Sport. Tuca trying to make up ground on Bora. .4 seconds, Kaspar. A hat-trick at Paul Ricard. Looking to go 3 from 3. He took pole position 3 times this weekend. Has dominated to claw back into contention for the championship. If it finishes like it is now, they won't be tied on points because of the half points awarded at the Imola race earlier on in the year, but it will be very close. Nothing in it. The gap was almost 100 points before the summer break. The gap on track. Kaspar Stuka last time, 1.449. 1.6 seconds. There's James Wharton, still in position 3, pulls away from Bora. Safe in 3rd place is the Australian, who struggled home to 10th place on very worn tyres this morning. The Orlan back pole in position 1. The sun starting to set here at Mugello. His teammate, incidentally, Gianmarco Pradel, does make the move. Fighting there with Nicola Lacorte. Jack Beaton just ahead of him. The 2 Australians behind Ricky Liu. Rafael Nadak, Slater, Agozzi, Ferreira still holds down position 10. The final points paying position. Down through Casanova into Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2. The lowest part of this ever undulating 5.2 kilometre circuit. Vidambakti's abandoned car in the background. The shadows getting longer. The sun is still shining. The first day of October, the penultimate round of the Italian F4 Championship. Boy, it is not over yet. We'll see you at Rome in 2 weeks' time to decide the title. .6 seconds to Ugo Ugachugu in one of the more uneventful races. No bad thing in some respects, after some of the chaotic events we've had earlier on in the year. Seconds, 2.1. Kaspar is going to win again, surely. So we believe this is the penultimate lap of the race. 49.703, 49.6 is his best lap. Last time around, Ugo a 50.409. Casper is destroying the field. The Prema Racing team, who have won the 2023 Teams Championship, if unofficially, but the driver's title, either going to US Racing or Prema Racing team. Ugo and Arvid both for the team from Vicenza. US Racing, they came close in 2022 with the Irishman Alex Dunn, P2 to Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who won the title last year at this very circuit. Can they go P1 with the pole? Who's got 2 Formula 4 races left in his career. The Italian Championship and the final round of the European Formula 4 Championship, which is at Barcelona in Spain, the separate series, all new for 2023. The Euro 4 Championship, the calendars incidentally have been announced. It's looking good for the 11th season of the Italian Formula 4 Championship, also run in conjunction with the separate Euro 4 series. Provisionally, there is an asterisk beside this next statement, going to 4 rounds in 2024. Ugo Ugachukwu, position 3. Sorry, car 3, position 2, position 3 in the championship though. On the last lap of the race, Kasper Stuka comes across the line, the gap down to 2 seconds, a tenth of a second or so as they cross the line. There is Ugo. Then James Wharton, final sector from Kasper, proves that last statement redundant. It's 2.5 seconds. How much Jurek can you eat over in Poland? They will be absolutely celebrating. 3 wins from 3 starts at the previous round of the championship at Paul Ricard. He has clawed back an enormous lead of near on 100 points. The title is not over yet. There is Ugachukwu in the background, 2.5 seconds. James Wharton, safe in 3rd place, is the Australian, who is still 4th in the championship. It will go down to the wire at Vallelunga in Rome in 2 weeks' time. Down the hill for the final time out of Castanova into Arrabbiata 1, Arrabbiata 2. A perfect performance from Kasper Stuka, Gerhard Unger. That's the U in US Racing. S is the Schumacher. He has engineered this car personally, has Gerhard. Wants the victory, and the former mastermind of the AMG Mercedes DTM series back in its heyday in the 90s and early 2000s. Gerhard, he's still got it. So has his boy Kasper Stuka. 3 victories from 3 starts at Paul Ricard. Pole position yesterday, converted that to a race win. Pole position for race 2 this morning. He won that as well. From pole position from Poland. He's about to round the final corner. What a dominant display. The championship is not over yet. 3 from 3, 6 in a row. We'll see you in Rome in 2 weeks' time to decide the title. There is now nothing in it as Kasper Stuka takes the checkered flag to win for the 3rd time this weekend at Mugello. There is Ugo across the line in 2nd place. James in 3rd. Then it's Porter, Tuukka Tappinen. We wait. Brando Badoya across the line in position 6. Then it's Zachary David, Dominguez, Ferreira, Lindblad. Position 10 for the Englishman. 1 solitary point for the championship leader. Quickly trying to do some mathematics. Kasper Stuka, we believe this is provisional, now leads the championship by 1.5 points. We'll confirm that for you in just a moment. Regardless, he has won with another brilliant performance. Kasper Stuka, 6 in a row. The pole wins it for the German US Racing team. Oh boy, it goes down to the wire in Rome in 2 weeks' time. Just awesome from Kasper. As much pickup as possible as he comes the back way into pit lane in position 1 again. So many of you watching on live from Poland. If I knew more than about 4 words, I'd try and say hello to you in your native language. Your boy has done superbly. The all-and-back driver, Kasper Stuka, punches the air. He celebrates again. Just brilliant. We have to try some Zurich. Bring some to Vallelunga in 2 weeks' time. It doesn't look real appetizing, I have to be honest. He claps. He punches the air. Kasper Stulka wins 6 in a row. Can the pole take the title? We'll find out at Vallelunga in 2 weeks' time. P1, he wins again. Ugo in second and third in the championship. James Wharton, another podium for the Australian. Kasper, again, wins at Mugello. I think Henna's almost crying there. She's worked superbly as well. There is Ugo in second place, third in the British Formula 4 Championship in 2022. He's third at the moment with a round to go. Kasper wins again. Holds up the 3 fingers. That's 3 this weekend, 6 in a row. We'll hear from the race winner in just a moment. And provisionally, I'll stand corrected on this, we believe he is now the championship leader. But let's hear from the race winner, Kasper Stulka, who's down with Laura Kohler.
So yes, it's always you. So now it's 6 in a row. It seems that you really find your way.
Yeah, what can I say? No words. It was a perfect weekend again. Yeah, I mean, really happy. I was pushing till the end. Yeah, just great pace, great job by the team, super happy.
So you're in Vallelunga now?
Yeah, Vallelunga now, of course, we are now good in the points. So yeah, as I said from the beginning, we keep pushing and we still fight for the championship.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Race 3 here at Mugello from pole position. Kasper Stulka launched perfectly. Ugo from the outside of the front row of the grid going wheel to wheel with his Prema Racing teammate, the McLaren Junior, just edging ahead of the Ferrari Junior. But Kasper Stulka was already gone. Nicola Lacorte fighting for a position inside the top 10. Losing the front wing into the gravel, and the Tuscan was out. Ultimately would get back on track to finish in 17th place. A commendable effort for the driver who did win at Imola. Alfio's spinner, the Sicilian, sent into the gravel. Car 9 for the BVM Racing team, through no fault of his own, was out, and that brought out the safety car. This was a controversial, and dare we say, unacceptable incident behind the safety car. Biram Bhakti into the back of Kabir Anurag behind the safety car. That meant that the safety car stayed out for another lap. Kasper Stulka, tactical off the restart, just defended down into turn 1. Ugo stayed with him. The gap was only 0.3, 0.5 seconds in the early part. And then Kasper said, once again, this race is mine, boys. And he disappeared down the road to take victory for the 6th time in a row. For the 3rd time here this weekend at Mugello. He won it by 2.8 seconds. So Kasper does win the race from Ugo, James, Akshay, Tuka, Brando, Zach David, Ivan Dominguez, Ferreira P9, Arvid, position 10, just a single point for the Brit, the championship leader, although we turn the page. And that statement may in fact now be redundant. There is virtually nothing between Kasper and Arvid. James just misses the points. Good drive from the American. Head over Ariel Elkin, the same for Ricky Liu. Beats home the 2 Australians, Jack Beaton, Gianmarco Pradel, Quintarelli, Lacorte. Good recovery from Nicola to finish in 17th place. Kim Hwa Reng, Isha, Houseman, Pedrini, Nobels. So Tina wins the women's trophy again. The championship. Boy, look at this. Kasper, position 1. Oh, my mathematics is not so bad after all. 1.5 points ahead of Arvid Lindblad. Who would have predicted that before the summer break? Kasper Stulka, P1 in the championship. Lindblad, 1.5 points behind. Ugo's not out of it either. 240 points for the American. 3rd place in the series, only 28 points behind Kasper Stulka, the new championship leader, going to Vallelunga in 2 weeks' time. great podium from the Ferrari Junior James Wharton. Third place for James Anthony. Jimmy James, sorry mate, had to say that. Ugo second, and Casper top step of the podium for the 6th race in a row. He is now the new championship leader. We can hear you cheering from Poland in Eastern Europe as Raffaele Giammaria, representing Arci Sport, the Automobile Club of Italy, presents the trophies. Third place to James, second to Ugo, and 6th race victory in a row to Kasper Stuka for that, the US racing team.
Inno nazionale. Questo era l'inno nazionale per il vincitore Kasper Zucca. Now it's time for the official photo, please.
Who would have thought before we went to Paul Ricard for round 5, Arvid Lindblad with a 100-point lead would go into the series final in second place. Kasper Stuka, not unprecedented. We go back to Ollie Behrman in 2021 with 7 race wins in a row, but 6 in a row is an impressive performance. Kasper Stuka wins race 3, his 6th victory in a row. He is now the championship leader. We have to see you in Rome, Vallelunga, 2 weeks' time. Make sure you do not miss it. The 10th anniversary season of this, the world's most competitive junior motor racing series. We'll see you in Rome in 2 weeks' time to decide the 2023 F4 title.
along,
salida,
everybody,
una
to our
parrilla
third final
de
race
salida
of the
que
drill
va
for the
a estar
2023
encabezada
Spanish
esta
F4
vez
Championship. Welcome
por
along to our third race
Cristian
of the we
Jo,
had two
el
entertaining races
piloto
for various different reasons.
singapuriense
In both cases,
que ha logrado
leader
establecer
Teofil
un
Nile. He's
tiempo
now
en
going
el
for three in a
segundo
row this weekend.
clasificatorio del fin de semana,
Set by the results from
1.38,
qualifying this morning.
335 milésimas, tan solo
Qualifying
17
times from
milésimas
Saturday's
más
session
veloz que el
yesterday.
hombre que le va a estar
So the cars head off
acompañando
onto
en
their formation.
primera
We
fila
can
al
quickly give you a
francés
run through who
Enzo
is where. Scott
Deligny,
Woodward sits
que
through
estará
all the
partiendo
action
a su
here on this
lado.
English feed.
Ahora
And it is Christian Ho who
tiene a
starts in pole
Christian Jo
position
por
after
delante
picking
después
up
de haber
two
estado
third places
partiendo
earlier
por
on
detrás
this
de
weekend.
Teofil Nael,
He
por
has a
lo
chance
tanto,
of victory. He
situación
starts
ya
alongside Enzo
conocida
Deligny,
para
now
el
Red Bull
piloto
Junior,
del
the
Campos
Campos
Racing, que va a
alongside his teammate.
intentar
Crucially,
promover
Valerio
a la
Rincella has
primera
a good
plaza
chance of getting a good result
ya
here
desde
after
la
a
primera
right
curva. En
weekend so
segunda
far.
fila de parrilla
Alongside
tenemos
Teofil Nile, the
a
championship leader.
Valerio
Then it's row 3 for
Rincella
Pedro
por
Clero
delante de
and Noah Lyle
Teofil
with one of his
Nael,
results
que después de haber
this weekend so
encabezado
far
las dos
qualifying for
primeras
Rodin.
parrillas de
Row 4
salida,
sees Andrea
estará ahora
Cardena, told off Cardena, Cardena, so the person who reminded me of the comment. Here is the grid then, so it's Ho and Deligny on the front row of the grid, and Rincella, Nile, Clero and Lyle. Third row, Rodin, but Cardena, Cluse. Fourth row, Cluse's first championship doing pretty well. Palo, Carrasqueda, Tem, Alzari and Barrichello. Very watch Fernando from row 6, and it's Juan Cota and Ricardo Gracia, Federico Alfa, Pablo Sarazan, Alex Ninovich, all the work to do with the road car. Java, Geronimo Beria, who is black flag from the start. Koshi, Theodore Jensen, Noah Strumstead, the Eric Janae, Peebles, Lynn Hodenian, and Luciano Morano, Murray, Veri, Strepo, Jurowski, who had a technical issue forced him out to his car formation lap, Barashi and Darionani, and then Alvise, Rodella, Carl Bay, all 30 press to go. So, can Teofil Nile, fourth on the grid, make it any of the cars around three in front, anything to stop it. Christian Ho, trying to take victory, if he can, be victory number 2 of the season. Pole 24, 3 second, third places on the back. Can he go? It's 10 rate victory, 30 minutes plus 1. Full points for this one. 5 lights come on there. Race 3 of the 4 Spanish Championship. Estoril gets underway. They're out pretty quickly. Strong start from Ho from Pole, who immediately does the chop and goes to the inside to defend the racing line. Strong start top 4. Niall sweeping around to have a look around the outside of Richella. Head towards turn 1. And it is Ho who leads. Deligny plays Richella third. Niall holds on 4th place. Goes through curve 1, curve 2. First time strong start for Noah Lyle in the leading Rodin car. He's 5th or 6th. They wind their way towards Lime for the first time. One car getting off the gravel already in the background. Way through. Number is 3 and is 14, and that is Al-Azari. Al-Azari started from 11th on the grid. He's right down the back of the field. He's one or two strong results. Okay, not the start he wanted for race number 3. So Christian Ho leads the way on midway through lap number 1 here. Cyril for race 3 of the weekend. 4, second for Deligny, third for Rincella. A lock up for Teofil Nile in 4th place. The last having a strong start P5. Dena, Clero, Cluse, Cota, Palo, Carrasquedo. 11. Alpine, Barrichello, Gracia, Ninovich. Look at the 2 and 3 abreast, fanning out on the circuit, trying to find racing room. One car with their damaged front wing to the back of the field. Can't quite tell who it is. Somebody with damage to the car and a loose rear wing front wing. Again, first time top 4 trying to break away already. Ford is 2 Campos cars for second. Puma third. Satellite Racing in 4th. No way out through Parabolica, Ayet, Senna, straight for Christian Ho there. Driver Singapore, 4th in the championship coming to this race. Great opportunity here to take second race win. Earlier, safety car's been deployed though, so race put on hold temporarily. For the reason why I don't know if it's possibly due to maybe a car that had its loose front wing has fallen off because of debris. Seeing the reason around on feed, but someone's problems. Oh, that's the reason why. That's a clear reason why there. 3 cars has come together. 28, 31, one driver car as well. Braschi. Third one is Sebastian Murray. One driver can't back and see who is towards the rear. And looks like it is the number 9 car, George Zeranski. So he had problems after the didn't start race number 2. In the pit lane also was Alazari getting checked over. He ran wide on the. It's been a disastrous day for Zeranski. He didn't even start race 1 due to car overheating and having a mechanical problem. Just pull up in the lane formation result. Now 3 cars getting together, tangling up the Gancho chicane. Murray. Zeranski all involved in that one. Zari pit lane, but he's now waiting for third place. So, here's a replay of the start. Clean getaway from Christian Ho. All the first few got away nice and neatly. One of the top 6 or 7 cars were lined stern straight away, weaving around for their own real estate. Turned in. Noah Lyle tried to go around the outside. The would be Pedro Claro side. The gravel there was Alzari running out wide. And hopefully we can get a view as to what happened between the 3 cars in the mix. See a little further back, Claro and Niall, and the cars running wide over the grass. That was Niall essentially not pushing, but giving a Pedro Claro that if you want to go past me, do it the hard because you basically get no room. Claro chose side. Either way, still surviving. Claro is where is Claro? Pedro Claro's pit. There he is. I think yes, there he is. So Pedro Claro was missing to on the time. So as the safety car continues to bring the field to a pace, 3 cars that tangle up the chicane to be recovered, if possible. Pit lane comes that car which had damage front wing. 7-4 Lynn Hedenia, one of the Moniamo cars. The Monlamo quickly forming a nose change. Out there, ready to go. Turn of the locks on the nose. Away you go. He is a lap down now. No, I don't think he's a lap down towards the field because he would circulate. Seen called him in to fit. So the order then after 2 complete laps. Car came just as lap 1 was being completed at rate speed. Christian Ho, who leads the way from Enzo Deligny second. Rinicella holding on third. Crucially ahead of Teofil Niall. Trying to point for it, quite crucial. Although even if it stays as it is, you don't take 3 points. Deligny would also take another. How do you take? Well, it would be 4 for Teofil Niall. Teofil Niall. Teofil Niall. 10 points would be at the moment because it's a 30-minute race on full point. Structure Formula 1, 25 for a win, 18 third, 12 4th, and 5th downwards, 10 4 2 1. 2 point pole position, 1 for the fastest lap. So as it's right now, Ho would pick up early in the race, granted, but it would be 25 points. They push him on to 172. 18 points goes to Deligny. 18 points would give him for 74 points. It's the 28 car that's also reading another nose. That would be for Braschi car. It looks like still stranded. Yes, there he is. He hasn't got going, although got out of the car rather than stayed in it. They're reading a nose, but tell the cars so steep. Recovery crew are already going to mix. They're taking the field through the Tankay corner, which misses the Gancho chicane. Slightly shorter. Tennis there, as I mentioned, is Christian Ho, Deligny from Valerio Rinicella, 3rd place, Teofil Niall 4th, Noah Lyle holding on to P5 in the height of the roading cars, 6th Cardena, 7th Claro, Cluse, 9th is Cota, 10th Alan 5. Let's have a look at Valentin Cluse's record. He's done incredible amount of F4 races. He did essentially a full season for UAE over the winter, and then he's mainly been racing this year in Italian F4, so he's making his debut in the GM for this weekend. Prior to front, we've done more for eighth place one of the MP Motor, third orange car behind Pedro Claro in Brazil, third place Cella. Typical single-seater race car fashion, everyone weaving from side to side, the tyre temperatures, pressures up, and brake temperatures up as more rain. Imagine there's a slightly reduced pace because they want to, well, I guess it doesn't really matter if they go reduced pace or not. Trying to do it, trying to give as much time as possible on the lap. The marshals and the coverage who say you always run well wherever it is, Portugal, Spain, or UK, or around Europe, America, Asia, anywhere else. All the marshals and volunteers and everyone else gives their time and to ensure motor happen. But that's it. Can't go motor racing without them. They are heroes in their own right, and the recovery volunteer involved in the race gives them a little bit more time just to recover those three cars from the scene of the incident. And what would have happened was that it would have been quite a low speed, given that it is a slow part of the course, but uphill show the car to be hoisted away. So clear. The one thing they may have to look out for 1-2 drivers might be one tiny bit of chance of car flying comms. They could way now VIP to 1/3 third final race of the week for the 3-4 Spanish Championship. 2 more rounds after this one. We've got the Circuito Ricardo Tormo in Cheste in Valencia. A couple of weeks' time on October 14th and 15th. Season finale takes place November 11th 12th, home of the Spanish Grand Prix, Circuito de Barcelona, Catalunya. By the time we get there, depending on results at Valencia, the championship could even be provisionally wrapped up because the win rate actually 68 points you get as a max for winning all 3 races. Plus, on top of that, if you add another 3 bonus points and pole position points as well, say in bonus, you get another 7 bonus points on top. That would be doing 75 points. So essentially, score a maximum of 75 points there. And given that you take away from the week, essentially means that as long as there's at one point within the last 4, by the time we finish Valencia, as far as if Teofil Nile is at least 5 points ahead, he can essentially go or choose not to Catalunya, as far as I at provisional champion, because ultimately the score of Catalunya, they're at least more than that. But even on the race week, car remains here. Mr. Ill, part of the third, still 18 3/4 minutes to go. Ho, control, Campos, Singapore driver. He is a Singapore Korean racing driver, part Singapore, part Korean. Quite a bit of racing, as many drivers have done coming up to the stage of karting. We can know a line on the screen here. Sebastian Ho, Christian Ho, kind of the driver. The Christian Ho, the Singapore driver, karting, German junior kart trophy, WSK champion as well. He's also part of Mikel Artol all-road management stable as well. Guy competed in Spanish F4 last year. 13th in the point, 13th place in point, 5th point scored. So he did full season of Spanish F4 and also competed in Formula for UAE as well. 13 points and then 21st in the standings. then, getting quite well versed in 4 circles. For hopefully clear of the side, racing underway again. Hopefully, with still half the race plus 1 lap to go. Hope still leads it there. Safety car, Deligny's Cheller in third, Taylorfield Nile lead, double race so far this weekend for Santa Lock Race 4, Noah Lyle in fifth, Andrew Carden 6th, Pedro Clero 7th, Cluse 8th, 9th, Juan Cota 10. In terms of the rookie contest, Deligny who leads that, Cardenas played Cota third and Albert fourth. Ted Pallo quite far back now, the championship, and looking at his results so far, this was 7th and 4th place. 4th place in race 2, but Pallo down 12th after a great quality. Fernando Barrichello, who is 14 points now to this race, 13th, stays there. His best result of the weekend, tied in race 1 and 21st, 2. Ninovic, another weekend here. So, safety car in the slap. Again to the leader choose the restart. Now I hope he doesn't choose to restart later. It's about Masson in Europe-3. He literally left until a bit of a long. Extraordinary late restart. And he got a penalty result. Thankfully, Christian Ho has late. He's gone earlier. The curve, the parabolic IS centre. Trackside coverage. In front of them, the race is getting back underway. Home leads the way there from Deligny second place, and they're weaving to try and get temperatures in there, but Deligny's also on the attack. Down the outside for the lead, it's side by side between the two Campos drivers. A lock up from Ho on the inside line. Deligny might try and hold on to the position if he can, which he has. He's gone round the outside, and Enzo Deligny, the young French Chinese driver, is into the lead here in race number 3. And Estoril with a great outside pass on his teammate. And now, Tedros might start to line up behind Christian Ho because Rinicella's in the mix. So is Taylorfield Nile. So is Cardena, Lyle, Clero, Cluse, Coast, and Albert 5. They're all in the mix here. Turn out of curve of VIP towards the interior head for the time on the restart. Deligny then has got clear front him. He will be only his second win of the season. Consistency has been rock solid. He finished the race lower. Since Spa hasn't finished the race lower than 6. But he hasn't finished of every race he's finished since Spa. He's only finished off the podium 1 of them. He has retired 2 of them, both 2 races at Navarro. But every time since then, through Aragon, Navarro, Jerez, and Estoril so far, he's either finished first, second, or third. In particular, finished second time. Pretty sick of getting Rudders trophy, as much as they're good point. He wants a race victory to add to his tally and also try and close that gap in. We've got 3 abreast action behind Noah Lala, Cluse, Clero, and Cota. Going to work. Not careful. Work their way to the parabolic IS. There is Juan Cota. He's got a head on, I think, both of the has. So Cota's got past both Cluse and Clero. Stuff from Spaniard. Deligny leads the way there. Possible attack here, though. See the defensive move from Rinichella to the inside of main rival Taylorfield Nile. Third win to get around Rinichella, then Ho, and then Deligny. With his rival in all give can get past. Driver. Yep. Drive field. No, tell I. There, it's also Luciano Morano, Ted Murray. Fourth there. Pit lane 1. The driver car, Alexander Jarre. Time starting the pit lane 2. Him. More with further drama. Driver. Over right prematurely. A safety car's been deployed again. Now again, we haven't seen the racing just yet. So racing's been neutralised once more, only about a lap or so under racing conditions. What's the phrase? Safety cars breed safety cars. Unfortunately, it's very true on this occasion. Now the question would be, again, time Jean, also so is Fernando Barrichello. He's down the order too. So I wonder if it's been coming together. Fernando Barrichello lead on his own. But there is Fernando Barrichello again seeing the Gancho chicane. There's also another car that's being removed. The driver not Strepo 69 that's on the road, and again, I think collision up at the Gancho section. Barrichello is moving, steering wheel off the machine. Straight, they've actually quickly managed to remove car. Damage to the rear wing come off, and also the front wing and the left rear suspension. There, worked for them. This is what happened on the restart. This is how the first restart with Deligny got the move down the outside. Defensive move there from home to try and hold on, but Deligny had so much more to send it around the outside of his teammate. Both of them ran a little wide on the exit. Deligny to get through and hold play through Lamy towards curve of VIP for move their way through. Kia safety car scrambled once again. Given the United Maximiliano Restrepo to the way quickly enough. Can also do the same for Fernando Barrichello. Being robbed the garage is Alexander Alcajava driving machine. So driver race has gone a little bit south in the last few moments, given that Restrepo's also mechanical or physical damage to the 21 car of Alcajava. So hopefully they can get cleared away soon. See too much green flag. We have characterised very a lot. One person is definitely helping against Deligny. One person is not helping is Teofil Nile, who definitely get himself be at least podium. Really good restart. It will also all depend on how much time is left for racing underway. 2:30 already. Fortunately, spent behind the safety car car field get quite injected on lap in the last race of the weekend when everyone wants to get a good result. They want to end the weekend on a high. Now, the fact there's a gap already could be going back in to in a second. Second car drawn away a bit of a gap, so probably light off just a second from race control on the screen. Hopefully, racing will be back away. We'll know there's a gap safety car. Second, because you won't see the Kia car, we'll see a 4 car in Gancho. Right, we are going around time by then. There it is, second car in the slap. Now, the Deligny turns to get this race underway, and he does so right in the S's. It's a really good restart for the Frenchman. Good job from Christian Ho initially. Breaks the toe slightly, and it also puts him under pressure from Rinicello and Niles to cut off the pit straight. Cardenio's gone with him to play. Under racing, fingers crossed this time. We can run the last 9 minutes. Drive free. So back to green flag. Cyril. Down towards turn 1 again. It's Rinicello and Niles trying to dance out. Clear air as they turn into curve 1. Under racing again. Cardenas in 5th position. I'll get it right one time. Noah Lard 6, Claro 7, Coast Cluse, Al 5. 10 on the restart. One line stern. He's accused at the moment. Try and do that for a couple of laps because of 2 second car. Get a little bit more careful here. Corner. Start with Lynn. You must really jump on Ho and Co. Towards the interior head. Red Bull Jr. in command now. Ho, Rinicello, Niall Cardenas, top 5. Noah Lyle on the threat for Brazilian Pedro Claro. Just all on the road car. And is that Teofil Nile with a problem? Teofil Nile has got no rear wing. What's happened? Teofil Nile has a damaged rear wing. The championship leader's in trouble. Teofil Nile has a damaged rear wing. Now then, he's battling away with Rinicello. Also with Dennis as well. What on earth has happened to Teofil Nile? The championship leader in trouble. He will not get an 8th win this season. And this caused a real stack up. There's now Noah Lyles. Now Cardenas up to 4. 3 as it was there. black and orange car 4. There's no real reason. But drama again for the championship leader. Taylor Niall in pit lane with a damaged rear wing. And that will be also some point scoring race over. Depends on how much damage there really is. Whether it's someone trying to get up and hold on. Good road car. So, championship leader in trouble there. Taylor Niall after such a positive weekend all the way through. 2 race victory at pole position. That feel a bit straight into the garage for ages. Unfortunately, Taylor Niall not even make a check flag. And that's a real shame. Taylor Niall, big story from race 3, out of the race, down to the rear of the car, straight to the bottom. What it now means is that we get the option for another winner this weekend. But who it's going to be, we'll have to wait to see. It will either be Enzo Deligny, Christian Ho, Valerio Riccella. How he better? He needs all the points to get. And Andrea Cardenas could also do a good result. So too could Noah Lyle and Pedro Claro. So what this will mean is that the points lead that Taylor Niall has is going to be moved down by at least 25 points, because that's going to be Deligny 25 points out of Niall. 42 coming rate compared to Niall, compared to 1.5 Deligny. 5 points will put him on to 181. Plus any bonus for fast lap, which should be if he does 2. So that will bring the points down if he does win the fast lap. He has got at the moment 39.3. That will bring it down to, yeah, that will be 40 points. As the inside there, look, the 61 should go to Clue Kota. Kota is about to start on the place. Clue and Kota scrapping over 7th and 8th position. Clue, as though he's got through, so the German regular Italian F4 and UAE F4 season play. Hopefully, try and top 5. Good manage it. There is the 26 Rodin car and Ninovic, so none of the key drivers field got through, and that is Al Azari got the Rodin time. I think it is. Start the race 4. Meanwhile, Noah Lyle is a big pressure here. He's lost down to. He's on the back of Pedro Claro. Claro now has dropped right top 4. Now into big pressure for Lyle. He makes a big dive up the inside in towards the right hander already, but couldn't start threat from both Juan Kota and Valentin Clue up through. Shows execution. Behind Pedro Claro now. It's quite standard. A small little mess for him. It's really cost him a few tenths. Ho and Riccella are also no tail. Cardenas is going after them. Other car troubles. That car number 11 was GRS play. Be car. That will be number 11. That car Bennett starts grid. The young tie driver hitting problem. 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go, so it's really getting close to stages here. I think it's about to kick off in a second, because these guys are all desperate for good points here, so they make it happen. Side by side here, we've got Kluska can go around the outside. Juan Kota shows him the edge of the road, but there's still Kluska to get through. Now, did he make the part off the road over the curve too much? So, our stewards have a look, because they can't do that. Got away with it. Cases, whereas they will this time. Clues has held on the place. There is Claro holding on ahead of Noah Lyle for 56. 7th place goes Valentin Clues, German driver. 5 Pallet. Now here's a replay, I think, of that move. Oh, this is more the restart. Maybe we can get some idea of what. Oh, it broke by itself. So Taylor not. He was 4. Taylor not rear wing collapsed on its own. Drawn with 4. So collapsing rear wing Taylor not. Now, camera, there was no somebody called that. See, there is Monlamo. That is number 74. 74 was Lynn Hodeni from this race already, so he's now trying to recover as he can. So a few drivers and dramas in third race at the end of the day, because these guys really are going for it. So we've got about 3 laps to go here, 2.5 minutes. 38. 3 more laps to go as here comes Pedro Claro, because Valentin Cluse looking for a move on the outside of Noah Lyle. Big move to the inside line, he's going to go around the outside, and there's also a big block behind them for Mattia Paolo up the inside of Al-5, and that would have been for ninth position. But what happened between Cluse and Niall? And the answer is Lyle has held on for the time being, but Price went past on the inside line. This now brings Juan Cosa back. There is Pedro Claro, who's been on his own car behind himself. Out of the curve of VIP and interior hairpin. Right at the moment, but he's got a bit of pressure behind both Valentin and Juan Cosa. The next group of cars led by Paolo, Al Rafai, there's Koshi. This is look there, Carrasquedo, 12th place. He retired from race 2, but he's running well 12 position. Behind we've got Juan Ribeiro, Strumstead. Strumstead here too is try one-hander Aurelia. Again, the one-hander towards the Gancho S's. And this is the key battle then between Noah Lyle. There's your race leader. There's a Deligny, fast lap of the race so far, 1:39.9. Come on. By 1.3 seconds over this Christian Ho. Pole sitter taking fast time in qualifying 2 this morning. Putting away from Rinicello, and Rinicello, if there's any race that he needs points from, it's this one. He's had a real nightmare weekend to score it. He finished 6th was a nightmare in race 1, 14th in race 2. He lost a chunk of points. He's up the inside there with the huge dive. There goes Yamakoshi on the inside of 71 was Al Rafai. Yamakoshi's top 10 now at the expense of 71. So another of the Rodin cars dropping downwards. Koshi and the car machine up to the top 10. To the last lap now. Time by we'll get one more lap to go, because remember it's a 30 minute plus 1 lap break. Time is 0, which we'll do second. 3, 2, 1 now. At the end of the race this time, one more time around the Real Grand Prix circuit. Flat. Deligny will be in the corner before finding another victory. Certainly he will be just delighted with this, as he was first Aragon. Of the show 3 S's. Now the pit straight for what should be the last time start of the season of the weekend. Deligny there looking for win number 2 of the season. Remember, he's been 6 times so far this season. In the last few races, 3 times out of the last 4 occasions. He's also 3rd place as well. He picked up 3rd place in Jerez. Twice in this weekend. He would love a victory. Round up, heads to Ricardo Tormo with the advantage. The young Red Bull Junior, the young French Chinese driver, quite talented karting, picked up by the Red Bull Driver Academy. Iconic Red Bull livery. All her junior drivers do. Brief, Christian Ho is played. Valerio Rinicello, who come to this race, 3rd in points, having the lead taken after the 2nd place finish in race 2. Rinicello didn't score, so the result that Rinicello will absolutely be relieved to pick up if he can. There's Pedro Claro, still chasing after the 4th place man, Cardena. And up the hill towards the complex Gancho for the final time. Although Deligny's got this one in the bag, a couple of corners to go. Certainly Red Bull picked him up for a reason. He's been quite a star in karting. First race winner from Aragon, all the way back to second 6 times since then. Problems on Octavio or Niall, nobody can take it away from him now. He comes out to the final couple of corners. It will be 3rd for Rinicello, 2nd for Christian Ho. Celebrations a lot for the Campos race team. 2nd win of the season for Red Bull Junior. Enzo Deligny crosses the line. in the F4 Championship. Victory for Deligny, Christian Ho, and a much-needed podium for Valerio Rincelli, third place. Cardena, fourth. Clero, fifth. Noah Lyle, sixth. Clues, posted Palo, and Kochi, 10th. With Alvin Finder, there. Played Berio, 12th. Drustek, third. Gato, Garcia, round 15th. Win the light, the still in the Taters and the Marshals. Been a solid weekend round. 2 players win. So that's a really solid point. He's moving to second place in the championship now and put himself, I think, now 2 within. It looks like to me 60 points now within between himself and Taylorfield Nile heading into the final 6 races of the season. And that said, if my math is correct, sometimes they're usually not, but if I can work it out, so long as Taylorfield Nile can leave the weekend at least 75 points ahead of Deligny Co. in point, essentially it means he could even choose not to go to Bologna, but he at least does go to Bologna, essentially a champion 11 provision, because so far ahead, even with the score of the week, 75 points scored, 1 in all 3 races, 2 half-an-hour races, and 1 25 race. That 8, if you bonus point pole position and the pre-final lap, then we're together 5 for the week. So long head thick. Right, my reckoning is that Taylorfield Nile could lead Ricardo Tormo potentially at champion 11, but the way to see what happens. For now, time for celebration for smiles all round. Race. Good way to end the weekend. There was a Christian Ho on the podium 3 times. I'll be pleased for him. And of course, Enzo Deligny. He's 2 mentioned. Also, strong result for Andrea Cardena, Peruvian driver. The Alonso match stars. To the number 1 board cup. The seed pumped up by that one. Really drives to the lead. Ho down the outside. Teammate. Okay, so car. Top. Full celebration. So, to celebrate second win of the season. Enzo Deligny. Victor. Race number 3. Euro. F4. F4. All round from Campos team from the Red Bull Junior. Reserve victory. Certainly he'll go into the final 2 meetings at Valencia and Barcelona. Plenty of confidence to try if you can. Taylorfield Nile. Quite a mountain climb. To do more races to run. Ho place means podium times. This is what happened at the start. This is Christian Ho holding on to the lead from the place. Taylorfield Nile in the blue, black, and white car. 4 trying to get around the side of Cello. First chance there was Alazari, the gravel. Third race. This was side by side between Pedro Clero and Noah Lyle, and Noah Lyle politely showed Pedro Clero right there the road. Play. This was on the restart. First restart. Then you went Ho dived down the side. Line 4 times. The road slightly front play. And then that is hold on, pull away. Then one of the big moments was of course to the leader through that. Here we can see 4 players. What for Taylorfield Nile blue and white car? Sit in the background there, like front rear wing colour. Whether it was somebody behind, light up in the back of the car, and the same we didn't see the camera. Leader score. So here's a result from race 3. Enzo Deligny takes victory, the second of the season. Campos races Red Bull Junior. Christian Ho second, Valerio Rinchella third, Cardenas fourth for Claro fifth, Lyle Clue, Coates, Palo, Kochi finishes. Result, a few drivers. 11th place goes to Federer fight, Geronimo Berrio back flat 12, Strobstead 20, and a few cars toward the end, drop through to third. Be Theodore Jensen from Erigene, Kai Darianani, Lynn Hodenia start the race. Sarazan had 2, and Ninovic was in the lane, so Taylor not crucial out of the race, broken rear wing, the race. Bennett, Jarb, Kello, Murray, Eisenberg, their own incident throughout the race. For the Portuguese adventure completed, of course, as I say, 2 more rounds to go. For this season included, potentially, Valencia could be the first opportunity for Taylor Niall, all being well. You know, real big side. Time to hit some more highlights. Second restart. Just see there, just what Taylor Niall car quite there, but yeah, there it goes. Just there. Vibrate from your curve or long drain for very often. Usually to slot while Denny picking up the gravel for the Lamo car. Switch now to the podium. It's now third place for Valerio Rinchella, second place for Ho, the lead podium for the weekend. Of course, second win of the season for Enzo Deligny, the Red Bull Junior. French Chinese driver, and of course, it represents Campos on the podium. Trophy for the winning team. They've got the flags around the right way. They've still got Portland there, which is correct. Third place for Valerio Rinchella. Second place for Ho. 3, 4. Enzo Deligny. Campos. Again, quite, I think, the right flag for him, but behind ready, I believe, should be a thing for the national front. Second, because there's the winning trophy. Campos. For what should be. I think confusion on the driver's face says it all. They're expecting the French. When Christian Ho was looking around to say, what's my national playing? I didn't win the race, but never mind on that side. But it will be some celebration court Deligny, and that concludes this weekend's action court for him. Thanks so much to all those who've been watching. 2 more weekends left to go. And first shot Valencia, a couple of weeks' time. Taylor Niall, champion leader, potentially. Can he do it? With his rival. More of us here at Esther. Thank you very much for watching. So, Scott Woodward, thank you for tuning in. Subscribe, channel, and all online. Until then.